never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They've lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome everyone to the opening day of the World's Group Stage. 16 teams from across the globe remain in the tournament and they all share one big dream, to lift the Summoners Cup. Now, one of the biggest pre-tournament favorites are the LPL champions Top Esports. Here we see them through the eyes of the Oppo Cam, the best way to capture all the great moments from Worlds 2020. And some, and maybe many of those great moments will happen right here at my wonderful analyst zone. I'm Eva Schock-Supporter, joined by Verius and by Kadril. Hey.
Hello there.
I mean, we're already underway. You guys have been on the show. I've just joined. I've missed you, and it's been quite a ride already, hasn't it?
Yes, it certainly has. We already had a fantastic time in the plains with upsets across the board, and I can only imagine that we're going to get more upsets already in day one.
Yeah, fantastic for some, but there was some crazy upsets for sure.
There were. Well, you're going to be seeing a lot of us, and of course, we have a broadcast all over the world. Countdown and the pre-match content, as well as the post-match analysis, will be done right here from Berlin. We'll be casting from LA, Berlin, and Seoul, and then cooldown will be happening in LA with Dash. Now, when it comes to the group stages, one thing I know for sure what we can expect is there are great games, there are upsets, and there's heartbreak. And I am ready for all of it. I mean, it started already in the play-in, so let's recap a little bit what happened there, because if you didn't catch them, here's a small TLDR. So as we look at the updated bracket, first off, Team Liquid and PSG Talon secured a spot in the groups by getting first place, while then the Unicorns of Love and LGD followed with their wins in the knockout stage in the best of fives.
Yeah, there were so many surprises in play-ins. The fact that a team with 3 substitutes comes in first in their group, and then LGD dropping all the best of ones, and then just 3-0, 3-0 back-to-back in the best of fives. I think they definitely stepped up and they kind of learned throughout the tournament, but the biggest surprise for me was definitely PSG.
PSG, I mean, one of the other big surprises for me was the teams that's blacked out over there.
Oh, yeah.
Are we talking about them, Kadril, Mad Lions?
We're ripping that band-aid back open, are we?
Just get it over with. Get it over with.
Mad Lions definitely did not live up to expectations. No. I think many of us believed that they would quite easily get out of the groups, especially based on what we saw from them in summer. But unfortunately, they couldn't live up to the competition, and the competition was ripe this year in the play-ins, and they ended up dropping to Supermassive.
Yeah, I feel like throughout the meta in the play-ins, they couldn't really find comfort, especially on their jungler. I think that they really lacked a lot of champions for Shadow to just say, oh yeah, pick me that champ, I can carry or I can have lots of impact. I just think that as a team, they weren't so, there wasn't much synergy. They tried to innovate a little bit. They tried to bring back the Wukong Senna, but it just wasn't enough.
It didn't work out for the Mad Lions. Now, we touched on it already, but PSG qualified with subs. That was an interesting situation, Verius, and of course, they'll be starting here with their normal roster.
Yeah, I think that many people look at this roster and they say, well, they're probably going to get worse without the combination of Uniboy and Kongyue, but I think that you have to remember that with River and Tank coming back into the roster, they're going to have the synergy and teamwork to help them win, or well, not win, but end up making it to Worlds in the first place.
What are you trying to say here? They're in a group with Rogue. Are you saying they're not going to win a game? What's this?
I think the expectations for this team are low right now,
okay,
and that they're going to struggle in the group stages. But I think the expectation should still be that they are a strong contender, and the upsets are still very possible.
I think the important thing to note is that when you have a new mid-jungle coming in Uniboy and Kongyue, if you're River and Tank, you can kind of watch the games. You can see how they play, how they blue mid to bot, how they do the mid setup. So it kind of gives you a bigger perspective on the whole game state. You can watch your side laners more in the scrim reviews. Even though they haven't been scrimming as much, because obviously they were taking part in most of the scrims, they can still watch them, see how they play, try to pull out some new things that perhaps they could have been taught, and then they could probably perform better.
Yeah, one should assume that their synergy is better with, you know, the players they've been playing with the entire year, but we will see. Up next, we need to talk about Team Liquid absolutely dominating, and what was most interesting to me is that they showed different things that we were used to seeing from them in their domestic league in the LCS, and they evolved as the play-ins continued.
Yeah, I feel like Team Team Liquid were kind of the driving force in the meta throughout the planes. They were just blind picking Twitch Rakan. I think their drafts in general were just so strong. I think Jat, huge props to him. I mean, you could see in their Mad Lions game, Ban Graves first pick Lee Sin, and just their drafts across the board were just so solid. They had such good team comps. They knew exactly what their win condition was, and they had so many different ways of winning the game. So you had like Broxa carrying on Graves, you had Tactical popping off on Twitch, and Jensen always being the consistent factor and impact as well. His world's buffs come through, so I mean, TL in the best of bonds was just really impressive for me.
Yeah, TL Jat and the coaching staff flexing their muscles.
TL Jat, that's just so funny to me. Oh, for so many years, he's been called TSM Jat, he's been called everything Jat. Now he is actually TL Jat at Worlds, man. Best of luck to him, of course, at Worlds in a different capacity than we normally see.
For sure, we'll be looking out for what Team Liquid can bring to the group stage. Looking very promising so far. And the last thing we got to talk about coming out of those play-ins after 5 years of falling short of groups, the Unicorns of Love and Sheepy finally made it. It is an organization we know so well here in Europe, and now the second time a team out of the LCL qualifies to the main stage.
Yeah, and I think the way in which they did it was impressive, because the Supermassive Mad Lions best of 5 was incredibly close. We went to all 5 games. Then Supermassive go up against UOL. I'm expecting another 5 games. Easy, 3-0, absolute smash. And the way in which they've been innovating, the way in which their solo laners play, Gadget in the bot lane, bringing out the Twitch and having solo carry performances, like, this team is clearly prepared. They're clearly one of the strongest play-ins teams we've had in a while, and I'm excited to see them on the group stage.
Yeah, and I think Vedia said it perfectly, the innovation from UOL. They kind of took the meta scrapbook, they threw it out the window. I'm going to pick Vayne mid, I'm going to blind pick Cassin, Twitch, all these things, so just huge props to them in general.
Very exciting team to watch, and you mentioned the Vayne there, and in addition to making groups, the Unicorns of Love also get the Red Bull top play. No man's, who else, dancing around Supermassive on Vayne. It is a pick that even here in EU, we've seen a few times in the mid lane with the Caps, but you know, this was just fantastic, the way he danced around the enemy team.
Yeah, it certainly was. I think the fact that he had so much crowd control thrown towards him, the fact that an exhaust was dropped on him as well, he was able to navigate what looked like a very complex team fight and walk away with a number of kills. I think that his mechanical prowess kind of showcased throughout the play-in stage, and I look forward to seeing how he goes up against the likes of Power of Evil, Chovy, and Knight. So he's definitely going to have a challenge up against him in the future.
Yeah, it's like you're like so excited, and then you look at the other mid laners in that group and you think, okay, let's see what he can pull out there. But you know, I don't doubt it that there's more there that we haven't seen yet from the Unicorns of Love. Now the Unicorns, they became the 16th and final team in the group stage. So we're going to check out the competitors fighting for a spot in the quarterfinals. It might seem straightforward in some groups on paper, but based on previous years, we can expect some upset over the next few days. I mean, it always happens, but at first glance, I thought this is a pretty well balanced, you know, group of groups. It's a well-balanced situation, I think, in most groups. Do you agree, Vedias?
Yeah, I would say so. I think that some groups seem like very clear, easy favorites to get out. Like when I look at Group A, for example, I think this is a group that many European fans like, okay, G2 shouldn't struggle. Here, there's probably a debate around could Team Liquid cause some upsets against Suning? Could they actually get out? And then there are some other groups like Group B where, you know, like who's going to get second after Rogue? You know, is it DAMWON? Is it JDG? You know, like it's a very close fight. But
Vedias. You have to tell very clearly that's a joke because this is a Worlds broadcast.
That was a joke, guys. That was a joke. Obviously, DAMWON and JDG are very heavy favorites in that group, not only in that group, but to win the whole tournament. So I think that the fact that they're already going up against each other in the group stage is going to be a very terrifying prospect.
Let's talk about those front runners then. You said it there, DAMWON, and I think we can add JDG and Top Esports to that list, Kadril. You know, 3 formidable teams and 3 could also be very different teams when they join on the Rift.
Yeah, different play styles, different teams, but I think the thing that separates these 3 teams especially is their performance in their own region, right? You have DAMWON, who was stomping the LCK, JDG and Top, who kind of look separated from the most of the LPL teams. Sunning looked like a little bit of a tier below them, and obviously the games went to 5 games, so I just think that those 3 teams for me are the teams that you look at and you think, okay, they might win the whole thing. They have such good laners, such good reads on the meta, and they're just so flexible.
Yeah, I think when you look at kind of JDG and Top, you could say, well, JDG plays a bit different than Top Esports, but you're right. When it comes to these 3 teams, they seem a tier above anyone else just because their individual talent is so incredibly stacked in every role.
Yeah, it certainly is. When you look at most top 20 lists, pretty much all of the players on these 3 rosters exist somewhere in that top 20. And like, it's really fascinating because, especially when you compare JDG and Top, you look at like, okay, so JDG have the best top laner in the world. Many would argue they also have the best jungler. But then you go across and look at top and like, well, they've got the best mid laner and AD carry.
Yeah.
And like both these teams are going blow for blow in every best of 5 that they find themselves in. And you're like, wow, both these teams are just so stacked with talent, and the way they approach the game is so different. So they're extremely exciting to watch, and we're gonna get to see them both play on the first day. So it's gonna be good.
Absolutely. I have to say I'm especially curious for DAMWON. We of course know the story from last year, but that's ancient history. They've now won the LCK. They've shaken off all those jitters, and they've said that many times, that this is not an excuse anymore. And they look like a completely different beast even to last year when they were already so strong. So, I mean, a lot of competition to go around, but who are we looking at for possible dark horses? Who could get in that race and give them a run for their money?
I would definitely say it's G2 for me. I think in general, if you look at Europe in general, they've been to the finals back to back. They did get 3-0 in both of those finals, but G2, I think there's a lot of question marks around G2. You know, they don't look as dominant as they did last year. It's not like they stomped the whole summer split. They stomped the finals and they came into Worlds looking like the best European team. But the thing is, there's so much star talent on that lineup that I think that you kind of have to argue that they could make the back-to-back finals again. And I just think that there was a bit of sloppiness in summer. There was a regular split where they did have lots of losses. They lost to Fnatic in a best of 5. And then the only real dominant thing that you saw was the 3-0 in the finals.
But Cadril, I'm hearing a lot of caveats though. And if we're going to make those excuses for G2, surely there must be other dark horses that we can argue the same for.
So the thing is with G2 though, is like, yes, Cadril gave you a long list of negatives. And that's largely why it's difficult to put G2 in the top 3 conversation. But the thing about G2 is they have this thing called the Worlds buff that Perkz often gets. He was the player that helped take a team with Hyanon and did all the way up to semifinals, upsetting tournament favorites at the time in RNG. And I think that when you look at these players, they haven't been able to play on stage at all this year. And this is the environment where they thrive the best, and an environment where they get to focus on a singular patch. They get to figure out their strengths and weaknesses. They are a team that prepares well, and they are still extremely star-studded. So that's why I look at them as a dark horse, because I think that the potential that they bring to this tournament is exceptionally high.
And as always, it's so hard to predict. You also don't know how, you know, the teams with players that are at Worlds for the first time are going to do, how that's all going to come into the mix. But let's talk a little bit more about NA and EU. You named their G2 Esports coming from Europe. What do we generally think about the NA and EU representatives, and who could give the top teams a run for their money?
I mean, if you look across the board at NA, you have Team Liquid, who looks super solid. TSM, who's no longer forwards, and Bjergsen, they're actually a team. And FlyQuest, who has a lot of questions around them. Are they going to step up? You've got PoE and Ignar back in the lineup. But just in general, I think there's loads of questions as to which region looks stronger at the moment. Obviously, we're slightly EU biased, I must say that. But for me, I think it comes down to, for me, Worlds is all about clutch factor, right?
Yeah.
So whoever has those players that can clutch it. And you look across Team Liquid, they have got loads of those clutch players. You got Core JJ, Impact, Jensen. You look at TSM, you have Bjergsen, who might step it up as well. You have Double Lift. So for me, it all comes down to NA's clutch players versus EU's clutch players and the consistency factor throughout the best of ones.
I think that when you look across the board, it's difficult or harder for EU and NA relative to last year. I think that expectations are actually much lower, especially for EU this year, based on what we've been seeing during the regular season and how the meta has been shaping up. And I am definitely someone that is concerned for both EU and NA teams, largely because I think the meta right now is very jungle focused. And I think that the Eastern teams have been very good at enabling their jungler. So I hope that I am wrong. I hope that we see FlyQuest upset today. I hope that Fnatic can top their group. And I hope that my ambitious predictions are true and that Rogue can upset the favorites, but I think that
that's a lot of hope
right now on the analysts.
Doesn't seem like the way you want to start Worlds, to be honest.
Exactly that. So we'll have to see how the tournament development develops, but yay, G2.
Yay, G2.
Now clip that and put that on Reddit and tweet that at him. No. Of course, we can have a bit of hope, but it's going to be incredibly difficult, I think, from the teams across from NA and EU. But we've seen some good things, and you also never know how the meta is going to evolve. And we've seen some different takes on the World's meta so far. And who better than Cadril to break it down for us?
That's exactly what we're going to do. We did a meta breakdown at the start of Plains. We did a meta breakdown halfway through Plains. So now, after Plains, after loads of Worlds games, we got a good meta. Looks like we've got a solid one looking across the board, as we see the Worlds logo going in there. But if we start off with the best picks we've got, I think the key thing that I've seen for me is the Ornn. I think that Ornn has one of the highest win rates in the Plains, 91% win rate. It was the most contested pick almost in the whole of the Plains. And you can look at the trifecta of the win rates. You have Ornn, Graves, Orianna, but I think Ornn is the one that stands out for me the most. This champion, it's a full tank. It can play weak side, it can play strong side, solid engage. Some may argue it's an assassin as well. So the only real other tank you can see is Sion, if you want to look for those lane swaps. Perhaps sometimes with something like a Jinx or something like that to get the towers going. But that's, other than Ornn, I think that's the only tank we'll really see. So moving down into the jungle, I think we had loads of questions. Are we going to see early game junglers? Are we going to see Volibear? Trundle got nerfed. There was so many questions. Set looked quite strong, but I think that the farming junglers definitely look the strongest. You know, you've got the Nidalee, the Lilia, the Graves. I think these three champions were so high prio as well. Teams were just first rotating it, and there's so many junglers in this tournament where you look at them, you like Kanavi, Canyon on the Nidalee, stuff like this. I think there's going to be so many deadly jungle picks, especially on these carry jungle metas for these players. And then if we move from the top side into the mid, it's also a big question because you've got loads of flexibility for mid. Throughout the whole of Plains, you had mages, you had assassins, you had supportive champions in mid as well, like the Lulu. I think the big thing about mid for me is flexibility. If you have a jungler that can play these AP junglers, then you can play Set, you can play Lucian mid. We've even seen Tristana mid. So AD carries, supports, mages, and then it all comes down to how your team wants to draft. Because if you want to go for these mages mid, you can still go for the Lucian, the Tristana, and then go for mages bot instead, which we saw from UOL. So the only off-meta AD carries that we've really seen from the Plains teams was UOL. We saw lots of Ziggs, we saw lots of Swain in the bot lane as well, even maybe see some Heimerdinger. So other than those mages in bot, I'm expecting to see the classics, you know, the Jhin, the Ezreal, the Ashe, the Senna. That's the biggest AD carry champion pool that I can see coming into Plains, into the group stage, sorry. So, I mean, we've seen the Twitch as well. The Twitch Rakan was something that NA brought into the Plains. It looks so strong, such good engage. And I feel like these champions don't really get punished in lane. You know, if you do blind pick the Ezreal, you go for a Twitch, you won't really fall that far behind in the lane. And I just think that all these AD carries are just really well facilitated by these melee supports, the Engagers, the Leona, the Nautilus, and the Thresh. So curious to see how the group stage goes. I think the meta in Plains definitely looks pretty strong, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I think a lot of what I take away from that is just the enormous champion diversity we've seen across the board, and also the fact that many of the playing teams seem to just have a very good read on the meta. Sometimes we've seen them come in and have just a completely different plan, but now they have a good read on the meta and they are willing to play a lot of things, which I think we'll see also a lot in the rest of the group stage.
I think what was really interesting, and a debate that Kadriel and I actually had a lot during the playoffs, was that some of these champions that are blind picked don't seem to be punished as hard. And we do wonder how that will evolve in the group stage, because if you pick a blind pick Twitch into a player like Ruler, you can imagine that as the AD carry that he is, he's going to look to try and punish you. And so we'll see how that adapts and how it forces the meta to shift and change.
Yeah, I think it's not only bot lane as well. You look at UOL with Nomans, who was blind picking Vayne, blind picking Kassadin, stuff like this, just because it looks good in the comp. And you can throw a couple bans that way on red side. You can third pick the mid, ban out 2. But even then, if you're going to do that with the Kassadin, I feel like if you get away with that in the lane phase, then it's illegal.
Yeah.
What I also love, if we're already, I love your little catchphrase, illegal. If we're already starting out with so much diversity, we're just going to see amazing things as the games continue and the teams adjust and learn. Today we'll get some answers, though, finally, to all of our questions about the group stage, the teams, the regions, the meta, as we kick off the first day of games. A lot of good ones. I mean, I heard Vedius call in the green room before that maybe FlyQuest could upset top Esports.
Maybe.
Oh, it's not on tape, so it's not true. Of course, my eyes go immediately to DAMWON Gaming versus JD Gaming there. Game 4, and possibly already a preview of a best of 5 we could see later in the tournament, Kate.
Arguably the 2 strongest teams in the world, barring top Esports. I think to have that on day 1, it's a complete banger.
It's beautiful. It's such
it's an absolute banger.
We have so many bangers. And we already get to see Unicorns versus Diarra. We get to see Nomans versus Chovy. But of course, it's that final game at the end of the day. The EU versus NA, TSM versus Fnatic.
The bragging rights.
I believe I read somewhere that this is the first time they will have ever met at a World Championship, which is really exciting. Because, like, considering how long-standing both organizations are, the fact that they are yet to meet, I think, is really hype. And today they'll get to do it, and I cannot wait.
Yeah, we'll see. Indeed, put it in your calendar. It's just the last game of the day, though. So I'm sure you'll be warmed up for that. Doublelift versus Reckless, Bjergsen versus Nemesis, Whippo versus Broken Blade. I mean, I can name them all, but it's going to be a great match.
It certainly is. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see self-made.
I think the only thing that would have been better is Rogue versus TSM.
Yeah,
that's the only thing that could have topped it.
The heartbreak in that group draw, and we saw it couldn't happen. That was our first disappointment of Worlds. Let's see how many more we have. But we're going to keep it on the positive, because in our first game, we are saying hello to FlyQuest from the LCS. So let's give them a welcome on the Rift with Oppo.
For me, it's just about like kind of learning from the experience and just trying to do the best I can versus like all the top teams. So it's just really exciting to be able to like finally stack up against them and get an opportunity to see how they play and like where the differences are and where you can learn from. I think making it out of the group stage would be a really good, successful Worlds run for me. I think I've been to Worlds probably 3 times from the top of my head, and I've only made it out once. So I think making it out again would be a success for me.
I'm so happy to see FlyQuest at Worlds. It is a team that you love to love. You know, they had their off the Rift initiatives with TreeQuest and SeaQuest, but also on the Rift, there are no slouches. I feel they are always underestimated, but they are the definitive second best team in the LCS, and they have been all year. And on top of that, they have some of the most likable faces, I would say, in the league scene with a lot of experience in their backpack.
They certainly do, Sharks. When we look at the beginning of this year, FlyQuest made a lot of significant roster changes. For a long time, they were middle of the pack, the bottom tier LCS team, but then with the introduction of Power of Evil and Ignar, they suddenly had a significant level up and a different approach to playing the game. They then saw an addition of Solo to the roster as well, and then they just started to grow and grow. They made finals in spring where they did get 3-0'd by Cloud9, and you know, there were still question marks around the level that they would bring, but in summer, they had a very competitive best-of-5 final against TSM, coming very close to being able to thwart them, and I think that they are a strong representative coming from the LCS.
Yeah, and I think Solo joining as well really boosted that roster, especially in summer. So, I mean, you look across the board, you've got PoE, you got Ignar, the SKT best of 5 in 2017, so they're no sort of, they've been to Worlds before, they know what to expect. The only thing that I'm concerned about, as I'm quite negative about most teams, I always like to look at the negative first and then try to go into the positive.
Exactly. I like it, I like it.
The only thing that I'm unsure about FlyQuest is just genuinely looking at their games, the only way that they really close out games is the Dragon Soul, so that's quite late into the game. You're going towards the Elder Drake then, and I think against these top Chinese teams from the LPL, I think that top Esports and JDG, I think they might struggle, especially in the laning phases.
So when I look at FlyQuest, the thing that impressed me was how Santorin was so impactful in the early game to try and get the team ahead and start utilizing those early game advantages. And Volibear was one of his most played junglers during the regular season, but then as you move towards playoffs, obviously champions like this fell in relevance. And we saw in the final he was playing things like Graves, he was playing things like Hecarim, and that early game impact wasn't there. So in my opinion, it felt like a lot of the responsibility then fell onto the shoulders of Ignar. Now, he's always been a big playmaker. Anyone that's followed his career knows him for things like the Rakan, his Thresh, and his Nautilus are very prevalent. And I think that in a meta like this, it is very important that if FlyQuest want to find success and any early game advantages, you have to put him in a position where he can make plays and be that front line to actually start things off for the team.
Yeah, we have seen, it's not like they don't do anything in the early game. They definitely do. They have a fantastic first blood percentage, but it is always the case when you're playing the aggressive teams like a top esports is you have to accelerate that lead very quickly, or they will beat you even when they're behind in the team fights. And that brings us to top esports, a fantastic team to watch and considered among the favorites to win the whole thing. The LPL Summer Champions, a relatively young organization joining the LPL back in 2018. A lot of young players on the roster, but they are so storied already, even though they are new.
Yeah, and I think that, again, you'll see some familiar faces. Karsa and Jaculov. Jaculov, of course, former world champion. Like, these players are a combination of new and old talent, and I think that what's impressive is they remind me a lot of IG. When we think back to that IG roster, it was very much about those star soul laners and, of course, the addition of Jaculov as well, that really cemented that team. But now you've also got that experience of Karsa in there. When he joined the roster at the beginning of the year, that's really where you started to see these players elevate to a whole new tier. They were taking JDG to 5 games. They did the same thing here at the end of this year, and even last year you had players like Knight already making a name for himself. So I feel like that it's been a long time coming, and getting to see some of these stars on the international stage is going to be a well.
Yeah, I think it's a long time coming for Knight to be at Worlds. Yeah. I think Vedis is definitely right. I think if you look at this lineup, it gives you kind of IG vibes, you know, with 369 and Knight in the mid lane. The only thing that separates them obviously is I think Jaculov, he has stepped up so much. He's got 32% of his team's damage dealt, but yeah, this man Knight on your screen, he's just popping off, and I think, like you said, Karsa just facilitates this team so well. Karsa's not a huge resource jungler. You can see that he falls behind a little bit sometimes, but that's not really a big issue when you have laners like this, and he just facilitates it so well. He doesn't look for too many ganks. He just counter ganks most of the ganks. He just sort of sets his team up so they can push, make sure he hovers around in case there's any sort of threat, and then he just makes it so they get winning lanes, and then they just play team fights.
You have laners like this, you know, what do you really need to do but just make sure that they can do their thing, Verius?
We are setting Knight up to be another contender for the Dardair World. Like,
no,
he is so
he's not gonna
much
mess it up. He's not gonna mess it up. There is no way.
Yeah, we don't think that he's going to because, like, he is such a talented player and, like, all the conditions are optimal for him as well. Yes, this is his first time at Worlds, but he's no stranger to international competition. He was competing in the MSC earlier this year, and I think that as a player, he also, like, he gets to play in China for his first Worlds.
Look at those
he
stats.
Gets the same, he gets so much comfort playing at home, and I think that you also, like, he's such a talented player. He's an insane laner. He does so much for his team, and I think that he is definitely, when you look at most top 20 lists, he's going to be at the top for most people.
Absolutely. I think we're going to get a lot of highlight reels. Oh my gosh, we are setting him up to kind of jinx him, but I don't think it's going to happen. On top of that, when we talk about top esports, you know, they have the individuals. They also have the champion pools to back it up. 17 unique mid picks for Knight, and that's just one of them. Their top side for the rest of it is also very, very diverse.
Yeah, I think in this meta, you just get so much benefit from flexibility in the top side. I think most of the aggression in the early game or the scaling can all come from the top side. It can decide basically how your game's going to play out. And I think that if you have 369 with over 15 champions played, you have Cars with over 10, and like you said about Knight, I think if you have so much to play with in the draft, not only is it the best team from the LPL, not only do they have insane laners like IG Vibes, they have Jackie Love, they also have so much flexibility in draft, so it's not like you can find huge holes in this team. I think the only biggest hole that I can see is their early game aggression, because obviously, like we said, Karsa, he's covering the lanes, so the majority of the advantage comes from them.
So I think we've obviously talked a lot about the positives of
yes.
But
is there a negative?
It is important to remember that we do consider them one of the favorites to win the whole tournament, right? So they're naturally going to have a lot of positive. But because I compared them to IG, in the same way that they possess a lot of the positives of IG, they also possess a lot of the negatives. And in that light, they do sometimes get a little over-eager. Now, I think that Top Esports is a team that will often push you to the very limit. And I think there are some great examples from their finals where if they win a fight, they'll try to take both the Drake and the bot tower at the same time. They spread their resources a little thin because they realize, like, hey, we're strong enough. And if they don't punish us for it, then we can double our advantages gained. And I think in these brief moments, they can actually be punished, because they try to take too much on the map. They try to accelerate the lead much faster than they arguably should be able to. And if they get away with it, then they balloon their gold leads. But if they don't, then it's very easy to find advantages and shut them down and punish them.
Very easy. I mean, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but when they do that in the LPL, they play versus teams like a JDG.
Yes.
They play versus teams that individually have such high talent. And I'm not saying FlyQuest isn't talented. Of course they are. But you're dealing with a team that will take that skirmish even if they're behind, even if they're not ahead, because they think and they know they can beat you on skill. And that is what makes this team so scary for me. I mean, you just never know. You can't drop the ball ever.
They've got it all. They've got the mechanics, they've got the decision-making, but like Vedia said, they might get a bit too overeager. And when you spread your resources thin, it's all down to FlyQuest. Can they punish the mistakes? And I think that if Ignar and Santorin can pull the trigger on those mistakes and make sure that they punish them, whether it's covering the bot tower with a TP and going for a 3-man play, or if it's going for the Drake and collapsing on it, I think if they can punish it well, they have got PoE in the mid lane who is notorious for scaling mages. So he's definitely a really good solid factor going into the mid to late game if you can keep the gold even.
And I think that Kadril hit the nail on the head there, and this is why I put so much emphasis earlier on Ignar on a playmaker, because he is not afraid to go for those plays. He will challenge you, he will go for those skirmishes, but he's got to be on a champion that can do it.
Yep.
So I think that is extremely important for FlyQuest coming into this draft, and I think that if they want to stand a chance, like, remember, it is a best of one. Anything can happen. First game at Worlds potential jitters, like, FlyQuest is full of experience for us. Maybe they can take advantage of that experience. They're definitely not the favorites, but there are ways that they can upset the apple carts.
Yes, by power of evil, walking into lane, when he's just gone to the shop, looking Knight in the eye, say, I'm playing Smite, Nashor's Tooth, or Rihanna, and there's nothing you're going to do about it.
I'd love to see that.
That's some of the crazy things that have happened. So our expectations today, I mean, it's going to be an uphill battle for FlyQuest, but, you know, you say they're in their comfort zone, of course, with Top Esports, getting to play on home soil, hopefully being ready for this, but you know, in early days is where upsets could happen. And, you know, we are in agreement. It would be an upset if FlyQuest mean to upset the
This would potentially be one of the biggest upsets of the group stages. Because when you look at expectations, like, it is favorites of the group versus someone that's not even expected to get out of the group. So I
according
think that,
to you.
Yeah, according to me, based on my opinion, you know, of course. And so I think that it's going to be challenging. But again, best of ones is where upsets happen. We have seen weirder things. So let's see what we get today.
I mean, this is the best team from China. So we've got a lot of expectation on the shoulders. It's the first game of Worlds. I'm just so excited.
Yeah, just to say again what I said at the beginning, a group stage, the best of ones, it's heartbreaks and it's upsets, but the wait is finally over. We are about to get into it. We are going to finally kick off the Worlds 2020 group stage with FlyQuest versus Top Esports.
今年的世界赛对于 LPL 赛区来说非常的重要。第一，这可能是我们王朝的开始，因为3连冠在任何体育赛事里面都是非常重要的。第二，在这个主场，我们不想再输一次。2013年我们成绩很好，拿到了亚军，而接下来的一年里面，我们同样拿到了亚军。所以那个时候对于我们，好像这个冠军是比较容易或者说比较接近的。
Can I just confirm? Top have red side, right?
17年在这个主场，我们有2支队伍进入到4强当中，但是我们输掉了。如果你说带给我什么样的感觉，会让我们觉得还差那一点点东西的话，自信。在整个2018年。LPL 证明了自己，RNG 拿到 MSI 冠军，用自己的方式；IG 拿世界冠军，用自己的方式。
那是那个属于你们的冠军，我们是冠军。
FunPlus 以他们的打法，一个非常灵活的中路联动的打法，又一次的拿到了那座奖杯。
2个3比0，让我们知道谁才是世界第一赛区。
我们再也不用去学别人的打法。再也不用去羡慕别的赛区有什么样的选手，因为我们就是最强。这就是 LPL， 我们无所畏惧，我们用自己打架的方式赢下了这些冠军。我们花了5年的时间，步履蹒跚，才争到这个领跑的位置。我们不会轻易让出去的。老干爹。大家应该知道打野老将 Peanut， 还有就是中路老将西叶。我们所有人都认为可能那个西叶就是他的顶峰了，但并不是。今年他杀回来。
我的天！再收一个，再拿一个人头，跨抓 Q 的西叶。
苏宁其实在我眼里，他们的3C 同样很有天赋，而且都是在今年才开始大放异彩。那为什么呢？因为有辅助舍蛇和打野 Sofen 这2位老将的辅佐。
哇，一个大干4个人！哇 ，Sofen 这个开团。
京东 Gaming 卡纳位选手正式加入，而在 AD 位置 Loken 京东 Gaming 的老将也是回到了队伍当中。可以说他们补足了最后一块拼图之后，整整制霸了 LPL 一整。
卡纳位一个海居然接了3个人，打得太漂亮了。
那对于滔博这支队伍来说，其实他们也很神奇。Knight 作为 LPL 2020年夏季赛的常规赛 MVP，
罗先没有双枪，闪现过来，再2枪，
再搭配上 Jacky Love，
往后拉开，点死了这网友 Jacky Love 不应该想收场了，大风就拿到
这个双 C， 我可以说他现在是 LPL 最强的双 C 组合。
看着对方的3个人打出 Ace。LPL
赛区连续2次拿到了 S 系列赛的冠军之后，各大赛区也开始学习我们这种偏打架风格的打法。然后把这种打法融入到他们自己本身的打法当中，形成了每一个战队独特的武功秘籍。
Lost 3. Oh, it's a 4th as well.
Double lift from downtown.
我进了！可是一切
Caps is not done yet.
It's a casual 1v3.
This is insane. Like that was Are you kidding?
所以这一次的世界赛，我觉得更像是华山论剑，各大武林高手带着自己的独门秘籍来到了这里，争夺武林盟主之位。到底是上一任的武林盟主继续继位呢，还是会有新的盟主诞生？开打之前，一切都是未知数。
Hello and welcome to the opening game of the World's 2020 group stage. I am Freak with my main man, Kobe. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing great. World's group stage is where hope still lives, Freak. I'm so excited to get into these games, and especially Champion Select for game number 1 here. Top Esports coming in as the favorite to win the entire tournament right now, ranked 1 as far as the entire world, coming from the LPL, previous winners 2 times previously for the World Championship, going against FlyQuest. Definitely some big underdogs here.
Some big underdogs, but ones, at least players we have seen make huge plays. You think back to the last time that Power of Evil and Ignar were at Worlds. They took SKT to 5 games in the quarterfinals in a very, very narrow series there that SKT went on to win the championship into that one, if I recall correctly. And regardless, an exciting match here. FlyQuest and Top Esports starting out the World Championship group stage. Of course, number 2 team out of the LCS. Back-to-back finals for FlyQuest. Top Esports also back-to-back finals in the LPL, but they of course hoisted the trophy in the summer split. They also won the mid-season cup, which was pretty much an LPL dominating affair. And now we get to see who can make this one happen again as bans come through pretty quickly.
Yeah, and this is something I want to jump on immediately here because there was a pretty big difference between the players that I talked to from group stage teams being surprised at the meta that evolved in play-ins, being so much focus on scaling and on team fights. And a lot more from the scrims from these group stage teams have been on top lane carries, on snowballing, and Top Esports are definitely positioned well to do that. But with 369, but even so, they ban out the Shen that Solo kept on blind picking for FlyQuest in playoffs. He was willing to play tanks top side, weak side here for FlyQuest, and he was able to draw out that early ban. Now, Lilia first pick here for Santorin. I know Lilia got a lot of flame in the play-in stages, but I think that was more towards the teams and players' usage of the champion. FlyQuest have been very good at designing level 1s, going after those early Raptor invades into red side counter jungling. So Santorin having that one is definitely a big opening here for FlyQuest. Plus they get that Syndra.
Huge. So in the LPL playoffs, there was like a 75% ban rate on Syndra against Knight. You were not allowed to give him this champion. Powerful says, okay, it's time to bite the bullet. I need to blind pick mid because I cannot let you have this champion before it goes on too late. The counter pick is ready. Knight, by a lot of recollection, is the best player in the world, the best mid laner in the world. He is the reigning MVP of the strongest region in the world on the winning team. And Akali, though it can be flexed at top, is going to be the pick.
Yeah, Akali, if it does go mid versus the Syndra, is going to be looking for that level 6 kill, level 6 all in on the Syndra. So PoE and Santorin better be ready for it. Top lane is going to be the focus. Obviously, there's a huge advantage to being red side here. And this is something that the LPL teams have utilized very effectively, especially with 369 and the attention that he gets from both Knight and Karsa. So they're banning out some of the most prominent blind pick ones like Renekton. Meanwhile, FlyQuest also, they don't want some of the trickier counter picks that 369 has used for super hard carrying topside being taken away as well. The Jax, you know, Fiora, Camille, those types of things as well could come through.
I want to see if the Ornn ban comes through here as well, because one thing that's happened in this draft is the first pick AP jungler, the AP jungle bans in Echo and Nidalee. It's almost like they forced Karsa onto Graves, and to be fair, most of 369's champion pool is physical damage. His Ornn has a low win rate, his Mordekaiser is only his 4th most played. If he puts him onto something physical damage, you play a tank top lane. There's the Ornn ban, of course, but I'm curious if they can get him off of magic damage. It allows Solo to just stack armor and survive jungle top ganks.
Unless you have to worry about true damage coming through as well. There are some crossovers there with the likes of Fiora. So we'll see what they have to blind pick for him, because it is going to be red side first choice here. I would expect it to be. I was actually expecting it to be support, but looks like they are going to go to the Camille after so many top lane champions have been whittled down.
What's interesting to me is that this is going to be the first Camille game of the split for 369. Actually has not played that one domestically, but it's going to come through here. Of course, is a very strong champion. Camille seems to very much be in the meta, as you're talking about, Kobe. The read is carrying through top lane. Top Esports, as well as LGD Gaming, have some great top laners, so that's going to be one to watch for, absolutely. Solo tends to play weak side. He tends to not get a ton of attention, so that is going to be something that maybe stylistically FlyQuest might have to change. Thresh for Ignar right now. The Hover is going to be a great pick, though. It's one of his very best champions.
Yeah, Thresh and Rakan, definitely the two best champions for Ignar. FlyQuest relies so much on his playmaking. Him and Santorin are the ones who create action for this team. As far as top lane counter pick here now for FlyQuest, there's not really any great counter matchups left up into the Camille, because Camille has started to run Grasp for the top lane ever since they had that nerf onto Conqueror, and it just makes her lane phase so much easier to pull off, even with the Volley Bear, with extreme lane prowess here and the ability to take extended trades versus Camille. Camille can actually do a really good W sweep. You can land the slow and you just go in for the grass proc. As long as you don't let Volley Bear get multiple Ws off, it makes it pretty difficult to really take advantage there.
All right, well, the drafts are locked in, and if no one else swaps anymore, set support is going to come through. We'll have to wait and see if JackeyLove is going to farm on the Senna or just go for the Spectral Sickle, because keep in mind, since the domestic playoffs, since we've seen either of these two teams play competitive League of Legends, farming Senna got nerfed in how many souls were gained. We saw some split on farming versus, support Senna down there, so wait to see what comes through. But JackeyLove, of course, no stranger to this champion, has played it a fair bit, and we'll see what comes through.
Yeah, definitely utility from both bottom lanes, and that's actually something that Wild Turtle has excelled on since the regular split there for the LCS, when Wild Turtle was benched for a while actually by FlyQuest and Mash came in. Once Wild Turtle returned to the starting roster, he just excelled so heavily on a lot of these utility focused AD carries. Jhin obviously brings the long range and snares that they can look for picks, and FlyQuest, especially as we prepare to head into Summoner's Rift, have prepared level 1s to great effectiveness in the LCS playoffs. So I'm expecting it here, especially since they do have Lilia that can annihilate some of those trash camps like Raptors and Wolves.
And speaking of preparation, I'm actually excited by this top esports draft, because you can look at the 70 games they've played so far this year domestically and a little bit internationally with the mid-season cup. This is the first Camille game for 369 of the summer split, the second Senna game for JackeyLove in the summer split, the first set game for Yuyanjia in the support lane, the second Akali game for the mid laner Knight. The only person playing what you could even remotely consider comfort is not JackeyLove, sorry, but Karsa on Graves. So top esports coming out in their first game of the World Championship, bring up essentially 4 new picks, what you could reasonably consider 4 new picks here, up against FlyQuest, a team they are expected to beat. The power ranks have these teams very, very far apart, but it's going to be an exciting game regardless.
There's a reason that the flexibility of these players was highlighted by the analyst desk, and that just gives you so many options when trying to craft these team compositions.
It's going to be a whole lot of fun. As you mentioned, though, the level 1s from FlyQuest. Santorin is the first Blood King of the LCS. There's about 3 junglers worldwide with a greater than 50% first blood rate. Santorin is one of those 3. Canyon over on DAMWON Gaming is the second of those, and I believe the third isn't at Worlds this year. He is absolutely a great early game player. He gets the gold leads, and that is, I think, the one player that can stand up here. I really do have hopes for Santorin to be the difference maker if there is to be a FlyQuest upset. The odds, of course, are against them. This would be, I would say, the biggest upset of the year if FlyQuest were to win this game. But
already setting the table, freak.
This is the level of these teams, right? We come in with what people expect as the best team in the world on the right-hand side there. Top Esports had the last 2 trophies that they have fought over, and they're going for their 3rd. And Summoner's Rift, the Summoner's Cup is on the line. Here we go for the first game of group stages in Worlds 2020. FlyQuest, the number 2 team out of the LCS, and Top Esports, the number 1 team out of the LPL, and the tournament favorites are doing battle here onto the Rift. And we heard from Solo and Wild Turtle. They said getting out of groups would be success for us. That would be a great Worlds performance, getting into the top 8. For Top Esports, if you saw that tease, the LPL wants their 3rd straight World Championship, and TES are first in line for it.
And we see some defensive warding on the bottom side here with the little pixel brush from Top Esports, and the hover there for the possible Lilia delayed invade. They went through with the early sweep to make sure there were no wards and placed a ward of their own. That wards ensures that they'll see if top place one later into it and will be known for the start here for Santorin. As we said, Lilia can annihilate this Raptor camp because of the AoE and the burn in the kit, also being able to kite very easily. This is a move from Karsa though, trying to answer, dashes over the wall immediately to try and get the buff for buff.
I don't believe he was seen on his way over, but this is going to be level 2 versus level 1. If Lilia shows up to fight for blue, Santorin did not burn his smite. If he's here on time and the blast plant lets him do it, Karsa is going to be outsmited, he's going to be outstatted. Santorin knows the blue has been taken, he knows what's going on right there, and Karsa, you talk about level 1s in champs like Kobe. Yeah, well, it's going to reset. But regardless, it is a full camp lead for Santorin. His entire jungle's up for him.
Yeah, and this very frequently can happen with Lilia. That's why people were so surprised at some of the results from play-in. But if you coordinate your level 1s for it, flash in though.
Already in, big damage of Wild Turtle. Gonna get flayed backwards. Now be careful, Gen.G. He's down to 100 HP. And there's only cleanse on Jacqueline. He cannot be summoner healed, but there's not enough damage to kill him off. Summoner's blown, 2 down to the FlyQuest side, 2 blown on the top side.
There's no more potion left here on Wild Turtle as well, and the sustain advantage will be on the side of Top Esports if they're allowed to continue in this bottom side matchup, because there's plenty of regeneration in Set's kit due to the passive, plus the healing from Senna. And with Jackie Love having his own biscuit as well, they will sustain the life advantage, but the minion push is going to be the difference maker there, as Wild Turtle and Ignar are going to try and get that one in.
Nice hook right there. Cleanse comes through despite the flight. Jackie lives at 200 health. The flash, 1 auto! 1 auto would kill him. Wild Turtle does not pull through. He already burned the summoner spell, but that is still a ton of damage dealt there. It's another summoner traded for 2, and FlyQuest, well, they are on a ward. Wild Turtle's going to go for the recall. Ignar is hatching that one. They're going to know he's sticking around.
Going to need some jungler intervention down here on bottom side. Freak, there are no summoner spells left. Ignar is the only one here. His flash is ready. He wants to make a play there with that thresh. So we'll see after bottom sides have been cleared. Looks like Scuttle Crab should be in the hands of Karsa as well. He finishes that up. The could make a pass through mid.
So we're off the early cull recalls for both bot laners right now. Karsa gonna just make his presence known in the mid lane. 4 camps down, top laners trading back and forth. Stun comes back, and here comes a bit of damage towards
double stun.
But Ignar is on the roam. Knight's gonna get hit for a bit of damage. The flash hook guesses wrong. Now on the top side, who's gonna get the solo kill? It's gonna go to 369. 1-0 to Top Esports.
369 draws first blood for himself on the Camille. This is going to be very, very devastating for the matchup on top side. Teleports are still ready, so Solo won't miss out on any of the minion experience and get right back to it. But the early gold will fund the Camille build here, trying to get to that Trinity Force as quickly as possible. He goes with the Cole for an extra investment, and he's trying to get some extra dividends out of that first blood, investing it for the future. Here's another look at it. Did get the shield there for Solo, so he's feeling quite good. Got his extra W off, but 369 is able to continue through in this fight, even with Solo flashing the stun.
Yeah, better trading, better fighting by 369, despite the skill shot being dodged, despite tanking the storm for the shield and damage. It was still the better stats on the Camille side, so well done to 369. 300 gold lead, the Top Esports so far. Lanes in most places fairly equal. The CS deficit in bot lane is because there's still a wave to pick up for Wild Turtle and Ignar. But you've got Karsa slinking in right here. Solo flashless might very well be in danger. Stun's gonna be down for a while, but Karsa knows he's not spotted, knows he's gonna be safe, and Solo just getting whittled down the moment after he TP's in. Oof. And this is danger.
Yeah, this is very, very dangerous.
So dead. All right, he's got to fight with Karsa. He's going to get stunned up. There's all the burst damage you need. Already 2-0 on the top side. And top diff has begun, and the namesake of the team is already there.
And this is something you can see from scouting the LPL. Karsa very often spends his time top triangle of the map, visiting Knight's lane, visiting 369's lane. And with the summoner spells blown up on the top side, plus the first blood taken, very nicely done for him. It didn't actually take very much time at all. Sleeps into the brush there for a lane gank for himself to capitalize on it, and this is going to be a devastating Camille. He's not rushing straight for the Trinity Force. He goes for wave control because he wants to affect the rest of the map. This is a tech you can make on Camille when you get such an early lead like this. An early Tiamat, you can annihilate this minion wave and look to make plays later. Camille, because of the range with your hook shot, can set up plays for the rest of your team so effectively.
Speaking of plays, walking to the mid lane, but Power of Evil's already on the recall for Lost Chapter. Pretty decent first spike there. Same goes across for Knight, though, on boots, and a Revolver is going to feel pretty solid. Hex flash across the brush. Wants into this one. Ignar going to be shot up there. His flash is down, puts down the shield, but here comes the rest of the squad. A beautiful double root into the rest of the damage. Karza finds a kill. Meanwhile, Santorn's been picked off in the river as well. Top Esports already 4-0 in 6.5 minutes.
The patience for 369 pays off. He waits in that line bush long enough as Santorn's clearing out the ward, and they finally strike, taking down Bambi and returning to the top side without losing too many minions.
Well, this is about the way I think a lot of people expected this game to go. Top Esports, I'll say it again in case you haven't been paying attention, the tournament favorites, and you're already seeing big moves out of the top and jungle right now. Karza able to lock down and get a pretty easy pickup here in this Mountain Drake. Bot lane farm lead has been going to Jackie Love so far, even despite those recall timings. It kind of maintains about an 8 to 10 CS difference over Wild Turtle. That's been going pretty nicely, and Karza just keeps the farm going.
Yeah, I mean, Top Esports have been on fire, this summer. They are the #1 team from the LPL, the 2-time world defending champions back-to-back here. Plus, they also won the Mid-Season Cup, which, yes, we didn't have the Mid-Season Invitational, but that being stacked with top 4 teams from LPL and LCK is why so many people have Top Esports at the top of their rankings. FlyQuest now, yes, they are in a hole. They're gonna have to try and dig themselves out. You see Santorn looking to try and hover around solo since he still does not have flash and he's in a vulnerable position up there.
Okay, so for now, it's FlyQuest playing defensively on various sides of the map. It is actually some shove for Solo. He's got a small farm lead. He's not going to make it for 3 kills, don't get me wrong, but at least he's farming pretty well. Shoves in the wave, looks to roam. Maybe he can test the jungle a bit. Can't do much right here. Gen.G going to spot the ward, and okay, not going to get much done. Control ward drops down, and he's not going to get that mid lane roam. Ignar was there first anyway. Just trading farm back and forth in the mid lane. Small farm lead for Power of Evil as well. You kind of expect to lose lane a little bit as a Kali. No big surprise there. We'll wait for the team fights for Knight to really turn on.
Yep, and he's looking to use his ult.
They find a root, they're gonna find a sleep, they're gonna find the ulti. Should be a pretty easy flay, but the ulti gets him out. The stun's gonna land, he needs one more spell. Can Knight fall? Santorin wants in, gets the Q, jumps in, but Karza's there too soon. And FlyQuest cannot buy a kill. Karza's still in the chase, gets away from the Q, hooked in by Ignar, but the rest of the squad is there. A nice pull, land a kill for the support, and out goes FlyQuest, but for how long? Solo gonna ult to safety, and another fight goes 2-0 for Top Esports.
Jackie Love on the roam timer from bottom lane. You see Wild Turtle's alone down there at the turret, but Jackie Love, because he roamed towards mid, was able to arrive with the heals for Knight. He does not go down, saves his flash as well, despite getting chunked out and hit with that extremely long-range stun. And because of TES just playing so well around that mid skirmish, they have exploded in gold lead here. Only 9 minutes. They've got a giant gold lead plus the Rift Herald, which is guaranteed at least 2 more plates. And with top turret already down to only 3 plates left, you can also probably go get first turret bonus with that. Here's another look. Ignar, though, he's one of the players with the lowest duo proximity. That's time spent near your AD carry, so he roams incredibly frequently. He was able to get that hook to start it out, and PoE did have a follow-up stun, but as we know, the heal came in, Knight didn't even have to flash, and TES, they have been sacrificing some minion waves, mostly here for 369, roaming around to help make these plays, but the plays have been so worth it for them.
So Top Esports are the best early to mid-game team in the LPL. They have the highest gold lead in the league at 20 minutes at 1,400 on average. They are up 2,400 in this game in half the time. They are absolutely dominating, even above and beyond what they normally put forward as the best team in their region. So TES obviously off to an amazing start right now. The aggression, I think, will not stop. They have the most kills per game in the league as well, so they're going to probably keep this one going. And wait to see as the top laners head to various side lanes before too long. We'll see just exactly what happens.
And the fun part now is, where do you go with this lead? When you have a Camille that is this fed, that went for the tech for the early Tiamat to shove the lanes. Teleport is coming back up right now, a few more seconds for 369, and you have so many playmakers. Level 6 now on set for Yuyanja. Knight as well with the flash and ultimate ready has kill pressure for himself, so it's all about creating this opening here for 369 to come collapse, and you basically guarantee a kill with your Hextech ultimatum, locking somebody in there as FlyQuest are trying to create some openings for themselves. You see this continued renewed focus on vision through the river and through that bottom side to try and make some plays off Thresh.
Solo gets away from the stun, lands his W, but here comes the tactical ultimate you talked about, and Karsa's now here as well. How are you going to survive? This one is the ult comes in for good measure. Karsa blinds him, looks for the rest of the damage there. Solo ults to buy some time. I mean, he makes it close. He makes it close, but 369 is too durable. The kill still comes through. Assist credits across the board, and their Earth Herald is going to summon for likely the entire turret in this top lane.
Yeah, that thing's gone. So FlyQuest, they have to try and make something out of this. They know that jungler is top side, so Santorin's looking to make a bottom side play here. As you see the bottom turret on the mini-map too, Wild Turtle trying to force JackeyLove off of the turret, and Ignar's got the lantern.
First shot's good, second and third gonna go wide, and the slows aren't enough to set up for a flay. If he happened to guess correctly, maybe there was CC, but JackeyLove would have had the cleanse regardless. 3 plates taken on the bottom side. It is good to get something back, of course, but Shelly gets the second charge. Top lane turret's at 20%, and that turret's gonna fall before too long.
All right, FlyQuest now, again, still overloading on bottom side since so many resources from top were invested on that side of the map. They do not rush on the Dragon, though, because they saw the resets. Funnily enough, FlyQuest actually had the highest Dragon control percentage of any LCS team, and they're heading here to Worlds versus Top Esports, who had the highest Dragon control for any LPL team. It definitely becomes a bit more troublesome controlling Dragon when you're in this big of an early deficit, so I don't expect those numbers to get any better for FlyQuest, and Top Esports going to take what is theirs, and second Dragon picked up without much effort at all.
He's going right there, Karsa, 100% kill participation on Dragons, and hey, pretty close on Champions as well here, 5 out of 7. That's a pretty perfect score as far as I'm concerned, and as Knight knocks down the top lane wave, of course, Solo, who has at least been farming well, but he's 0 and 3. Doesn't have a lot of tank stats. He can play defense for a while down here. Probably go for more of a tank build. I'm not sure he can ever really duel the Camille or the Akali in a late game scenario. Is down a level. JackeyLove gonna grab the plate, and then I love this. Lets the plate gold go. Then Gen.G walks up to make sure he can control this one, but it means that he kind of lets his 80 gold go over to JackeyLove. More gold on the Senna. Of course, farming Senna. 1 hit till Cola's done. That'll be good. And Ignar wants in for this one. This is going to be a 3-on-3. Flashes in, but Karsa's already here, and the teleport's coming behind as well. About to be a 4-on-3. Lot of CC coming across. He's sleeping, but JackeyLove's there for the first kill. Knight has shown up as well. Picks up kill number 2, and the rest of the squad shows up for good measure. A trade kill comes in. No longer a perfect game as Power of Evil finds a single kill. Knight burns the rest of his ultimate, and a Lantern going to bring Solo to safety, but the Hexacle Beta comes across, locks up Power of Evil, flashed away to safety. A hook buys some time, a play backwards as well. The flash in, Gen.G can't quite get that kill. He's at 2 HP, and Solo finds his second kill. Flash to safety, but he's stunned up by 369, and the kill will not quite come through. 2 for 2 in that team fight.
Honestly, that is extremely good for FlyQuest, considering the game state right now, where Top Esports have been steamrolling. They come away with 2 extra kills for themselves. And that is FlyQuest still looking for plays. As you mentioned during the play itself, though, Top Esports were waiting for it here with Karsa in the brush ready. Regardless, flash in from Ignar. They try and make the play. He does land the hook, which forces the cleanse out as well. Santorin does immediately go down as Knight teleports in, uses the ultimate. But Solo here on the Volley Bear actually makes a huge amount of space for the team as Power of Evil is trying to run away. This Hextech ultimatum does interrupt the Lantern, but that just gives him an opportunity to turn there. He turns and focuses damage on Knight and Karsa, separating them, allowing them to get the extra kill onto Gen.G before having to flash away.
Okay, so we look at the game right now, and it is a sad state for FlyQuest. 5,000 gold difference, very obviously Top Esports favored. But you can see the team fight prowess there. Despite being 0 and 3, Solo got more damage out than 369. He has been able to kind of survive, and this is really where he as a player has made his name for himself, is playing well from weak side. Gangplank was one of his more notorious champions, as well as a champ that you could just kind of leave on an island and despite scoreline, put out some decent damage. So he will be a key factor as one of the only tanks in the roster to do anything. But otherwise, it's obviously a big uphill road for FlyQuest to get a comeback here.
And top lane was one of the big things that people were worried about for FlyQuest, especially heading into this group with a lot of teams that can focus on top side of the map. Whereas, as you mentioned, Solo has not gotten a lot of resources. Now, this all did kind of stem from overcome losing the 1v1 initially to get the first blood for 369. You know, and his flash being blown in that 1v1 opened the door for Karsa to go up there and open the door for them to have so much focus. But, you know, he is going for the cooldown reduction garage sale sort of item build. I actually kind of like the Black Cleaver and the Iceborne Gauntlet build for maximum cooldown reduction for Volibear, because it does give you a lot of team fight utility, and you can continue to try and force. You get a bunch of ultimates, plus you get super low cooldowns if you're trying to have sustain with your W. Here we go, though. First tower for FlyQuest is taken down, and they escort Power of Evil back out. So FlyQuest still looking for these plays, trying to get some gold back for themselves off of the map on the other side.
Of course, we are still at a 5,000 gold difference here, though yes, it has plateaued. That is a number you're happy to have, pressed in the 17-minute mark here for Top Esports. They are 4 times their LPL average. They are certainly running over this one right now. Third Drake spawns in just a minute. And FlyQuest persistent damage a little bit low here, so an Ocean Soul is brewing in the next 6 minutes, and it's going to be hard for FlyQuest to knock down any of the Top Esports players if they do grab that one. We'll wait to see as the mid-game looms just exactly how these fights are going to look, because right now FlyQuest, yeah, that gold graph has moved pretty steadily down and right more and more under TES's favor.
And I expect it to continue in that way. But if you're trying to hope for the upset here in one of these team fights, one of the greatest tools that FlyQuest have drafted themselves is the range of their crowd control. Lilia E into an R for a sleep can set up the long-range follow-up there from Jhin, Thresh, and Syndra. Extremely long-range pick potential from FlyQuest. The problem is that TES have so much vision control that it makes it very difficult for you to pull off one of those plays and for the team to be separated, because if there are the rest of the members of Top Esports there, even if you snare somebody, it's going to be hard to take them down.
We go. Dragon setup is here. The ward control very obviously in TES's favor, and they're just going to knock this one down. Karsa's there on spawn. Control wards pretty much everywhere. I believe that one's not in the brush in the pit. It doesn't really matter. There isn't vision there regardless.
Yeah.
So even the best, the very best in the world can make small mechanical mistakes, but not enough to matter here. We are 5 minutes from Ocean Soul to the 5,000 gold lead. TES looking to open up their World Championship with a commanding win.
And now, if you want to do strategy from the easy side of the match, Freak,
yeah.
The giant lead that TES does have, they're well positioned to play the entire map at once here. Teleports are coming back up for both their solo laners. Knight and 369 both can easily gain control in side lanes. And what you want to do is push in these minion waves that allow you to collapse into the FlyQuest jungle, thereby cutting off all forms of income for FlyQuest besides the minions that will trickle through to them. And that way you increase your lead while safely waiting for your big payout of your Ocean Soul. If you want to get more spicy, though, you can always go for dives and try and flex your giant lead that you've got.
Bone Pudding knocked off. You can see Solo playing the defensive side of this one-on-one, but he's down to about 70% health, so not going to have it easy time unless his turret is active. And part of that fight in a 2v1. Ward control coming through again and again for TES to make sure 369 is safe to split push. Control will keep coming down. The invisible ones have been dropped in that jungle as well, and FlyQuest do their best to try to sweep that vision away. Maybe at one point Santorin can make his way down without being spotted, but there is a 2-level jungle difference now off of Karsa getting so much farm as we've gotten into the mid-game. It's going to be tough for those fights to even go well.
Yeah, honestly, as I said before, I think the best hope for FlyQuest is Santorin continuing to throw out these seeds as Top Esports, if they decide to try and play the whole map like we're talking about, to try and starve you out, push all 3 lanes, then you just keep fishing with your seeds, try and find a pick on one of the members that is furthest up, and there we go.
That is a hook. That is Cleanse not doing enough. He could go to sleep, but there's not going to be enough of a re-engage. It's going to be easily blocked shots right here, and he kites away because Knight could have hit him with the E. So no kills coming across. Mid lane turret's still going to fall, and that was one of their best chances. FlyQuest coming and making that play happen, but all they get is a burned Quicksilver Sash.
Yep, they're still proactive though, looking for those possible opportunities. And I really like to see the cooldowns immediately expended when they do have a possible pick here. Even with Karsa being able to escape that one, FlyQuest do try and fight back for themselves. TES though, the Baron is up. Oh, teleport, so they're going for the 2v1 on Solo.
Here comes the big fight right now. Solo cannot get out, gets away from the damage, but there's still a 2v1 as Knight wants the easy kill, claims it there. As a 2-on-1 kill comes down to the bottom side, these solo laners will not be stopped. They're both deathless.
And they could probably get this turret as well. You take down Volibear, nobody else is in position here to really rotate quickly over to defend it. So that is a well-spent teleport from TES to get not only a kill, but the objective afterwards.
There's a nice hook, there's a nice play backwards. Gonna be slowed up for a bit. The punch comes across, and now it's time to run away. And there's just not enough damage to kill a support without Aftershock, without a completed tank item. They just can't do enough damage. FlyQuest is bleeding out the map more and more. It's 5 turrets to 1, it's 10 kills to 2. The gold lead of nearly 8,000 continues to grow.
Here we go, we get another look. Hextech Ultimatum is used to lock Solo in place long enough for the teleport channel to continue. You see Knight using it from the top side of the map as soon as they did see the Cinder sowing on that minion wave, and knowing that they have this pretty much in the bag there, no skill shot missed.
Not a single one. So, mid-game going well so far, almost 22 minutes in. Ocean Soul in a minute and a half. And the gold lead has gotten worse every single time. I kind of punctuate it. Every dragon comes up, how far is the lead? Oh, it's getting worse than last time. Okay, maybe the last fight was when you wanted to win. And Ocean Soul is now 80 seconds away, and FlyQuest, unfortunately, not showing any signs of being able to stop those team fights.
Yeah, and you can pull off a similar play to like we just saw from Top Esports in multiple ways. You don't have to use Hextech Ultimatum into teleport to pull off the 2v1. You can easily gain control of mid lane, push it out first, and have him just hover behind 369. You kind of trail the other split pusher. Currently, though, they do play the 1-3-1. A Knight on bottom side, pushing in that bottom minion wave, prepping it for themselves. And you see the Yanja here just sweeping and sweeping again. He's doing his homework. He's doing the dirty work here, clearing all of the wards, making sure that everything leading up to this Ocean Soul is in their favor.
Lantern forward, going to bring their jungler to safety as the bottom jungle now begins to belong to Top Esports. A bit of poke comes through, can't quite knock off the edge of Night Veil, but PoE will lose his Banshees. Majanki love Q, and the contest for the bot river begins. 20 seconds till the spawns, teleports come in. It's time for the fight, the 5-on-5 that somehow FlyQuest must find a way to win. Top Esports, though, in such commanding position. Knight waiting in a brush. Here comes the play. The dunk backwards brings in Solo. You can jig at the big stun across the front lines. That's going to be a stopwatch burned already. Knight still safe. Finds Solo. Finds the first kill. Time for number 2. Gets it as well. A double kill now for the LPL MVP. Gets in a wild turtle. Gets right back out. A clean 2 for 0, and Drake is ready to be claimed.
Yeah, that's going to be Ocean Soul for Top Esports. See how quickly they can try and push in. Wild Turtle does follow it up with a snare, but there's just no damage left here for FlyQuest to try and capitalize. Sustaining 2 deaths here on both frontline members. They cannot commit to any further fights.
And Top Esports going to claim that Ocean Soul, going to claim the jungle for good measure. Wild Turtle gets 8 gold, killing a Raptor. Nicely done. You got it back there, but honestly, this has been keyboard diff, hand diff, and even macro diff this entire game.
And we did hear, you know, from Solo in the video right before this matchup, his main focus was on learning from these top teams here at Worlds. Let's take another look at the replay, though. Knight, they had just swept that brush, so you knew nobody was in there. Yanja does get the ultimate into the Facebreaker, double stun for himself. And Knight kills Solo there after ulting over into the wall, saves the Shroud so that while he follows over into the rest of the members of FlyQuest, he has the relative safety of the Shroud, picks up the second kill for himself without really overextending or needing to use his flash again.
You can see the XP difference, of course. The gold one's easy to see in the top of the scoreboard. Thank you for the XP pop as well. Obviously, Top Esports earning more gold and XP income here as well. They've now got a ton of extra regen as well, making fights harder. Now, a one-shot pick can still happen. Realistically, if you're gonna burn someone down from full to dead in 2 seconds, you're not getting much out of Ocean Soul, but that's kind of the only sort of team fight, or only sort of battle FlyQuest can find for themselves. Jackliv playing safely enough, though, and look at this, a 2-man attempt. Set jungle very, very tanky. Graves no problem as well. Solo wants in on a 369. He'll get himself the shield, and the rest of the squad is coming across, but a well-aimed hook shot gets him away. 369 completely safe, still deathless. He's on 2.5 items. No problem at all in the side lane as the rest of TES show up to claim this Baron. And it's still inside a Fog of War. Finally, Scar's Bloom burn. Now here comes the attempt for the fight. TP comes in for 369. And will they disengage or will they play this one as well? A stun's going to find him down to half HP. Ocean Soul will not reach until you deal damage to somebody, so knocks on a ward, gets some health back up now. Baron is still being leashed. Karsa still hitting it. It's getting lower and lower. He can go for the smite pretty soon. Can Centaurn get his way in? Does not have flash. Here comes the team fight as well, though. On the front, they shut down Knight. Onto the back lane we go. Sleep on the Gen.G, the Baron. Not going to be picked up, so it's a 1-for-0. The flash in. Turtle finds out the kill, but it's a 2-for-1 so far. In comes 369, and he's going to want kill number 2. On to kill number 3. One more for Jacula, finds it. The 3-for-2 team fight now, and it's time for FlyQuest to run. They stop the Baron, but the team fight still goes to top Esports.
Ocean Soul giving so much sustain to top Esports that after losing those 2 kills, they can still return to the Baron here. Jungler dead on the side of FlyQuest. Definitely a valiant effort from FlyQuest fighting off that Baron into the Ocean Soul, and they don't have too many choices left. They're still going to throw another Hail Mary here as PoE comes around the side to try and check.
Jacula looks to spot out Power of Evil. He knows that Syndra is flashless and has to walk away in a 2 versus 1. He's still chasing. 2 autos will kill, by the way. He's running quickly with the Yomus, but as the squad comes around, Centaurn blocks him away. Knight gonna not find this either, but Karsa able to very slowly knock down this one, picks it up. No sneaky W's from this one. Wild Turtle will not get that steal as the Baron goes over in top Esports and continue to claim just about everything in this game.
And while all the analysts, you know, completely expecting this domination from top Esports, I think it is necessary that we do see this performance in game number 1, because I definitely saw a decent amount of fans actually starting to lose faith in the LPL just off of LGD's performance in the play-ins.
Yeah.
But very clearly, as everyone was saying, not related to the entire region, not related to top Esports. Firing on all cylinders here, performing at the very top. Let's take a look here, though, FlyQuest, because considering the gold deficit that they are in and facing the Ocean Soul, look at how they actually play this team fight to acquire a couple kills for themselves. So, Karsa, with the Ocean Soul, knows he can just keep leashing this Baron. They're looking for the opening to try and get one of these key members here for FlyQuest, and once Knight decides to go in, he just gets immediately popped by Power of Evil. And that's one of the big plays here for FlyQuest that make this as close as it even was. Turtle then flashing in. 369 says, I've got a flash too. Immediately flash follows to get that stun onto Turtle. In exchange here, we're back to live with the Baron buff.
That was really clean. The hookshot flash, get it around Ignar. Oh, Turtle keep him in there. Says, hold on. I'll clear you support first, then I'll finish you off later, and gets them all for it. That was beautiful. Now Solo dropped dangerously low. Gets a shield, walks away, but he's almost tower diveable. Top lane's gonna fall for sure. Inhibitor laid bare on the top side. Knight still splitting in the bottom lane. Level 16 on the Akali. Very dangerous down there as top Esports looks to close this game out in about 30 minutes right here. 13,500 gold lead. Ocean Soul Baron buff still on for a minute and change. As Knight is just unanswerable. No one can handle this champion. Now into the top side, a bit of a root. 369 wants it again. That is a large chunk of health down. Immunes it with the ulti. Now on towards the damage. They will just barely knock him down. A 1-for-0. The re-engage on the Gen.G. They should knock him down as well. He flashes. Is it going to be enough? He dukes away. He's degenning and he will burn down Ludenzek with the last hit. So it's a 5v3 inside the base. But FlyQuest have already lost 2 inhibitors. The re-engage comes in. They knock off Karsa's shield. They won't get much more for this one. And top Esports still feel very safe. Knight could 1v2 this easily.
Yeah, and they are surrounded by minions as well for FlyQuest. So the Baron buff here on 3 members of TES, they're still confident to keep up the pressure. 1 inhibitor left standing here for FlyQuest as they make another good counter punch to try and force CS out of the base, but Knight's not done.
Yeah, it goes all the way back to his Shroud. Nice little play there. It's just for good measure. Just want to test you. Maybe burn a Summoner. Nothing? That's fine. Out we go. Easy wave clear. Let's reset and play for the next one. Baron's going to time out in 15 seconds. Ocean Soul lives forever. And hey, as the recalls come through and the respawns come up, Elder Dragon's in 12 seconds.
All right, so this is it. Do FlyQuest try and throw everything at this Elder Dragon?
Yes.
And just gamble the game? Because if you don't gamble the game, you have like a 0.1% chance to win by hoping for a big mistake inside the base.
Yeah.
But it's a lot bigger there around the Elder Dragon, which we'll get to after the replay. Here is them trying to take advantage. They got 2 members focused down from TES and were able to fend them off for a little while. But time is not in FlyQuest's favor because of the super minions that are going to be swarming into the base. They just have to rush it. You know, this is a very bad position to be in, but you have to force.
Well, mid's been pushed in, so Knight could just go to end the game into the mid lane and force the retreat out from the squad as there's a lot of brushes to hide in. Cars are going to walk around, starts the Elder Dragon, and time is getting low. Time is getting lower and lower. A big pick right there, nearly knocks down 1. Knight's coming across with a flank. Already Centaurn is gone. How about the re-engage? Ignar Ignar flashing over the wall. Knight is on the chase. He's going to find some marks. He's going to find some gold. He's going to find some kills. There's the unstoppable kill for Karsa. Solo's next up on the board. He's not going to survive this one. Knight's going to be in range for a Q in a second. Gets with the auto attack and a 3-for-0 cleanly and easily in the FlyQuest jungle. It's time for Top Esports to close this game out the way people expected. A commanding victory over FlyQuest. Top Esports, the tournament favorites. 369 dives on the fountain for good measure. KDA Stacks trying to come through. He will die again to the fountain. The 30th member for FlyQuest will find a single kill, but Wild Turtle is left alone to watch as his base will drop, the turrets will fall, and with 1 HP left, even the AD carry will live. The shots come through. They're not going to matter. Top Esports start the World Championship group stage with a dominating win over FlyQuest.
Last year, Knight was the greatest player not to attend Worlds yet. And congratulations now, as you are both at Worlds and undefeated.
I will say, he is now the best player at Worlds, most likely for Knight's sake. Congratulations there. We will probably see many more of these over the weeks in the days to come, as they're going to go ahead and bow to the audience and maybe walk over and fist bump FlyQuest. We'll see. Still an incredibly well-played game. The top lane 1v1 around level 4 was obviously very, very good. 369 did a great job there. Karsa showed up for round 2. They continued their domination, and then as the game split up, FlyQuest had some decent looks. They had some good moments. They would pile onto one champion, kill them with Syndra ult, found a couple of decent team fights, but it was never really close. I believe a single turret was taken all game long. The second Rift Herald, no Drakes, no Barons. The macro game very obviously belonged to Top Esports.
Yeah, Top Esports did a really good job with the advantages that they're able to earn through their individuals. Top 1v1, 4-3-6-9, earning the solo kill, burning the flash off of Solo, then calls Karsa, hey, this is a juicy attempt right here, slip in for a lane gank, there's nothing that he's going to be able to do about it, and after that big opening from the top side of the map, they pry open this game. Karsa also, one of the biggest things that he does is pays very close attention to the lane states for the rest of his lanes. He went and pushed out the lane for Knight to allow Knight to then roam over for their next objective.
Yep, and it just kept going better and better from there. That gold graph, basically a straight line forward and forward and forward for Top Esports. So well done to them. Let's take another look at Top's Mercedes drive to victory. The skirmish in the river at about 9 minutes into this one.
All right, getting back into this. This was the Ignar roam that we were talking about. Big hook for him. They get the combo. They get Knight extremely low. But even with that stun landing, nobody else in range to finish him off. And he has this flat, the roam from Jackie Love to be able to come in with the heal for himself as well. Then Karsa chasing down Power of Evil, with Yanja flashing over to finish that one off as well. It is just an example of how TES were able to even punish some of these aggressive looks that FlyQuest were looking for. When FlyQuest are trying to find a way back into this game, you know, through a big play from Thresh trying to set something up for themselves, TES were immediately there to react.
Yeah, so an interesting game, of course. It does set the stage. Top Esports are a team to be reckoned with. I was still kind of pleasantly surprised by FlyQuest's willingness to still fight and find individual moments. Yes, this game was kind of doomed from the very beginning as you saw the fights play out, but they did show some looks. Always happy to see a team not just die and bleed their base out. So we'll see how they play against the other two teams in this group. Now, of course, we are going to wait for our next game. You can listen to Rise on the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify.
Best world song.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push to the end. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk as we look ahead to our second game of the day, which is DRX versus the play-in heroes of the Unicorns of Love. Now, starting off with DRX, of course, the second seed coming out of the LCK, but after the whooping they got from DAMWON in the finals, maybe there are a couple of question marks. Verius, though, you still believe in them.
The consensus around DRX seems to be that they should actually be the third seed from the LCK. They're actually the weakest representative, and that this roster is basically Chovy plus friends. I am personally of the opinion that this team is actually so much stronger than just Chovy, and by all means, Chovy, exceptionally talented. Probably the second best mid laner at this tournament after Knight. Yep. Maybe even comparable. Well, hopefully we get to see them play very soon. But like, the main point is that I think that this team with a good draft is actually very calm, very calculated, and they know how to play with a lead very well.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, there's a bit of arguments around the pause they had against Gen.G. They were down 2-1. So, but looking at the lineup in general, it's just kind of parts of Griffin as well. You've got Dora and you've got Chovy, you've got CV Max, their coach. But yeah, I mean, this team is still strong, second seed from the LCK. I think that they definitely deserved it. I think they played pretty well.
Yeah, for people who may not be familiar with it, of course, the old Longzhu to Kingzone Dragon X, now DRX, and that's the organization that comes out of the LCK as the second seed. In this first game, they can immediately prove themselves, but they are up against the Unicorns of Love. Now, of course, the Unicorns of Love is a team we know very well here in Europe, and they still have a lot, I would say, of the spirit of what we saw of them in the EU LCS, but now, of course, the second time that an LCL team manages to qualify for the main stage of Worlds, and the first time that UOL makes it.
Yeah, they're certainly a very exciting team to watch. We already talked about them during the pre-show, but a lot of what is exciting about this team is their innovation and creativity when it comes to things like the draft. We're seeing all kinds of crazy picks from them. We're seeing things like the Vayne mid. We're seeing sometimes we're getting like all kinds of crazy stuff in the bot lane, the Swain in the bot lane as well. Like the fact that they're willing to try all this innovative stuff. And on top of that, they're also just very good. Like they stomp Supermassive in their best of 5. They have strong individual players. We know that players like Gadget can carry when in a deficit. Like they seem to have the whole package. Yeah,
they're very creative, and I think that's the big thing. They love skirmishes. I mean, they've shown us the Ziggs, they've shown us the Orianna bot, they've shown us a Swain, but I think they've got way more up their sleeve for sure, especially in mid with the cast and stuff like this. And just in general, I mean, if you look at them last year as well, even with a different bot lane, they were bringing out things like the Heimerdinger in the best of 5 against Splice for the qualifier. But now they finally made it. It's best of ones. I think that's their comfort zone.
It might very well be, but also on the side of DRX, they also have huge champion pools. CV Max has been touted as kind of the crazy professor as well, and the guy who can pull together these incredible drafts with that, but it's not always been perfect for DRX also in that regard. So maybe they got thrown off guard by everything that the Unicorns of Love could throw at them.
Well, so this is it, right? One of the biggest criticisms that DRX has had is their drafting, especially when you look at the finals. Like, the fact that they got stomped so hard by DAMWON was by and large due to the champions that they were picking. And I think that when you go up against a team like the Unicorns of Love, you've got this team that's incredibly innovative. They're willing to play all kinds of crazy stuff. Meanwhile, DRX has like had question marks around what they're going to bring into these best of ones. Now, the LCK do have a history of doing very well in group stages. You always have to remember that as well. But it does lead to some interesting conversations as to what are we even going to see in this best of one.
Yeah, I think that's what just, you know, usually you wouldn't say that the team from the Plains is going to be able to beat the second seed from the LCK, and we're not saying that. It just seems like there's so many variables. You have faith?
I have faith in you. The craziness might catch DRX off guard. DRX was slumping a little bit towards the end of the playoffs as well. So, I mean, they went 3-2 against Gen.G, so obviously there is a big difference between DAMWON and the second and third seed coming out the LCK, but damn, I'm hyped for UOL.
You are hyped for UOL. Well, there is a certain thing that we EU fans remember called UOL magic, but we will see magic doesn't always win you games. Let's talk about that mid lane matchup. I think Nomans is one of the people you have to talk about on Unicorns of Love, who's also one of the people who can have a very deep champion pool and throw something unexpected at you. But as said, he's going up against the focal point of DRX. Everything is funneled into him, the man to do it for the team, Chovy.
Yeah, I mean, you have two sort of different players here. You have Chovy, who you would regard as one of the best mids in the world, but then you look at Nomans, and he has so many creative picks, and I think he was the standout mid for me in the play-ins. I think that he was creative, he had the confidence, just pick casted in 2 bans, busted out 10 kills in the games, and you're looking at like someone who's coming off a lot of confidence in play-ins, someone who's very creative versus someone who is renowned as one of the best mids in the world.
I think that this mid matchup is going to be really interesting because Chovy is really insane.
Yeah.
Like his movement in lane, like the way he moves around the map, his team fighting is just, it's all like precise is the word I always use to describe him, because it feels like that the man doesn't have a fault when he gets onto the Rift. And it makes it so enjoyable to watch, which means that Nomanz is inherently going to be up against the challenge. And Chovy is no stranger to the international stage. He did come here last year with Griffin, and they faltered, they struggled. And I think that he has a lot to prove. He wants to showcase that he can compete with the best, and he's going to have a very challenging mid lane opponent in Knights later on in his group. So I'm excited to see what he brings out today. I think that it's going to be very
first he has to get past Nomanz. What are you talking about?
I think that this is much more of an uphill battle for Nomanz, and I think that this is where Nomanz can see where he stacks up, because in my eyes, Chovy is up there with the best mids.
And I think a very interesting thing to note is, if you look at Piosik, he has one of the lowest jungle proximities at all the jungles at Worlds, and especially in mid, he's never around mid. You can see the stats itself, like he's always looking at side lanes, or he's never really anywhere, he's just farming. So if you look at Nomanz as well, he has a very high jungle proximity, and I think that if you look at lots of LCK teams, you can see they try to camp mid, they try to shut down Chovy, and Chovy doesn't get that much support from his jungle, so hopefully they've learned they need to play through Chovy, play through mid, and just make sure he's safe against Nomanz. Make sure he can go aggressive, make sure he can get the dives.
Is that what could be an opportunity? Of course, when we look at DRX, fourth best early game team in the LCK. That might sound bad, but like they have DAMWON and they have a Gen.G ahead of them. They are not that good in the early game objectives specifically, but they do still win their games. But is that an opportunity for the Unicorns of Love?
It could very well be. I think that when I look at the LCK, especially when I look at Gen.G and DRX specifically, they are clean, they are precise. And I think that is something that the LCK have had for them for a very long time, because they understand the game very well. The easiest way to disrupt that is introduce chaos, introduce skirmishing, introduce a willingness to fight, and that is something that Unicorns will do. The question is, if you make that mistake, they will punish you for it. So you've got to be creating this chaos cleanly. It's got to be clean chaos from the Unicorns.
It's got to be chaos, and I think if you look at the LCK, historically, they were a slow-paced region, but now over the last year or so, G2 smashing down one last year, I think that gave them a wake-up call as well, and I think there's been a lot more skirmish-heavy fights throughout the year in the LCK. I think it's just brought more sort of meta-oriented picks as well, and I think it's something that's train them for this kind of game against UOL.
It's a great point. We want to see what the kind of new look of the LCK is, and the first team we're going to see is DRX, and we'll also see if the Unicorns of Love magic continues in the group stage as they face off against DRX in our second game.
Hello and welcome back to Worlds 2020 for the second game of the day. Unicorns of Love facing off against DRX, and let it be known, they are just DRX. Dragon X no longer their name. Just want, for those of you talking about them online, it's just the three-letter name, kind of like TSM. Now, regardless, it's an exciting battle here between a team that has finally made it to Worlds. They have failed so many times in the play-in stage. You think back to about a year ago at the MSI play-ins, you had the same 5 players, Unicorns of Love, back when they were Vega Squadron, and they lost 2-3 to Fengvu Buffalo. Then you see them at Worlds just last year, and they lose 2-3 just barely to Splice, but now they are here. Unicorns of Love, this 5-man roster are here, ready to rock, and they are against a tough opponent here in DRX.
Yeah, and there's a reason the Analyst Stats is talking about the mid lane, because it was so hyped for No Man's, with the Kassadin picks and blind picking a lot as well in play-ins. But going up against Chovy, definitely a much different story, super hyped up. I'm super excited to see actually how Champ Select goes, especially for the mid lane here, because as they mentioned as well, Pyosik, 17% jungle proximity towards mid lane, an incredibly low percentage for him. Chovy actually does a lot of this work on his own.
Yeah, and speaking of players that I think are really outstanding and doing a lot of work, I want to give a lot of credit to the support on DRX. Keria, I think he's really, really awesome. 17 years old. His birthday's, I believe, in 2 weeks. So stay tuned for that one. It'll be like a quarterfinals birthday present if they win that one. Rough timing right there. But DRX picked him up as a trainee when he was 16 years old back at the end of 2018 and said, look, we're going to hold on to you because you are such a talent. You are such a prodigy. We are going to convert you the second you're able to. Came into the 2020 season, and DRX has been really good since then. Deft, I think, is one of the all-time greats down to the bottom lane. His lane mate, that is a player I will always give love and respect to, the biggest veteran on that roster. That dual lane, I think, combines to a lot. And Keria has 21 unique champions played this split, the most of any player at Worlds. I am in love with this support player. And speaking of champion pools, that is a Swain bot lane ban.
Yeah, exactly. Gadget has been extremely flexible, definitely targeting him here because he has played the mages on bottom side, the Orianna as well. I do think that despite playing a lot of these mages and flexing around there for Unicorns of Love, the Twitch was his real standout champion, hard carrying with that combination. As we saw, Twitch Recon can be very explosive engages for teams as well, but it's so difficult to draft against Unicorns of Love because of the variations that they still throw out here. Meanwhile, we do have some more of the standard bans there, the Lucian solo lane ban taken away as well, and the Sylas popping up on top.
Yeah, exciting stuff to see right here. Definitely important to ban away the Lucian from Chovy. It garnered another 77% ban rate against him in the postseason. Very strong champion there. Orianna, by the way, is the primary ban that LCL teams put up against Unicorns of Love because that is actually a flex pick between those two players. There was an interview that Gadget gave about the Swain saying, hey, this team has really bad backline access or like really bad burst, so I can just simply play Swain and kind of drain tank the entire team. It's why I play this champion. Orianna is the one that LCL teams know to fear because it goes between those two players. We'll see now what comes through into this draft is, of course, there's a lot of champions you can play out there and only a few that can be banned away and picked in any single game. Renekton got to be very contested between these two champions. It's the most played by far for Boss the top lane and right up there for Doran as well.
And Doran definitely has been another one that people have been looking at as a possible way to play against DRX. So Boss taking this up very early on means he will have a pretty strong lane matchup for himself, despite it being blind. Not a lot of great answers into Renekton here. So DRX focusing on their bottom side. They grab up the Ashe here for Deft immediately. And even though there have been so many champions played by Keria, I have really liked him most on the long-range supports. The Lux, the Morgana, the Enchanters for himself. So trying to pair one of those with Ashe to have a really strong lane phase for themselves could be a pretty good angle to go for.
I'm not going to see it just yet, but I agree it's fun to see range supports in the mix as well. I'm partial to them, but we get Nidalee coming through as the prime jungle pick. Hecarim, the only other one kind of sitting out there as a top 4 jungler, I would say, in Worlds right now, but Nidalee going to be grabbed up. Of course, Graves still available for Anonisic. Otherwise, he's going to play something like Trundle or down the tier list into like Kha'Zix and Lee Sin. So Pyosik taking away probably the strongest / most comfortable jungler Nunasik could play here.
And Pyosik, definitely his pathing has been a little bit suspect at times, ever since they transitioned from him being on initiation jungles over to the current meta of the carry junglers. But going against Evelynn, you do want to have a heavy invade, looking for trying to punish her early on, as Ananasek on this champion has definitely had some success for himself as well. Let's see what they want to go with here on bottom side, answering the Ashe. Jin picked up for Gadget, does give you that long range snare, which can be devastating when you have an Evelynn jungle for yourself. You can set her up to land the full charm charge for herself.
Ornn the Hover right now, an incredibly successful champion during the play-in stage, was banned against solo at the end of the very first draft, and now picked up here for Doran. Not his most played, he is really partial to fighters, but if you're going for taking a win right here, I like putting your maybe weakest member on tank duty, letting him survive a connected matchup. Yeah, you can't easily itemize because there's an AP jungler in Evelynn who can show up and try to farm you, but he is going to be there for the team fights, and honestly, I'm trusting that Deft's Ashe can have plenty of team fight damage output.
Yeah, I definitely think that DRX should be expecting some topside focus here already, considering the drafts and considering Boss here wanting to try and abuse that Doran pick of the Ornn. But obviously, Ornn is picked for the team value that he brings, upgrading items, big gold power spikes towards the level 14, and the team fight initiation.
So Relia dropping off the table, just trying to get rid of the big playmakers off of Chovy right there, because of course, I mean, unless you really think Ornn Sports is gonna happen, and to be fair, in the 21 games 21 champions he's played, none of them have been Ornn support, so that seems unlikely to go to Keria. You're like, all right, we are banning these away from the mid laner here. Now we need a support to be locked up. It looks like they're gonna give Chovy counterpick down there, and Pantheon to play aggressively in the bot lane might be the possibility.
Yeah, Unicorn's trying to ban away some of the AD solo laners because of the Nidalee jungle there and Ornn topside. That's what DRX are going to try and go to kind of even out their profile here. Support Pantheon, definitely super powerful. Huge amounts of crowd control here set up for DRX for possible picks, for setting up this Nidalee to try and have some lane influence as well.
Now, Azir and Twisted Fate were Chovy's most played champions in the summer split and onwards of the LCK. Those have both been nerfed since playoffs. They are objectively weaker champions. I think totally still viable, totally worth picking, and if he's comfortable, they can still be the carries for him. But those are what he played, and these are the things that UOL have chosen to leave up. I think a lot of it being the read that you mentioned the AP jungle top, but also just because they said, hey, they're not as strong. We think the pool is different this time around. Orianna gets to come through. They get to see the bot lane matchup as this Pantheon Ashe, and they say, I personally don't like Blitzcrank in this one, but Alistar can look really good.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a lot better. Huge possibilities for team fights if you do lock in the Alistar. Obviously, very well known for combos with Orianna with the shockwave delivery. You can WQ or QW in. And the Evelynn also is pretty good at passing off the ball for some little sneaky plays for himself as well. I do think, again, though, there still is going to be a decent amount of focus towards this top side of the map for Unicorns heading into it. And bottom side, they're going to look to have some roaming possibilities from the Pantheon. Now, possibly, yeah, still can flex the Pantheon in the set if they really want to, but I would expect it to be Pantheon support set jungle. They can definitely flop those back and forth, though. Pantheon jungle is very viable.
Well, Chovy right now looking at the hover on set mid. He's played it 5 times already. Nidalee's probably not moving around, to be fair. I've made those mistakes dozens of times, no worries. But yeah, set mid coming through, so it's a really big front line. It is a lot of tanks and a lot of engage, relying on Deft as the primary damage output of the team. Nidalee's pretty much always going to build Athene's second item. She turns into a support in the mid to late game in most situations. Do I think Deft can do it? Absolutely. This man is phenomenal. He's got 7 years of competitive League of Legends experience at the LCK and higher, so yes, I think it's going to happen for him, but it's a comp that is really built around Deft being the only primary carry in team fights. Meanwhile, there are a lot of threats, and these threats can get on the Ashe, which can be scary on the UOL side.
And I'm really excited, actually, now that it does settle. I remember they have the Nidalee already for jungle. The solo lane coming in there for the Pantheon. Going to be super, or excuse me, the support setup that they can have for, you know, double stuns, setting up with the Ashe Arrows as well.
Right, that's going to be a big one. So we'll look to see what the bot lane focus can look like, because I don't think you want to gank for Ornn or set that much overall. But yeah, going into the Ashe Pantheon lane with Nidalee, that seems very volatile and very easy to get kills on. So DRX, we'll see what they can do. A lot of the buzz around them has been somewhat negative. They kind of narrowly got into the LCK finals and got that second seed. If people are expecting any LCK falloff, DRX are one of those teams that are named on the list of teams that may falter down here. But I still think they're a very, very good team. I'm a big fan of the bot lane. I'm a big fan of Chovy as well. And Unicorns of Love, finally, as these players, the second time an LCL team has made their way to the group stage. And the last time that happened, they made quarterfinals, taking down a bunch of upsets on the way. So I do want to see if Unicorns of Love can live up to the reputation of Albus Nox Luna and turn a bunch of heads and take down teams that people don't think they'd be able to, as we are out of the Rift for Game 2 of the World's group stage. And we round out our games for today in this group.
Yeah, Unicorns, they've talked so much about, you know, making it into the group stage of Worlds, but they don't just want to be here. The reason they were so frustrated about not making it into the group stage last time around because of the damage that they can do once they are here. So now on the World stage here in the main event, want to see them make it happen. I've been definitely excited about the play-in stage performances, especially from Gadget down there on the bottom side of the map, so we'll see if they can lock anyone up.
It's a little bit of early poke coming across, but the recall is going to come through in time. We don't have any aggressive warding coming across, and no really big stabs. There's a single ward from DRX in the bottom river, a very similar one from Unicorns of Love in the top river, and that'll spot if there's any vertical jungling going on or late invades. And at about 25 seconds on the clock right there, you'll see if there are any, and looks like no one's doing much of anything. A couple of pings towards the bot lane tri-brush, DRX knowing if they should be afraid or not. But looks like we're going to have pretty much a leashless topside start for Pyosik, so neither top lane nor bot lane going to give away where the jungler started. Deft wanted to poke into this one and just crosses paths with Gadget. That trinket ward, though, is good because it means if Evelynn goes for a really heavy clear, like red into Krugs, they'll know about it, but she's not taking that path.
Yeah, and kind of we were talking about in Champ Select of heading towards this Pantheon, towards the Pantheon support here because of the guaranteed stun. Whenever you have Nidalee jungle, you're looking for those point-and-click stuns to set up your spears to have truly effective ganks. Pyosik is going to do one of his full clears here, goes red up into Krugs, and will transition down towards that bottom side. But look at Ananase, already going down, just blue buff to buff here down to red to make sure he can secure these on Evelynn, expecting some of those possible invades coming from the Nidalee because you have so much CC possibilities from both the mid and bottom lanes.
I don't believe the trinket ward that was put down spotted him as he crossed past the Raptor camp, but this ward here, look at the timing. Gadget spotting out, hey, trinket went down, I'm going to clear this, no worries. Sweeper start on the Jhin, and this means theoretically they don't know for sure where Ananasik is. However, the hawkshot comes through, reveals that red buff is gone, blue buff is gone, and he's not on chickens or the Gromp, so he must be on Krugs right now. So they can deduce it regardless, and they know Evelynn's bot side.
And this is such a strong performance already coming out from Deft and Keria, who, yes, in the beginning of summer, they were extremely strong for DRX, but they did start to fall off towards the end. You know, Deft had the back injury that they were talking about a lot. So it's really nice to see that being a point of power for this team. Huge CS lead as they bully the Unicorns bottom lane under the tower, trying to force them to miss CS, continually fighting over this extra vision. And now Pyosik keeping the Evelynn out.
What a read. Saw him come down, jumps in for the damage. Big chunk down. Ananasik already at 200 HP. And Javelin puts him at 100, and this jungle is taken over. Now, thankfully, there are no camps to steal away, but Pyosik can show up behind this turret. And as the CS is 8-23, bot lane is having a really hard time right now for UOL.
Yeah, this is definitely a kingdom here for Dragon X. They want to leave Doran up on the top side without any sort of interaction and force all of these fights down onto the bottom half of the map. continued renewal of the wards through the red quadrant of Unicorn's jungle as well will allow these invades from Piosek to continue to find purchase. Landing that spear was huge, chunking down Ananasek and forcing him up into the top half of the map, where he's able to find the respawn on those Krugs, so they have a little bit of extra experience in it.
Decent amount. It's going to be a roughly level 3 spawn of those, so good XP and gold picked up right there, but already a 400 to 500 gold difference for DRX. No big recalls coming across just yet. Just Orin reforging his items, Boss taking an early recall. Just to get an extra Doran's Blade and fight for that one, but you can see every single lane all down the line. You've got leads for DRX in the early game. Unicorn so far not standing up.
And look at this, Ananasek just is so lost right now, you know, after the invades. Not a lot of opportunities for him. The last one remaining would be Chovy mid lane, but this is a Ghost Flash set. He's taken double mobility summoner spells for himself to greatly increase the possibilities of navigating through these team fights. I do think the extra attention to mobility for Set pays off really, really huge, and allows him, you know, not to have to go for the phase rush. Here's Ghost popped.
Ghost burn, flashes in, gets into it. That's going to be a lot of damage. Is it going to be enough for the kill? Not just yet. The flash in Piosek. He gets himself first blood. The counter gank is in. The Ananasek forced to run away. Not going to chase for any more than that, but first blood to DRX.
Double mobility summoners in action, Freak. He uses the Ghost to go for the initiation onto No Man's. Then, because he still has the flash, he has the confidence to go for the chunk with his W, setting up Piosek to finish it. Flash burn there from Nidalee to find that kill as well. And Dragon XR crushing the early game.
Lane Kingdom for DRX so far. It's just across the board going a whole lot better. First recalls come through. That is a full Fiendish Codex for Piosek. You would love to see that recall on Nidalee. He is rich with the Red Smite there as well. Ananasek actually still clearing his Shrug before his first back, but this is rough stuff. Double CS in the bot lane. He's running fast. Jovi's going to find that one again. A little bit of a trade right there as No Man's tries to kite back from him. And now we can see a bot lane scuffle, the replay of that in the bottom corner that burned the flash out of Santos.
Yep, Ignite there from Keria as well, used in the attempt to try and focus them down. This bottom lane CS discrepancy going quite well for themselves, and this should be continued invades. You see Chovy pushing the lane, coming to help with the renewal of that vision of those wards here through the red quadrant, allowing a dragon start there from Piosek, even on the recall from their bottom lane. They have full control, and they can start that dragon stacking pretty early on.
And the fact that bot lane is freezing right now is going to be another 6 CS different. It's 16 different right now. It's going to be 22 in about a minute's time right there. DRX got the first shove. As UL shoved it back, Keria delayed his recall just to tame the wave, hold it back, let it stack up, and with the entire extra wave there, is going to deny that 115 gold that they would like to get as Def picks this one up. Keria, he's going to be in lane in time. It's not going to be a big problem for him. He's actually not even going to the bot lane. He didn't even pick up boots. It's double longsword. He's making sure the top jungle's looking good, as Deft is entirely safe under his turret, and Gadget and Sanders are like, Pantheon could still be in the brush technically, and we don't know if the jungler's here, so we're just going to be afraid.
And meanwhile, on the top side, Freak, with all this action on bottom side, Renekton not able to punish the Ornn at all here. Doran doing just fine for himself, actually doing better than that as he builds up the early CS for himself, rushing towards that Sunfire Cape. Bottom side minion wave held in a very good spot. Slow already landed, no flash.
As soon as they walk into the lane, that's going to be a stun's going to be so much damage. No way out. Piosek's already 2-0. A shockwave hits Chovy for a bit of his health, but it's not going to matter. He's still got the shield ready. And just walks away, no problem. 300 HP, more than enough to survive the rest of this. Ananasek gets a camp as the gank from Piosek gets a kill.
And he really needs that level 6 here. Ananasek should be able to get off the red buff and then try and find something. Evelyn really needs that extra burst damage from your ultimate to find you know, one of those kills onto a solo lane, especially considering how tanky the solo lanes are. But bottom lane dominance just continues for DRX. Piosek steals away another red for themselves, and he's roaming around here with Keria. That deadly combination, point and click stun into spear.
Nice little sidestep there by Deft, gets away from the possible route. And so far, Nidalee has been the primary carry. You've got a 2,400 gold lead at 8.5 minutes. So far, we've got back-to-back stomps here at the World Championship group stage right now.
You can look for it again.
Yeah, they're going for round 2. Ashe Arrow is not up, but the Pantheon combo is going to be no problem. He's going to go for the W, gets that on to Alistar, headbutts away, but he's not going to live. Looks for an auto-attack stun, and kill number 3 goes to Pyosik. We knew bot lane was going to be the focus with the CC lane, and it has been.
Beef is still on the menu, Freak. No level 6 for Alistar, no flash for Alistar. You gank that as many times as you please. And DRX continue to get their bottom side focus. Meanwhile, Unicorns, again, with the possibility of top side, focus for them, they have not been able to find anything, even with the jungle split here with the Nanisek trying to, scrounge together some of the jungle leftovers for himself. They haven't been able to get anything out of that top side of the map, and the bottom side is just bleeding over and over for them.
I mean, you mentioned it. You just said it, but to reiterate, there isn't a positive really elsewhere on the map for Unicorns of Love right now. Boss just like, well, okay, our bot lane's losing, and I'm equal farm against Ornn. One of us is better late game as a champion, and it's not the Renekton. This is problematic. The mid laner is farming pretty well. Good job the Nomads, but there's still a kill on the board from ganking his lane. The jungle down 4 camps here as well. It's a rough one. Unicorns of Love got to find themselves in a mid-game team fight where they pick up shutdowns.
All right, minute and 45 seconds here left on the next dragon. They're looking for a mid lane play here first. Nomads does have flash, but Pantheon's so good at going for tower dives. You flash over, go for the point click stun, then you also have the directional immunity to immune those tower shots. And it would be a kill through the flash anyways, so very big that we have the bottom lane roam matched here as Unicorns are able to find that play in waiting and chase off the members that are looking for the kill.
And Pyosik still able to fight for this jungle right now as a ward comes down. Doesn't even have to care about it too much. He takes away the chickens yet again, and we keep this big camp deficit down here. 3,100 becomes the gold lead as Nanisek can't even fight for a small Krug right now. He's afraid of Pantheon signaling more people showing up. Thankfully, he's invisible. He's not hatching that ward just yet. He's running around invisibly, but, well, bot lane's already lost 3 turrets, plates, I should say, and that's without Herald even showing up yet.
All right, we do have the Evelynn wrapping around. This is level 6. Does have a control ward here, watching their back, though, for DRX. So it's going to have to be called off there as they did get that little glimpse. All right, now, Flash is ready for Santos. Does have the possibility of making one of those plays, but man, they have to be worried about so much here, looking for anything to get turned around on them.
Now, I am liking the lane swaps coming out of UOL. As hold on, we got a fight going on. Santos getting a bit low. As the Sunfire Cape got finished for Doran's Ornn and the Merc Treads plus Spectre's Cowl came through for Chovy, with the physical damage top lane and magic damage mid lane, it's really smart for UL to swap the lane so that Renekton can be really favored against MR stacking set, and then vice versa, of course, gonna look good for Orianna. DRX doing their best to match those lanes back up to expectation, of course, as they go back and forth, but it's good of UOL to identify that and try to find something in the mid game.
All right, they're trying to force the play once again, Freak. First time they walked by the control ward, this time around, again, flash ready on Alistar, they can 100% to 0.
And that felt early. He wasn't in range or didn't get the go-ahead to headbutt Pulverize, and ultimately nothing happens. Carry says, all right, we'll walk backwards, no problem here, and walks away from it. Nice javelin for Pyosik. He wants in. You gotta be kidding me. Headbutt Pulverize comes in. Over the top comes the arrow. They just chain stun this poor Evelynn, and it's gonna be a headbutt there. Not gonna matter. 2 kills picked up, 2 on the board for Keria. His rookie year at the World Championship, about to dominate this game now. His boss is on the way out. He TP'd in. It is not going to matter. Ult comes across, and it's a triple kill for Pantheon support.
Ooh, first day of groups, Freak, and we just got massacre after massacre on our hands. DRX are not done. They find the extra kill here. Pyosik is on fire. Dragon will get picked up immediately after for this team, and they've blown it just wide open. Bottom gap is wide.
He read his mind. The javelin came out before the flash. He flashes into it, says thanks for the pounce target. I got you here, and now Chovy in the side lane wants this fight. Nice stun, builds some space, and now Chovy on the chase of Nomads. Dunk comes in for the slow. Thankfully for his teammates, he's around. Nice punch comes in. They'll find not even the charm. He built enough time, but there's got to be enough for the kill. So finally, 1 comes on the board. Unicorns of Love have a scoreboard to at least look at here. The charge will come in just in time to knock down 2 turret plates. A bit of gold to the coffers, but this is going to be a massive comeback effort if UOL want to win this game.
All right, they do get some gold for themselves, though. You know, you got to count your blessings, Freak. They get the kill on the Chovy, they get the turret plates, they get the charm.
And the headbutt pulverize with the shield down, that is way too much of an overstep by a carrier. Can't immune enough damage, and that's going to mean a turret on the board. In fact, it'll be first turret to Unicorns of Love. So yes, the deficit is still large, but big signs of life with a couple of kills coming through.
Exactly what the Unicorns needed to keep their hopes alive. Yes, they are going to have to worry about dragon stacking, and it's going to be really hard to retake control of the bottom half of the map, but blowing that open does give them at least a little bit of money to fund these builds. Renekton going for the Blade of the Ruin King has completed that, and Boss does have Flash. So the threat is not the Renekton on the Ornn. That's actually definitely not where they want him now. They need that Flash onto a high priority target, aka Deft. Trying to get maybe a flank off for themselves. Maybe you can find a Flash there to annihilate him, but a fully charged up with Rage W and a Blade of the Ruin King can spell death in one of those situations. It's up to Unicorns to try and get their vision control back in order so that they could try and pull off, you know, one of those flanks, one of those snares here with the Jhin.
DRX's comp is definitely very aggressive. They've got a lot of good engage tools. Pantheon over the top sets it up. Set can do the same, Ornn can do the same. Nidalee is the only real defense that Deft's Ashe has. Now that and his summoner spells, which to be fair are both up right now. So you mentioned the Ruin King empowered W from Renekton. Maybe Boss can set something up and they can kill Deft. We have seen at least the ability to deal damage and fight from Unicorns of Love. The DRX right now, as you mentioned, Dragon stacking the name of the game. Cloud Soul in this one, so they're going to get some ulti CDR and then move speed to keep stacking this one. That'll let the Ashe kite away pretty easily. We'll let the team just pick their fights. And realistically, to me, the best defense is a good offense. Is the team fight just being set up by Pantheon leading in and Deft following up.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem has just been, you know, bot and jungle domination. Giant CS gap here for most members on DRX. Huge advantages, 2 levels for Pyosik. He's going to annihilate this Rift Herald, and with the outer turrets being softened up right now, they can easily kind of just go through with the domino effect. Here, Chovy can ult.
Backwards to stay safe. Shotgun buys some time. Chovy is going to put up the shield, but he's at half HP. All the ulti cooldowns will come back in time for the dragon fight in 2 minutes. Meanwhile, mid-turret is under fire, and here comes the Ornn Horn. Here comes the engage. A nice headbutt still means it comes through, and that is goodbye to Santos. And right in front of him, they're going to find Boss now as well, able to jump away though and stay alive. Still 1 for 0, and the turret dropped as well. Second charge comes through from the second Rift Herald. And mid lane tier 2 now very dangerously low. Root not gonna land, but still DRX playing aggressively, find another kill.
Yeah, aggressive dive plus tower with the Rift Herald there just blows open the lead once again. And now they can easily go for that reset. They're leaving behind transition wards from bottom side now into top side because the last outer turret remaining here for the top side for Unicorns is going to allow them to return here and pick up the extra easy gold that's still standing.
Oh, they have found the Nanosync. That is a slow. That's a lot of damage. His ulti is down. The flash engage is not quite enough. Can he take down Deft? Yes, the flash does not bring him to safety. So a 1 for 1. Pyosik is here. They find the knockup though. Big damage on the carrier. But now in comes Nidalee. Does she have enough? A double kill for Boss. Chovy's coming around. He's ultiless. Boss waiting for his cooldowns. Gets the big stun, but it's not going to be enough. Pyosik is now dominating. Nidalee is so far ahead, finding a bunch of kills here.
Here comes No Man's though, so Pyosik's got to call this one off. Orion arriving should allow Santos some extra life here. Not going to find the spears as well, so finally we'll get the reset.
All right, bot lane killed versus the top duo killed now as well. A 2 for 2, you got to say, does usually favor UOL, but the shutdowns were already claimed, so it's not going to be that big of a deal regardless. You've still got this 5,000 gold lead, the DRX at 17.5. Next rig spawning soon.
And they know that the Evelynn doesn't have ult from the dive that they just pulled off on bottom side. That's why they go for it. There's the Blade of the Ruin King on the AD carry action that we are setting up though, Freak. That's what I'm talking about. It looks like if Boss is able to get his hands on that priority target, does pull off the double kill, but as you know, ends in his demise, and Keria looking for another play here. Control wards you can see defensively being put down by Unicorns to try and find.
Oh, that is an Ashe arrow. That is the attempt ult away, but not in time. Whew. Goodbye, another pick off and a great shot by Deft. We have a history of Korean AD carries landing great cross-map arrows at Worlds, and Deft just adds another one to it.
Yeah, not necessarily cross-map either.
Yeah.
Pretty close for that one.
He gets the Eternal for it. It's like past 1500 range.
Fair enough. Definitely going to give him a little leeway on that one. finds the kill. They 100% to 0 the Evelyn though, and this is going to be a very early soul point here for Dragon X as well. If we just take a moment, because both games already in group stage have been so action-packed, so fast-paced here. Just to look back over how we got here and the well-laid plans from DRX. They saw the early Renekton pick in Champ Select here from Unicorn, signaling that Unicorns are going to want to focus on that top side of the map. And DRX are so happy to just have Doran. Okay, you get the Ornn, you just sustain up there. You don't go for any action, hold top side. Meanwhile, we pick massive crowd control for bottom half of the map, get Pyosik on the Nidalee, heavily invading towards this Evelyn, and they just put ward after ward into the Unicorn's red quadrant of the jungle. And that attention to vision, setting up this playground for DRX on the bottom half of the map, is why we're in the game state we are right now, where Unicorns are just fending for their lives, trying to get counter kills after every DRX proactive play for themselves.
And we look now for the next proactive DRX play. They grab the Cloud Drake with no competition. The next one spawns in just about 4 minutes, and that'll mean Cloud Soul, bunch of bonus movement speed, even more when you ult. UOL looking for their first proactive play here, sort of. It's looking for this move towards mid lane. Jhin ulti, I believe, yet to be used so far this game. Hasn't really had the opportunity to set up his team. Gadget would love to get something going on. Goes for the Infinity Edge, which is the best ulti-focused build. It's the most you can get for that one. The fourth shot will do half of someone's health bar if they're at, about 1/3. They'll kill them. Wait to see, though. Still 5,000 the gold difference, and gonna have to get Soul, and Doran just jumping down bot lane, playing defensively for a while. Nothing too aggressive.
He's just chilling. He's chilling out to the max, Freak. He's got a CS lead as Ornn. He's starting to upgrade his own items. He's about to hand out presents for everybody else as well. He's feeling everything about this game. Teleport is ready for him as well, so even if the team wants to go for big 5-on-5, he can teleport it in, cast the ultimate from a super long range to find the engage. He won't need it though.
That's another CC chain. That's another kill for Keria. There's only 2 people on this team who have kills. It's the jungler and the support. You've got a lethality, of course you do, for Pantheon. You've got Lichbane second for Nidalee. She wants to hard carry. Forget the team. I'm not going to Fiends. I'm not going to Ardent Sensor. Smite nice in time by Anonasek. Grabs the blue. And Chovy is knocking down the top lane turret on tank set.
All right, yep, they're definitely having fun this time around. Support and jungle rise up. These are the 2 classically supportive roles, and yet DRX have them front and center. Baron picked up after. Let's see if they get any sort of miracle ultimate through here from Jhin. Should be blocked by DRX.
Stack up, smites a little early. Yeah, shot's not going to come through. Theoretically, they did give a small avenue. They were a little bit spaced out. Nice shockwave is going to deny Doran's ulti. Although the re-engagement is really going to matter, but there's a flash over, there's a dunk into the wall. Gadget's got to run. He's trying to get away, and he's barely going to make his way out of this one. He's now looking for the re-engage, looking for the damage, not going to find anything more to do. It's time to run away. The Pantheon is now over the top, and Keria wants another. He's going to find it. Kill number 6 to support Pantheon.
And he deserves every single one, Freak.
Yeah.
It has been Keria and Pyosik. Attention to vision, constant invades, setting up these kills for the team. Deft as well, definitely deserves credit for these Ash arrows. As soon as they catch sight of someone, being able to land those. But let's see where the next one does come from. Immediate teleport here, back out to the bottom side for Doran with the Baron buff. He's gonna be able to push in on this Renekton. 2-level lead for himself.
And I am impressed. You talked about the jungle and support doing all the work. These are the 2 players that DRX scouted. They got their competitive debuts in the LCK in 2020 on DRX, either promoted to the main roster or signed this year. You look at Doran and Chovy, like these guys, qualified for Worlds before. Chovy made it to top 8 last time around. Deft has been around forever. And it's the 2 new ones. Their first year of competitive play, their first year on the world stage, they're the ones carrying DRX.
I think this is going to give a lot of the DRX fans, a lot of peace of mind too, because these are also 2 of the players that did receive a decent amount of criticism. Keria had a really good, explosive, beginning of the summer, but did start to fall off. And Pyosik had been criticized very heavily for some of the choices in his pathing, some mechanical errors, but they have just come out here and delivered on all fronts for DRX in this game. Really nicely laid game plan and strategy by them, but executing it on it is another level for themselves. And it has definitely paid out very, very heavily. With the Baron buff, another minute left, so they've got 2 more minion waves to work with if they want to. Nonasec looking for the flank.
Looking for some big damage on Pyosik, has to get back out, and here comes the re-engage possible from Ornn. He's not going to guess correctly. Nonasec needs to turn invisible, and he's going to get spotted out. This is going to be a lot of damage. There's a red buff in the way. He holds backwards, and Pyosik is legendary flashed over the Q. Asher is going to land. Maybe the least important target. Boss able to take this one up and walk away. But DRX still pick up a kill. They force their opponents away, and they go for more turret siege.
All right, gonna chase him down as well. Pyosik wants more. Don't give up that bounty, sir. As he's looking around for some more spears.
Yeah.
Still holding on to his legendary title. You never want to give that one up, Freak. You just want to keep the announcer repeating so your opponents know and remember.
Legendary. Triple kill. Pentakill.
Say it again.
Legendary. Pyosik right now. Sadly, you don't get KDA stats for controlling dragons, but DRX gonna be 4-0 in the dragon count unless a Miracle Steal comes across. This seems very unlikely. And Cloud Soul comes in very, very early on. And these are gonna warp our world stats, Kobe. This is the fastest we've ever got Dragon Soul in a Worlds game. You know, it's a bunch of 24-minute Dragon Souls because it's teams dominating through bot lane.
All right, let's take another look at this. Pyosik does find the possible flank here as well. Chunks down the Evelyn, and then Doran is looking for the engage on the rest of the team since they've got the health advantage. Yeah, Chobi's waiting for the flash or for the Evelyn ult onto the other side, but flash comes out for Pyosik. He's like, you know what? I'm taking care of this. Doran right into the wall. Just you know, Doran things.
Yep.
It doesn't really matter at all. He did his duty. He was the Ornn interconnecting, has the CS lead at that. He started to hand out some upgrades too. Def gets his cash in. No kills for himself, but you know what? You get your Ornn upgrade.
All right, there we go. Blade of the Rune King is upgraded. We're waiting for items now for most of the people. Obviously, the Zhonya's is coming through, but we don't have one yet for Chovy until Sunfire comes across, and he's going to go Dead Man's Plate instead, most likely. So we're going to have a pause for a while on those until Keria gets his cleaver. Regardless, yep, 2 highest level champions are the jungler and top laner of DRX. This really is Pyosik's game. Keria, sadly, he's roamed so much, he's not out-leveling anyone but the support on the UOL side. I feel like he deserves it. He's level 14 in my heart, you know?
He's got a 2-level lead over his lane opponent. He's got a 2-level lead over Santas, so
yeah.
He'll be happy with that one. Plus the 6 skills to his name. Not too shabby. Honestly, though, from the perspective of Unicorns, they had such a strong plan coming in with a lot of momentum. I hope that this loss doesn't rattle them too hard. I know they're a very resilient team. You mentioned at the beginning, you know, how many international events they have come to over and over. They have been able to overcome a lot. And now after making it into groups, this will be a speed bump for them. But I do expect them to recover after this as we move forward in groups. This one, though, very, very big props to DRX for the early plan and the execution towards the bottom half.
Yeah, speaking of the bottom half, I am very much in love with Deft's itemization. Stock 5 for 3rd item Ma of Malmortius, saying the only way we really lose this game is assassination, and that's not a second no man's one-shotting me. I'm going to buy the best armor item I can and just be invincible to this.
All right, he's definitely got some answers. Double summoner spells available for him as well. Obviously, for Unicorns, if we're looking at their perspective again, they've got the big bounty that they're looking to cash in on Pyosik. Now, yes, it's very difficult. He's got his Zhonya's, but he does not have Flash right now, and that is a huge chunk of cash if they can actually complete that quest. So you've got a bounty out on his head. They're looking for him as he's making a lot of these aggressive plays, and they have plenty of CC to try and CC lock him and cash in there. That would be the first step in what would be a monumental comeback for the team.
Stacked up. There's a ward graveyard right there in that side of the jungle, and here comes the engage. It's Doran coming in, finds the knockup. Santas can't stop it in time, and the re-engage is going to be just so good for DRX. Dunce comes across, 1-0 so far. Pantheon over the top. It's time to run away. Unicorns of love. They want everything, and it's already a double kill for the jungler. Deft survives. The Maw certainly helps, and the chase down is on. And Nonasec is running out of time. Chovy wants in a triple kill for Pyosik, and there are 2 kills left to gain. LGD Flare comes out. Doesn't matter. There's the Quadra, and will they get all 5? No Man's, he's running back to the fountain, and you know DRX would love to get that for Pyosik's opening game of Worlds.
Good God, man, 12 kills for the jungle Nidalee in the hands of Pyosik here. He is popping off. Oh my goodness.
And that's not going to be the Penta, but it is going to be a Quadra. It's a 12-kill game, and there's more to be had. Baron is back alive. Jungle Kanan is here, and I'm not talking about DAMWON. This is incredible out of DRX. They have crushed 2 inhibitors, and Baron's on the table.
Oof. Yep, Unicorns, they long awaited getting to groups. Welcome the opening arms of DRX here. Here's another look at that team fight from P06's perspective as he's able to jump in on Nidalee, goes in for the extra execute on Renekton. Conqueror fully procced here, so after Evelyn used the combo, used ult and flash, he knows there's nothing left for himself, jumps right in to finish that one off, and Deft, just lands a slow and then backs off for the next one.
Great Shockwave builds some space, lets No Man's walk away. Santa's waiting in the jungle, but with the ward coming down, not an easy pickup down the other side. That is Boss going down. Chovy is the boss here. It's in his name in TFT. A double kill there for Chovy, and now another re-engage. Pantheon shows up over the top. He's going to find the stun, puts up the shield, stays alive, and P06 is on the chase. How many more kills will he get? Santa's slowed down, knockup available. Doran's not going to find that just yet, and Clap only comes in for a bit of damage, but this tower dive is going to happen. The headbutt, the ult, he's only going to buy some time. P06, he's legendary. He's legendary. He's legendary. 13-0-5. The Nexus turrets are now in the eyes of DRX.
And they don't stand a chance. Let's see if they can get one last kill for Unicorns. Dora, P06 getting low, but he has flash.
Flashes for the KDA, make sure he's not rooted. The turrets are gone, and this is going to be the Nexus falling. DRX going to start 2020 with a shutdown on P06, but a 19 KDA still counts. Congratulations, DRX, for the win.
Oof. And look at that, just business as usual there. #1 win here, picked up in the group stage for DRX. And man, that was a slamming.
That was a slam. This group is going the way people expected. Upsets not to be had today, at least not in this group. It does set up, of course, the top of the table clash later on. DRX, very scary. Top Esports, very scary. And those are the teams people expected to get out of the group, and so far they have taken care of business and saying neither of you are anywhere on our calendar.
Just really like the reactions there from DRX and Champ Select and the focus for themselves. Clearing out Red's quadrant of the jungle, then going for the bottom lane focus, leaving Anonysec with very few options to go for. So this Evelyn was so far behind, and none of the laners in any position to create any gaps for themselves. It just felt like such good planning and execution there from Dragon X in the first game of groups.
Yeah, impressive stuff right here. So time to recollect. This is the end of this group for the day. Of course, we have 2 other groups to play out, so 4 more games here on today's broadcast. DRX victorious. And the question on a lot of minds is, can the LCK regain their glory? I think 5 world champions in a row came out of the LCK, and the LPL won too. DRX are one of 3 LCK teams hoping to rekindle that flame and come back on top. So far, a good showing. When they fight Top Esports, that'll be that first battle that I'm looking forward to between those 2 teams because, hey, who knows? It was a good showing. P06 in his debut at Worlds, amazing. The same for Keria. Gonna be a fun battle when that shows up. Now, be sure to check out the Worlds Anthem Takeover on the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify. Stream the song and watch the full behind-the-scenes video on the making of Takeover's music video. This is available only on Spotify. Now, we are stepping away, but when we return, it's time for Road versus PSG Talon.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete, seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Is promised tomorrow.
Playtime's over. They're mine now. Fear the assassin with no master. the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last Hearing voices from afar. Join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
And welcome back to the Group Championship group stage. Here, Dragon X make a strong debut against the Unicorns of Love. And Chovy, 안녕하세요. It's super cool to find you here again at Worlds. I remember you made your debut as Griffin last year. So tell me, what makes you different from Chovy 2019? Because you were a rookie back then.
네, 우선은 정말 성공적인 롤드컵 무대를 치르신 거 정말 축하드립니다. 우선 작년에 또 그리핀에서 롤드컵 데뷔를 치르셨는데 이제 올해도 또 다른 팀으로서 참가하고 계신데 그럼 19 초비와 20 초비는 어떤 점이 다른가요? 작년에는 신인이었잖아요.
일단 아무래도 작년에 롤드컵을 했던 게 이제 경험이 되고 어떻게 해야 더 잘할 수 있는지 갈피가 잡히기 시작했기 때문에 이제 20 초비는 그 주어진 그 경험들을 바탕으로 더 어떻게 잘 해야 하는지 생각해야 하는 단계이고 할 수 있다면 더 잘하면 좋은 그런 것 같아요.
So definitely 2019 was a great experience for me and I was able to catch the grasp of how worlds are going through. So yeah, 2020 Chovy, maybe I would like to say that based on the experience that I've gone through last year, I think now it's the process for me to know how to push through this world's process. And also if I can, I would like to perform even better.
And I cannot wait, and you will have interesting matchups here. But I want to know, when it comes to Dragon X and the rest of your group, what makes you special and different? What is your strength of the team here?
그러면 DRX는 이제 그룹에 있는 다른 팀들과 차별점이 어떤 게 있나요?
사실 따로 차별점을 둘 만한 그런 플레이보다는 그냥 항상 어떤 상황에서든 잘 대처할 수 있도록 플레이하라고 가르침 받은 게 굳이 뽑자면 제가 아는 차별점인 것 같아요.
Well, if I have to pick one, well, I would like to say, well, not in terms of being pulling off some of the different playstyle. I think we would rather learn how to play into a given situation and how to deal with every different situation, and that's the lesson that we learned.
Ah, that's very interesting. And I mean, focusing on the matchups here, you will have to face off against Knight on day 3. He's described as being the most strong mid laner here at Worlds. So what is your take on Knight as a player?
그러면 이제 정말 화제의 경기인 이제 나이트 선수와의 맞붙는 대결이 곧 다가올 예정인데, 그럼 나이트 선수도 지금 이 롤드컵에서 가장 강력한 미드라는 평가를 받고 계신데 본인 스스로는 나이트 선수에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
저도 똑같이 세계적으로 평가랑 비슷하게 나이트 선수를 되게 잘한다고 생각하고 있고, 그 되게 잘하는 나이트 선수와 상대에서 좋은 경기를 할 수 있게 제가 더 많이 실력을 올려놓기 위해서 잘해야겠다는 생각을 하고 있습니다.
I also agree what other people think about Knight. I think he's a great player. So in order to perform well up against Knight, I will try my hard to enhance my performance.
It's going to be a super interesting matchup, but 감사합니다 for the interview, Shovi, and thank you very much, Jason, for the translation.
Ignite goes down, and Kobe is going to fall and Summer underneath the tower. Dodges away from the final Mystic shot, and Rogue just opened.
Success would probably be to get out of groups, since it's a very hard group. And it's also just playing well. If I play well personally, it would be a success for me, I guess. But mostly it's getting out of groups.
He's inside the pit. It's picked up. And that was a fantastic shockwave. Rogue, although turning it around, there's so much damage.
For me, I think success would be that I can prove that I can be a really good player. I think a lot of people have doubts about that right now. So I just want to go and prove that I can be one of the best and compete among the best. I think Worlds is like the dream of all the pro players. It's where you eventually want to end up.
Shadow trying to play into the base. TPing into the base. He's looking for the win. Shadow looks like you threw it. But what an incredible call. Get there in time. Rogan done it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone. Well, Larson said it there. It's not going to be an easy group for Rogue. I think we can all agree. But when it comes to their domestic performance, they just had a breakthrough season in the LEC. And now they make their international debut against PSG Talon. So let's talk a bit about Rogue for maybe people watching who don't know them that well. When they came into the league and the franchise LEC back in 2019, they finished last in that first season. But we've seen a lot of growth, development, some roster changes since then, and they actually finished the summer season in first place.
Yeah, they certainly did, Sharks. And what was so fascinating was they actually replaced their original roster with their regional league roster, and everyone was like, I don't know how they're going to perform. There were a lot of question marks, and they actually just came out the gate swinging. Now, yes, in their first split, they didn't have the strongest start, but throughout this year, they've only been getting better and better. And as you said, finishing first at the end of this split, I think was very impressive based on their regular season, because often they were criticized as a team that was just like a worse version of other teams in the LEC. They weren't really considered. They were kind of like the forgotten favorites, as we described them. And I think that as the split has gone on, they've only continued to improve and develop. And in playoffs is where we really got to see some of the development that this team could make.
And it's also a nice kind of tale if you look at the ecosystem in EU. This is players that came out of the regional leagues and then the project that had to develop over a long period of time, but is now now the players are able to reap the rewards from that. As you say, a bit of development, of course, as there has to be, especially coming out of playoffs. And I want to ask you specifically then about Inspired, because he's always been the player we looked at for Rogue together with Larson. What has changed about him coming into the latter half of the season?
Well, it just seems that Larson has gotten better. Like when you compare him to how he started at the LEC when he first joined compared to what he is now, the team is much more willing to play through him. The team is much more willing to give him resources, and he showcased that he has a very deep champion pool that he's willing to carry on. Now, carry performances aren't strange to him, but he's just so much more consistent compared to what he's used to. And this split, he was considered the second best mid laner, only behind Caps. And even in their best of 5 against G2 Esports at the very end of the split, he was able to go toe-to-toe to Caps. He was even putting Caps on the back foot, and a lot of that came off the back of his synergy with his jungler Inspired. And this was very impressive because during the regular season, this is not what we saw. They would not often put a lot of jungle resources in mid, but they recognized that they needed to change that. They needed to shift up their playstyle, and we got to see so much more of the Inspired Larson duo finding so much success.
And for the whole team, a bit of a wake-up call after they dropped to Fnatic at the beginning of the playoffs. We saw that they were willing to take those early skirmishes, and skirmishes in general a bit more. They were willing to go toe-to-toe. They beat the Mad Lions. They almost beat G2, let's not forget. But now you are at Worlds, and now you're facing some of the teams we've seen here today, like a DRX who had an insane performance. What are their chances in this group and in this matchup?
Well, I think in this matchup, their chances are pretty good. I think they've had time to scout PSG Talon, and while there will be 2 new players, I'm optimistic that the rookies can showcase very good stuff on their debut at the world stage.
Well, let's hope so. We need a win. We lost the Mad Lions, so from an EU perspective, but it won't be an easy feat for Rogue. They're starting their run against PSG Talon, who are now playing with their full summer lineup. More on that after the break.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last line. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last line. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
Welcome back to Worlds 2020. I am still Freak with Kobe, and we've got an exciting match for you here today. The LEC makes their group stage debut as Rogue takes on PSG Talon. It's going to be an exciting fight here between these two teams. Now, of course, we do want to talk about rosters going on here because PSG Talon have had quite the interesting road for themselves. Due to players being in quarantine, they were allowed to bring in Kongyue, Uniboy, and D as replacements during play-ins. D got replaced first. Part of the loan policy was that the loans are only valid while the original lineup was unavailable, and now that River and Tank are back available, those two are back in the starting roster as well. Now, for the bot lane of Uniboy and Kaiwing, they're awesome. For the mid-jungle, I think it's a downgrade.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? A lot of fans were like so enthused with the way that they performed with their subs in play-ins. And now they're going against Larson and Inspired, which is an incredibly intimidating mid-jungle duo to me. I think the biggest thing for Rogue was their learning and their evolution during the LEC playoffs. During the regular season, it was really predictable for these two players for themselves. You know, Larson was amazing on the Azir, the Orianna, you know, these control mages, but very consistent and predictable. Meanwhile, similar things for Inspired, doing a lot of setup jungle, but he transitioned into carry jungle for the playoffs after they got their loss and absolutely dominated with the carry jungles. I think he slots really nicely into the new meta, and Larson started playing the Akali, even played the Lucian mid, these super aggressive picks. So I think that Tank and River are going to have very big shoes to fill coming back into the team, into their spots as mid-jungle with the opponents that they're now facing.
Meanwhile, Kaiwing and Unified have been playing together since 2017 or 2016, I forget which. I wrote it down and then haven't read it recently. But they've been together for a long time, and to me, they were the best bot lane in the PCS. We only got to see 2 games of them as Unified came back in the lineup at the very end of the play-in stage. Regardless, well, with him in the lineup, they managed to take top in the group, so still pretty impressive stuff. Jungle bans coming through for the most part on PSG, and we'll see what the final ban will be from Rogue.
All right, so we're looking at Graves really heavily here then. You know, with the jungle switch up once again for PSG, we're not going to see the jungle echo anymore, which they had so much success with in play-ins, and it's probably going to be either the Kindred or the Graves for them, most likely. And with this extra focus on jungling, they're very clearly trying to pinch Inspired.
Okay, final ban coming through. We'll see what comes out. Will be interesting to see if Unified and Kaiwing can get revenge on the LEC. They had a play-ins run back in 2017 where they got 3-0'd by Fnatic as the final best of 5. Now they get to go take a shot at Rogue so many years later with new teammates and a new lineup, and see what can happen to this one. Larson, a player with a lot of eyes on for me. If it's going to be a Rogue win, I'm looking a lot at jungle mid, at Inspired and Larson. Lucian was the most banned champion against them in playoffs. Yes, he was nerfed since then, but PSG left it up, and Larson scoops it up instantly.
Yeah, I mean, they lost to Lucian, and then they immediately picked it up. And Larson has been fantastic with it. This does put more pressure on AP jungle, though, and when Nidalee and Lilia banned out, you expect something like maybe the Evelyn comes through for Inspired to combine a little bit more effectively with a solo lane Lucian. There's that Graves I was talking about for River. No surprise there. One of his most successful and most played champions.
And Renekton might come through here for this one. It is the most played out of their top laner, Hanabi, and it sets him up for a lot of aggression down there. Of course, with Ornn banned, you can't easily pick a tank and stack armor. I think there's champions like Maokai and Malphite out there that you can play and do it, but waiting to see now what's going to come through. Might go for the fighter matchup. I do think Renekton's favored in that battle as the hovers come through. We'll just wait to see what Rogue actually wants to play.
Yep, they definitely could still flex around as well, so we'll keep our eyes on it there. PSG very heavily indexing into attack damage thus far, with jungle and top committing to it in 1-2 this early on in their picks. Means they're definitely going to have to get that AP for tank for the mid lane. There's the Evelyn that I talked about. That's really, really easily paired with the Lucian, with the Lilia and Nidalee bans. Pretty much the go-to there. So now maybe we'll see the support pickup or bottom lane pickup. Can they get their hands on for Hans Sama? It is one of the aggressive lanes. We were talking about this before the match came up, Freak. But the aggressive lanes for Hans Sama, where he is either Kalista or Draven, and they try and play these kill lanes on bottom side of the map. I've really liked that look from Rogue. And since they already showed the early Lucian solo lane for themselves, this is going to be a Rogue that comes out hitting very quickly, looking to dominate some lanes, looking to try and snowball.
And so it's going to be the Senna picked up right away. Putting Unified back onto that one. He has been playing a lot of utility carries towards the very end of the split. Senna and Jin were pretty much all he played during the PCS playoffs. He had a last match at the end right there, but that was the style that came through into that one. And so a lane that can safely play back and just survive can work very well up against this Kalista. You generally take the team fighting power of the not Kalista in most cases. She's usually kind of poised to win early lane, and if that doesn't happen, you're doing okay. Go ahead.
I think that Rogue need to ban tanks Azir. Syndra plus Azir, I think, would be the two main AP carries for him, and his performance is going to be so critical here, as we kind of talked about. So with the extra one here on round 2, I think it's easily doable for themselves. Meanwhile, PSG trying to continue to ban out some top lane possibilities for Finn. Finn has been singled out as the single greatest point of exploitation on Rogue.
Link.
Yeah, exactly. For possibility for teams. So that's why, you know, PSG with the early Renekton pick, they very clearly are calling out Finn. They're calling their shot. They want Hanabi to be that carry topside. That's what he has played at Worlds before, and we'll see if they can actually make it come good.
So it's cool to see these teams, I think, building towards their strengths. Again, mid-jungle, a really, really big deal here for Rogue. On the PSG side, top lane is where you're looking right now. Renekton gonna be a bully, Lucian gonna be a bully, especially when packed up by the Evelynn. And now, as we see Orianna coming through, we know what the solo laners are. There's really no way you flex Ori top and Renekton mid, so you know these lineups for sure. And the question is, what goes top lane for Finn to answer Renekton? I don't think it's Lucian. I think it's gonna be Malphite. Yeah, exactly what I wanted to see. Armor, stacking, tank in the top side to deal with the physical damage exclusive top jungle duo.
I love this freak. This is the no ego. We're like, PSG are calling their shot. They're like, yo, early pick Renekton. We're banning out other top laners. Finn, we're calling you out. Are you gonna try and fight me? And Finn's like, you know what? Armor looks good here. You've got a triple first pick armor there with Graves, Renekton, Senna. So top side is full attack damage. Malphite is an amazing pick for Finn and for the team composition that they are facing. They compound that engage with the Rakan as well. So Rogue actually coming out of this one looking really pretty, honestly.
Now, Vander with his first Rakan play of the Summer Split Plus. Cool to see the champion pools kind of reaching out a little bit there. Of course, Vander has been playing League since professionally since before Rakan ever came out. You have to believe he knows the champion pretty well at this point in time. But cool to see him adding something a little bit new, or, you know, new again, refound, maybe rediscovered. But the lineups are in. We've got the Nautilus coming out on the other hand, on the other side right here. It is going to be some frontline. Still expecting Senna to be the farming champion down there for Unified, but I will keep that asterisk up as a possibility. And we'll see how these teams can go. Final comments come through for the coaches. And Rogue, I think expectations are on that they can turn it around for the LEC. Mad Lions had a rough road during playing, and you can't help but feel some of that weight on your shoulders, saying, okay, look, Mad Lions stumbled, but we will pick up where they left off. Don't worry, we're Rogue. We can take this one down. They won the LEC Summer Split regular season. They did great in best of ones, and here up against PSG Talon. In most of those players, first time internationally, you have to believe they've got what it takes.
Yeah, and PSG Talon here, they made waves in play-ins with their substitute players, and so everybody is looking at Tank and River coming back into the team now that they've made it to the group stage. They're returning to the squad, and they need to prove that they still have it.
And I think they may. It's going to be an exciting battle down here, and I want to see a lanes shakeout, how well these two teams can play. I know a lot of eyes were on Finn as a weak leak. Can he be exploited? Can it be a problem? But he's no ego, right? It's armor stacking on Malphite, and I want to give credit to Rogue for scouting a lot of the talent here. Top, jungle, and mid pretty much all got their LEC debuts on Rogue. They did the talent scouting. They put them in. Technically, Larson played 2 games in H2K, but that almost doesn't count. That team barely even played. This is Rogue putting in their roster together, from the Polish League, from Ultra Liga, saying, don't worry, we're going to bring you back in. Let's play some LEC. They won the LEC regular season. They were the very first team qualified for Worlds because of how LEC's format works, and now they're here to play their first game of Worlds 2020 in a matchup where I believe they are just a bit favorites.
And I do like how they took their licks in playoffs, they took the losses, and they learned from them. And like we were talking about, they then used those strategies to their own benefits, and we're seeing them once again. They got the Lucian, so let's see what they had to prove with it.
Larson and Inspired, the players I want to watch. And I want to see Lane Kingdom. We have seen so much early game domination. We have seen one team be clearly better than the other. We saw Top Esports crush FlyQuest. We saw the exact same thing as Unicorns of Love lost to DRX. And I want to see if Inspired and Larson can put on that same performance here. And you heard it from Vedius. He's like, look, Larson is the second best mid laner in the LEC behind Caps. And Caps is like a top 4 mid in the world, a top 10 player in the world. Don't worry, Larson's going to slot right behind you. And you've been playing in the LEC for a year and a half, 2 years. Like, this is an impressive start to his career. It's now him showing up on the world stage. We are going to get the game starting pretty soon. We're not just here to preamble about Rogue, but I want to see how well the rest of it can convert. Hansama, obviously a great player. We saw him back on the Misfits run a while back. He was really good down there as they took SKT to 5, who eventually made it all the way to the World Final that year. And Vander back up in as well. I think you know, he's been around for so very long, and I like to see him back on the stage.
I like how you touch on everybody there.
I gotta.
Everybody gets their moment, and now we're on to Summoner's Rift. Good. PSG Talon, though, they deserve their moment. And I want to talk about Hanabi in the top side. This guy was always a carry top player. This is what I want to see him on. You know, he made his name with Yasuo way back in the day, but here with Conqueror Renekton, they do have the difficulties of going double AD, top and jungle into the Malphite, but you can still focus on that side and try and punish Finn, try and work off of that strong side, go for the invades, take control of the blue buff, and try and deny Rogue some of those options.
Good play right there. You can trinket during your recall, switch it out for a sweeper. So we are seeing sweeper topside for Finn, which I do find a little bit interesting. I guess if he's saying I'm never going to get ganked, you don't need to put your own wards down because it's just useless to put effort down there. But it does mean that Finn cannot get his own vision. He is just going to be at the whims and mercies of Hanabi and River if they ever do want to gank him down there. Halo Blades for Kalista, very much more lane focused. The only other real alternative would be Lethal Tempo.
Look at this super long camp towards mid.
Wow, I mean, that's going to be flashed down instantly, but they're going to find the knockup anyway. It's already first blood. You got to be kidding me. The early flash, it makes it easy for Vander.
That is incredible. Rogue with the level 1 planning here. They just wait patiently in the side brush here. Vander's Rakan comes out. He gets him after the flash. Knockup secured. Rends the spears right out of him. Here's the hook, though, answering back on bottom side. You know what we get for that first blood? A little bit of chunk of HP, and Vander's just going to heal it right back up with the potion.
Yep. Of course, no time to recall for the item. So, you know, it is going to be laning at equivalent power, and honestly, it's, to be fair, power up for PSG in the fact that there is no flash on the Rakan, but as the level lead's coming through, they got the push on the wave. You've got to back off when you're Senna and Nautilus, because level 2 would come in first for Rogue. Inspired going through his camps, roughly keeping up right now with how Graves is doing over there. River getting up to the top side. He finishes full bottom side of the camps. Very similar situation as both jungles took down their blue buff quadrants and now onto the red buff side.
Yeah, and for Inspired, you want to fully clear out your blue quadrant because you don't want to spend time up towards the top side. You don't even look at Finn until he's level 6. You know, his duty there on the Malphite is to let the wave push to him so he does not get into a bad lane state. Just keep up in his CS versus Renekton. Don't take any crazy trades versus him. Make use of your passive shield. Wait for it to come back up before you go for those riskier CS. Just try and get the last hits that you're looking for here to scale up a little bit on that Malphite and look for your levels. That opens up all of the playmaking for Rogue to occur on the bottom and mid lane. They've got, yes, no flash on Rakan, but Evelyn is actually one of the, well, never mind, let's wait for the dive first, and then we can go into the jungle.
Well, tank is flashless. Heal for move speed means the knockup. You gotta be kidding me. We talked about Hansama, Vander, and Larson. I thought Inspired's gonna be part of that one. but the bot lane has roamed up twice for mid lane ganks.
The bottom lane ganking way more than either jungler in this game. It feels good for Inspired to be able to do a full clear on Evelyn. Just having his bottom lane pull off the ganks for himself, clears all of his camps, goes in, just collects his bottom scuttle crab right there. And we'll look into the future here because, yes, this is Hansama and Vander difference. Multiple gangs towards mid lane, burning Tank's flash, punishing him again without the flash, returning to bottom and picking up their CS. But once they actually settle on bottom lane, Evelyn is one of the best junglers to go gank one of these lanes because you can pull the trick as Evelyn, walk up into the lane, you allow Rakan to jump to you. As soon as the Rakan jumps to you, you start channeling your charm. Then Rakan jumps from you onto the opponents that you are hovering by invisible to get the knock-up charm combo, and then you get a full CC duration charge charm of your own. It's inescapable. Once you get that CC locked down, anybody that gets locked into it, even a semi-tanky champion like a support Nautilus, can get 100% to zeroed with that. And since Evelyn, with the invisibility, provides that extra jump for Rakan, it makes it a lot easier to pull off.
Early AP coming through right now. 900 gold lead to Rogue. It's not the most money on Larssen because you are showing that assist multiple ways, so it's only a couple hundred gold, but obviously poor Tank doesn't get anything. He has almost no combat stats, none of its durability. It's Corrupting Potion, Dark Seal. That's not exactly great against the extra attack damage this Lucian has, so expecting some more mid-pressure before too long. Bot lane easily pushed in. Unified should have no problem getting most of this farm. Generally speaking, you should be able to tie up the CS deficit, but yeah, a lot of pressure down here. Mid lane being attacked. The turret plate half gone in the first one. Larssen barely even taking damage.
Yeah, look at the disrespect here. Larssen, he knows his jungler is bottom side. He's just slamming Tank under his turret with skill shots while River is there recalling in the bush right behind him. Does have a ward above him, so he's hovering to the top side of the lane, but that's about all the safety that he needs. Complete punishment, nice prediction.
Really good anchor, puts him at half HP. They're going for the re-engage. This could well be a kill. Hansama forced to flash away. His heal's already down. There's not going to be the re-engage just yet, but that is a trade that was well played. A really, really nice prediction hook by Kaiwing.
Yeah, Kaiwing right there, predicting the hop on Hansama, and he gets a flash for his troubles. PSG definitely not asleep at the wheel here, reminding Rogue that they still have some bite, and they have to be a little bit more careful than that. Kalista now, no flash, could be a possible target, but honestly, if you're a River, your job is so difficult right now. Your mid lane just got abused early on with the multiple ganks, so they're behind. And as the Grave, these are very difficult ganks to pull off. Now he's getting circled around upon by Larsen's Lucian. They're going to pull the trap shut.
3v2, Oriana's nowhere to be seen, so River's going to be running away as fast as he can back to the top side. The River is dangerous and has to flash at the very end. One hit away from dead. He was hoping he could juke out Larssen, but Larssen read the play, able to land all the culling and force the flash away. Nicely done there. And top lane gets a little bit of pressure relieved. It's still a 20 CS difference. But Finn is able to walk out, and I think look for Honeyfruit and come back and get that wave.
Okay, Unified and Kaiwing able to push up on the bottom side, though. That will give them a roam timer. You can possibly look for a little bit deeper of a ward. They do clear out on the Tri-Brush, but that is about it. Minion Dematerializer used on the cannon minion to try and get that quick push. If you push it really hard right now, you can maybe get one of those extra windows as well for yourself to go off with another recall.
Pretty clean right there. Serrated Dirk, so really lethality out of Larssen. Not the build you see every single time. You see Muramana, you see Essence Reaver, Ruin King. He's going for assassination there. It's gonna be fun. It's a very early spike, and it lets him really crush down champions like Tank's Oriana, who has incredibly low base armor on this champion.
Yeah, if she does not have the ball on her for the extra armor and magic resist, that is going to be almost true damage early on with the extra lethality focus here from Larssen. We saw the damage that you could get out with this culling there onto River. That is going to be even more difficult for Tank to deal with. There's that bottom lane roam. I was talking about the window created by hard shoving on that cannon minion wave. And they're using it to try and go hover mid, but at this time, there's no aggression here from Rogue. This is going to be a face check possibly from Vander, though.
I think they saw Unified, though. I believe he was in minion line of sight, and regardless, the Rift Herald is alive, and no one is bot lane right now. The entire lane is just sitting there, just killing each other back and forth. The Herald is likely the play. This control ward is going to be killed. As Inspired takes his recall, there's just farm being left down to the bottom lane. And I know Spawn is probably screaming at his monitor right now. Why isn't no one taking that farm right now? Watching Plains with him, but either way, Herald is going to be started by River.
Interesting that PSG actually feel confident going for this one, starting it up while they see the rest of Rogue pushing on that top side. They have to be very careful with their positioning. They don't have level 6 for Nautilus, so they don't have the point and click set up to pull off that guaranteed Orianna combo.
Drops a bit of damage. The flash in. Can he get the assassination? It's close, but the summon heal comes across. Dangerous for Inspired. Ults away, stays alive. The nice shield comes through for Van there to keep him healthy enough against the Graves ulti. Looks like Herald will reset all the way back as Hanabi takes down the top scuttle, and ultimately no kills taken in. There's a wave shoving into the bot side tank. May well TP to catch those 3 waves, but he's TPing into mid lane to keep fighting over Herald, but there are 3 waves in bot lane that could have been picked up, but instead both teams want to fight over top Herald.
Well, we do have Malphite ultimate on the side of Rogue, so there it is!
Flash in for 3, how about the re-engage? Already a 1-for-0 shockwave not to be found. A double kill for Finn, and he heard you talking smack. Larson grabs the kill over the top, and Rogue is already 5-0.
Malphite operational. Yep, there we go, Freak. Looking for the ultimate. They find it. Easy combo follow-up from Vander. He didn't even have to use the ultimate. He gets level 6 off of that fight. Rogue crushed the Rift Herald fight. They will claim the prize afterwards, and they can commit to this top lane swap. Remember, after 5 minutes, the fortification buff falls off of the top and mid turrets. So lane swaps like this, you can just hard push on the towers. The extra 50% damage reduction is not there. And with the Rift Herald picked up too, they'll be able to get a lot of turret plate money upon reset.
It's going to stay on the bottom lane, and honestly, it's not like there's a lot of magic damage coming to Unified and Kaiwing, so should feel very safe down there as he stacks up his first few components. Ninja Tabby's in, Glacial Shroud there as well for some CDR. River, though, feeling comfortable to go for this 11-minute Drake. A lot slower than we were having in our first few games of the day. A couple of wards coming down, a little bit of sweeping from Kaiwing, and now it's time to help make sure this Drake comes down. Mount Drake can be claimed no problem, but now Hansama's got to be very afraid of what Renekton might do. Burn summon a heal to get away, and able to walk out with boots too.
Yep, they should be able to get off the reset for himself. The Rift Herald is in the hands of Inspired, and Evelyn's ultimate also coming back off of cooldown. So Hanabi really does have to be worried about possible dives that will take the whole turret if they kill you as well. He can come up there, use the Evelyn ultimate, get the kill, plus then use the Rift Herald on the turret after you take off 2 plates by hand. And that sort of lead is so hard to come back from. If teams ever get early Rift Herald into top lane kill and then taking the entire turret, that is just such a monumental opening to not only the map but also the gold lead on top of the lead that Rogue already have. I think PSG Talon need to avoid that at all costs.
I'll see how many members of Rogue they can avoid, because a lot of these people are up in gold. Even Finn, who's having a rough laning phase, so like, all right, yeah, I'll be the defensive one here. He got 2 kills in that one. He's probably up in money right now. And here comes the top lane pressure. It's time to earn some turret plate gold. This was, maybe a year of LEC domination in the making. Is something that I know their fans wanted to see after seeing Fnatic make World Final and G2 make World Final and G2 win MSI. Like, look, how deep really is the LEC roster? How good are all of our teams? And they were hyped for Rogue. They won the regular season. And so far in their Worlds debut, it has been domination from them as well. We'll wait to see as they face off against more tournament favorites later on in the group stage. But so far, so good for the number 3 spot of the LEC.
Yeah, continuing to just pressure up on top side. They keep on sending Hansama and Vander right back up there. Finn actually looking for a possible dive here. Does have ulti.
Charm, here's some slows, let the tank the turret, no damage dealt at all, barely breaks the passive. And Inspire gets his first kill of the game, 6-0. No one's gonna stop this.
All right, that is gonna be, well, I thought he could actually stick around, just take off the extra turret and then drop Rift Herald, but he's gonna leave it there to Finn. Finn teleport does come down to try and stop the play.
Some decent damage. Herald tries to knock down 2 plates and almost a third. The ulti gets him away, and that teleport got very little done. The turret's gonna fall. No one was around for local turret gold. Herald does not claim it, despite what the scoreboard in the middle shows you. So some of that money did go away, but you take the turret kill all the same.
Yeah, and I think you're really happy to get that teleport cooldown out of PSG as well, because that means there's no Renekton top. There's no extra global support now going to come. So while you don't get that local gold of the turret going down on bottom side, leaves Hansama to whittle down on an extra plate on top side.
So far, so good. Finn has played weak side beautifully. His team fought well. He set up for the gank well. They even got first turret for him. Sort of. He was part of it, certainly, to be said. And look at this. A 4,500 gold lead. It is another early game domination. A class above right now. Rogue over PSG Talon.
And this is one of the big takeaways I had when talking to a lot of the players of these group stage teams that were watching play-ins and had not played in the play-ins and had just been scrimming. All of them that I talked to were so surprised at the meta that evolved in play-ins, where it was a lot of scaling, a lot about the horns on top side and playing a lot towards those later games in team fights. Whereas, obviously, in the scrims and with a lot of these teams, they had been having a lot of early snowball victories. Rogue here picking up on that trend as well. And the first 3 games now of groups have all had ginormous leads in the early stages, and the teams with those leads never let them go. So if the trend continues, it will be Rogue trying to extenuate these circumstances here. They definitely have the CC to do it. If you just call Evelynn up to the top side, Kalista Rakan combo is ready.
The one different point here is that there isn't dragon stacking for Rogue. In our first 2 games, we had 20-minute Dragon Souls, give or take 2 minutes. I mean, it was utter domination. Rogue spent their bot lane advantage getting kills in mid, which is not bad, to be clear. But it's going to be another gank coming across on the top side. The CC is there. Unified didn't have a chance. Kaiwing gets out. Rogue were stacking kills instead of Drake, so Soul will probably not be the win condition, but they will knock down turrets here.
The combo is ready. The bat signal goes up. Here comes Inspired. Boom, kill. It's almost like clockwork here. You can call the kills as they're about to happen. Now he goes for the invade. Evelynn didn't even have to use the ultimate to secure that kill because they had so much overkill. So you still have to be worried about that devastating Evelynn combination. And Finn is waiting in the brush to say hi to their old buddy tank.
Ooh, is he going for it? Is he going to flash in? Is he going to get the damage? There's a slow. They're going to try to bait the flash, and he never goes for it. If he flashes, they follow right away. He never presses the button. Now, the shockwave not going to land. Good escape, but the re-engage in the mid side is going to hurt. Inspire just barely gets out. Everyone's going to stay alive. They pull in the tank. That's not going to matter, Kaiwing. You're not going to get anything out of that one. Just leaving the aftershock cooldown for a few seconds.
Yeah,
fire.
A full-length Malphite ultimate should always be flashable by a pro player on no ping like this. So if you ever go for that, you're definitely going to get flashed. The only possible way would be like maybe point-blank flash on Malphite and then try and do a point-blank ultimate, but it's so risky to try and get that between turrets. So PSG Talon do try and chase them off. Turret still goes down for Rogue. Dragon now goes over as well, so they're very happy picking up the objectives instead of overforcing.
It goes down to the bottom side. Larson already on split push duty, and he's already pressuring bot lane tier 2. And you can see in the minimap, he's got 3 wards supporting this push to know if people are coming over. No one's on the way. Justice for Renekton, and honestly, Hanabi not going to have a good time here against Larson. Justice rated Dirk into Essence Weaver, so early power spike into the more conventional scaling build. We'll see what comes in next for him, but obviously not threatened at all by Hanabi with a null magic mantle.
Yep, I really like the crit builds for Lucian. Should be a pretty good win condition here for Rogue as they continue to try and snowball. With this early of all 3 outer towers now going down, with an Evelynn team that has engage capabilities of extremely long ranges, it's up to Rogue to get their first line of deep wards down through the jungle. And then if you toggle vision from PSG's side, the map is dark. It's so incredibly scary to go anywhere on this because you can have a Malphite ulting you from Fog of War. You can have an Evelynn sitting there invisible. So even if you see Rakan a screen away, all of a sudden he gets this jump over to the invisible Evelynn. You have Malphite coming out. The engage possibilities are insane for Rogue.
Right now they're going to take things in the dead of night here as the Fog of War allows them a pretty easy push towards Rift Herald as they pop the eye. On the other side of the map, you've got the team taking on bottom Scuttle here as well. Rogue really own all sides of the map right now. They may well own some of PSG's base before too long. 18 minutes into the game, Vander going to have to escape. No problem at all. Easy W over the wall, he's safe. Now Hanabi is going to spot Finn. Not going to be able to get much damage done. Despite the level lead, it's just not going to matter. FlyQuest is not really going to beat Sunfire Glacial Shroud, especially with reinforcements coming. And now Anabi, he's in danger. Pops the ult, still being attacked. And now it's time to kite away once again for Hansama. Teleport coming in. This is going to be the re-engage. This is going to be the attempt at a comeback here for PSG. Is it going to be enough? Anchor's going to come in. They find Vander. A lot of CZ coming across. Hansama forced backwards. Ults in. There's a big knockup. There is everything all at once. Larson finds 1 and 2 kills. Now the re-engage to the backside. Vander forced to run away. They're going to keep him alive as Inspired finds kill number 3, and it's time for Kaiwing to run away. Rogue simply too strong. They're looking for kill number 4. Kaiwing trying to build some space, trying to get away, and he may just live. Rogue 10 and 0. A single Drake separating them from a perfect game.
Yeah, you're playing with fire. If you try and chase down that combination, you can see Finn just waits on it. Hansama easily ults Vander out of any sort of danger. Once they send him back in, it's a freaking bounce house. Kalista ultimate knockup, Malphite ultimate, charms come through. It's actually ridiculous, the AoE combo that comes through, and Rogue dominate this map. They are not gonna let go of this game. You can see them just kind of kiting here. No panic whatsoever. Just kite back into the brush. You can easily Kalista ultimate out the Recon, then send him back in for the AoE. Finn gets the knockup into the charm, into the second knockup from the Recon. With Larson coming down, Inspired there with the extra damage, they easily pick up the kills.
We go back on the map now with an 8,000 gold difference. Second Drake a while ago was picked up by Rogue. Third one spawns in 130. Still not expecting Soul to be the win condition, but it will be 3 Infernals for whoever claims that. Now we'll wait to see how their mid game's gonna look, because Baron spawns in 7 seconds, and Rogue have shown no signs of really giving up map control here.
Really going to tell the difference here in the first couple of days that the teams and groups that come out and are able to snowball off of their strong points from draft. Once again, in this game, third game around, Rogue with a really strong bottom half. And it's actually, remember, Hansama and Vander with the early ganks. So well planned from them, hiding initially in that line brush towards mid. They ganked tank, they burned his flash, they got the first blood, and they weren't done there, Freak. They push their lane, they go for another gank. It's actually just so cleanly done how quickly they're able to snowball off of this early planning.
Ward control gets to come through at the very least, so 30 gold earned by River. Rogue, of course, still trying to take control of this jungle, trying to take over this game, as Larson is shoving the top side. He is the primary split pusher, by the way. He's the one with the safety tools, the ability to dash backwards, to ult as he kites away if he needs to, and ultimately he's the one knocking down side lane turrets. Rift Herald now summoned to make a little bit more happen as mid lane's gonna fall. Looks like with everyone leading mid, Finn can walk away no problem, and Flame turret number 5, PSG Talon got a Drake at 11 minutes and have gotten nothing else since. Rogue have completely strangleholded this game.
Yeah, the good thing about not having to rely on Dragon Soul, you can just rely on good old Baron. Before Dragon Souls existed, Freak, back in my day, teams used to end the games with Baron. That was the end game objective. These newfangled Dragon Souls are nice. Yes, they will still pick up all the dragons because the map is theirs and there's no reason to give that up. But that will be the death blow, is the setup that Rogue can pull around Baron. And just to put the extra nail in the coffin, they have the Kalista Rend to even further secure this objective for themselves. So as much as we talked about earlier, the possibilities of vision control for Rogue and the pick potential with Malphite, Rakan, and Evelynn, that is just taken up to 11 by the possibilities of Baron now being on the map. All that Rogue have to do is transition their control wards over to the red quadrant, and then PSG Talon are forced into a lose-lose scenario where they're looking for face checks. Yes, you have Orianna Ball, but the range and safety on that is greatly overestimated, as you still have to get decently close, and the range that we already highlighted for Rogue is definitely there to pull those picks off anyway.
Snuck in through Fog. If Unified pushed in for the next wave, he would absolutely have died. Nice attempt there by Vander and Larson. Ultimately doesn't come to anything. But a nice try all the same. Finn walking through. He's just making sure, yep, we still have the circle. Great, okay, here we go. Time for the Baron.
No attention need be paid down to the Renekton split pushing there. PSG just trying to get something for themselves while Rogue force this. See if they can actually get the engage.
A little dangerous. Vander going to be rooted in place. Shaka going to land as well, but he's pulled right back in by Hansama. Played at the range. Grave Salt says maybe we get something out of it. They're not going to get anything. Here comes the Smite Ren combo. Claimed no problem. is there even going to be a re-engage? Malphite ulti was burned. Not going to do anything for kills, but at the end of the day, here we are with the Baron picked up cleanly with no kills. Time to reset and pick up the various sides of the map.
Yeah, and PSG, they actually don't overcommit. They don't blunder there, making, forcing a fight or something or getting caught afterwards. They just take their one tower on bottom side for Hanabi there with the Renekton, and they give up that Baron. Yes, maybe you throw like a Hail Mary, a crazy play where River just tries to, E or flash into the pit and goes for a very low chance of a kill against a Ren combo, but well, he actually got caught.
He recalled outside of the brush, but he's not charmed. Finn ult not up for a second, but they do have some slows. Gonna slow him. And they're still kind of going. I mean, Inspired is gonna try. He's going for charm number 2. Does have flash E if he needs it. Gonna ult backwards to find the charm, and they're gonna find the kill. Nicely done. Larson TV behind just for good measure. I like the play, I like the kill. A mistake from Hanabi.
All right, quickest 3 games ever, Freak, for us. Yeah. Our World's Day 1 is gonna be over shortly. Rogue with Baron buff and 30 seconds left on the death timer for Hanabi means that this is gonna be Rogue hard pushing on bot.
11,000 gold lead, looking at a 26-minute victory or shorter if possible. Bottom inhibitor turret under fire. The inhibitor itself an easy pickup now as well. How quick will they win this game? This was one in the books. I did not think it would be the hardest stomp of the day, but so far it's looking like it is. Beautiful out of Rogue so far. The level 1 was sick. They did it again at level 3. I mean, I love to see it. This whole squad doing beautifully and obviously deathless.
Yeah, maybe we do have to give out an award for hardest stomp of our 3 games since all of them were really one-sided. Yeah. I would probably still go with DRX.
Okay.
But it's up for contention.
Yeah, I mean, I'm voting Rogue.
Okay.
Going deathless with your only objective loss being a single Drake and winning sub 30, that to me is hardest stomp, but we'll see.
My jungle bias is showing.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the 13 kill Nidalee certainly is a factor.
All right, though, Rogue not done here. They still have 50 seconds left on this. Baron, plenty of time to get another inhibitor. PSG, they've got to make it happen. They've got really...
Oh, goodbye, Kaiwing. Jeez. From the charm, instantly dead. Inspired, practically a solo kill. And then a second inhibitor, no problem at all. PSG forced to play back, forced to play defensively back to their Nexus. But now in the 5v4, Baron's still on for 30 seconds. Rogue looking to maybe end the game here.
All right, charm going down.
Nice try. Rooted in place, not going to get the charm, not going to get the knock up, and it does mean this wave gets clear, but the next one is right behind. Respawn for Kaiwing up in 5 seconds. We'll have ulti. Finn's going to land the shockwave, or the ulti on the tank rather. The shockwave delivery not going to land. Good flash away from Larson. The unstoppable force does in fact move the tank away, and that means the Nexus turret will drop, and we will get a reset in time for Drake number 4.
All right, so PSG are able to fend them off on this push. But let's see if they get caught here trying to chase people down, because they've got so much to deal with. Super minions bot and top. The extra dragon should go no contest over to Rogue upon their reset. They're just so far ahead. PSG can't rush into anything. They are actually heading up through the Fog of War towards it right now, but I would be very surprised if they really did commit to it. They do have double teleports that if Rogue overextend or try to get a little bit fancy with themselves, maybe PSG can turn something around, but it would have to come at a mistake from Rogue, some hubris or something where someone's trying to style.
There we go. Brick number 3 picked up. As you mentioned, Kobe, soul not required. They'll take the buffs, they'll take the stacks. In case something goes wrong, they've always got the ability to fall back to an Infernal Soul in a 5 minutes time.
Invest in Dragon Insurance, Freak.
Yeah,
it's very cheap.
It's really cheap. It's really, really cheap. It takes 20 seconds upon someone's time, which, not the most money in the world required for that one. They invested in ganks, in lane domination, and in turret destruction. That obviously paid off. They're looking at the fastest win of the day so far, as they look to continue a trend of LEC excellence. Rogue, their first time on the world stage. 2 years as a European League of Legends org, and looking pretty solid here in their second year and their first run at World so far. A near perfect game against PSG Talon. Kaiwing pulls in Vander, gonna get a bit of damage there. River forced back. Finn pretty much impervious to turrets, but no reason to take it for no reason.
Your base is now my base. You're gonna get attacked from behind.
He's putting on the flare for good measure. They're all hitting emotes. Yeah, they're in good moods. They're in good sorts right here. And this is, of course, a scary group, the other two teams that we will see in the next game are two of the tournament favorites, and there comes the engage. There's Unstoppable Force on a 2, Charm on even more. Double kill for Inspired. Here comes the kill on a Kaiwing. It's basically the ace. There's nothing left to do. It's gonna be a bloodless victory. Rogue don't lose a single champion.
Larson's going after Kaiwing.
They lost a single turret, and that is it. Rogue with utter domination will slaughter PSG Talon. They will take down the Nexus in under 29 minutes, and Rogue have shown up to Worlds to dominate the competition. Congratulations on the win over PSG Talon.
Have to say, as a jungler, big props to the bottom lane of Rogue for the ganks that they pulled off in this game. They perform 2 ganks on the mid lane before either jungler gets anything off. Camping level 1 in the line brush towards mid lane. It really does re-emphasize a point that we were talking about going into groups and now and going into play-ins as well. But the level 1 preparation in these best of ones means a lot and can shape the entire face of your game, because after that level 1, they get the kill, they get the flash, they just push up their lane and return again, making Tank's life brutal.
Yeah. For a lot of fans, this was the result expected out of Rogue, who came in hot in the summer split of the LEC. They tested G2, they won the regular season, and they've shown up to play very well. PSG Talon, yeah, they had a jungle mid Smurf duo during the play-in run. I think the lineup is weaker with the intended 5. Regardless, still got to the finals of the PCS. We'll see if they can bounce back. But now for Rogue, they have to contest with 2 of the best teams in the world. LGD Gaming and DAMWON also wait in that group. We'll see those battles later in the week. But now let's check out Rogue's Mercedes drive to victory. Finn's rock-solid ultimate. Again, 9 minutes in.
Yep, remember calling this one out. Finn is ready. He's looking for it. Walking at 3 members grouped up. Oh, that is juicy. Then they followed up with the Rakan, of course, so many times. Vander right there with the timing.
Beautifully done. Make sure they locked him up. And that was a pretty clean 3 kills. Very nicely done. Finn played weak side very well. The synopsis coming in was, look, if there's a weak link, it's up in the top side. But they put him on tank duty. They gave him an armor stacker. And when it came to team fights, he performed. You don't need to win lane on Malphite into Renekton. In fact, you're probably not supposed to win lane Malphite into Renekton, but you can certainly out team fight him, and I have no complaints at all about Finn. Still praise goes to Hansama and Vander for the early mid-game ganks, and we'll see how much more they can do for the rest of the group stage. Now we are stepping away, but in return, we've got what some believe is a finals preview in the making in the group stage. DAMWON Gaming versus LGD Gaming. Stick around.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
Born free as the wind blows, as free as the grass grows, born free to follow your heart. Live free, and beauty surrounds you.
Axe. Smell ready.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you play for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll ride into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world's calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. They're written down in eternity. But you'll never see the price it costs. The stars collected all their lives. When everything's lost, they pick up their hearts and avenge defeat. Before it all starts, they suffer through harm just to touch a dream. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. When the world is calling out your name, begging you to fight. Pick yourself up once more. Pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die.
Welcome back to Berlin here in group stage with Larsen. And Larsen, you just won convincingly against PSG, so tell me a bit about the strat you had here.
I think our draft was really hard win. When I saw the draft, I thought it was kind of GG because we got Lewis and Evelyn that a lot of EU team that we played a lot in EU already, and that kind of got the permaban in playoffs after we played one game. And then we had they had two immobile carries, and we had Malphite, Rakan, Evelyn. So it was really hard for Oriana and Senna to play, I think. And we also had the strategy of level 1 at mid, and then to dive him again, which worked out really well. So our prep was really good, and our draft was honestly really smurf.
Yeah, I mean, a super effective strat, and you've been very creative here, which is what we like about Rogue. But I mean, PSG is behind you. You have a mountain ahead with JDG and DAMWON. So any first impressions about these two teams and the fact that you have to face them twice?
I mean, my impression is that they're obviously very strong, but it's not like unwinnable or anything. Rogue are the best of one kings, right? And screaming like Asian teams, they're good, but it's not like it feels unwinnable. I feel like we can beat every team. If we have a good day, I feel like we can definitely beat every team. So I'm quite confident, yeah, because we usually play really well on stage, I think.
Yeah, now that's the spirit we want to hear. But Larsen, thank you very much for the interview, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing. God, now, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly.
Hello and welcome back to the start of the 2020 group stage, where we are preparing for a battle between two tournament favorites, LCK's DAMWON and LPL's Gen.G. Now, I don't care where your allegiance lies. If you are not excited for this matchup, I don't even know what you're doing. This might be the best match we'll see all day. They were a bit stompy up until here. And to join us and hopefully bring some more insight into the LPL representatives, we're very lucky to be joined by LPL expert Lyric to give us the rundown on what we need to know about this absolute titan of the LPL. Welcome, Lyric. All right. Well, we're looking forward to hearing you talk about Gen.G to start. I didn't want to call it out, but
I didn't hear the audio.
So we don't have your audio actually at this point in time. I'm pretty good at lip reading, but I'm just going to ask you the questions, and I'm sure the people at home will be happy with your analysis. So please, let's start off easy and tell me, what do we need to know about Gen.G?
For Gen.G, they were the smartest team we had in the LPL. Their coordination is like bar none. You'll see Lumao get out of lane early, see some great coordinated resets, get in the enemy jungle with Kanavi, steal those buffs, set up for dragons, and really position these guys well for the later stages of the game. But the big thing that separates Gen.G from a lot of teams to me is they have star players in so many roles, and they really don't have any weaknesses. People might point out mid lane or AD carry, but Loken and Yagao have been so standout this split that, I mean, this is a tournament favorite.
They absolutely are a tournament favorite. Now, when we looked into our prep, we saw that they are a more controlled team in the LPL, but they're still an LPL team. Can you explain to us how they are exactly more controlled, but still, you know, have that aggression that we've come to know and love from the LPL?
So we saw it earlier today, right, in TS's game against FlyQuest. Even when they're ahead, even when there's probably objective, better decisions to make, set up for the objectives, you know, take it a bit slower, get the side lane set up, they're always going to go for the kills. Gen.G are more tempered than that. They will always get the setup first. They aren't just gonna, they don't just smell blood and then go for blood. But like you said, it's still the LPL. It's still about finding these early lane pushes and getting a lot of skirmishes off. So I still expect Gen.G to be one of the fastest teams in this tournament.
We'll see how they fare here against DAMWON. It is a big test for them. What is your expert opinion about what we can expect out of this matchup specifically?
This one's a tough one, in my opinion, because you look at both teams, right, and they both play a bit more towards top side, heavy roaming supports, AD carries to just kind of absorb pressure. So for me, the defining thing will be Lumao and Barrel. Who gets out of lane first? Who can impact the mid lane and the enemy jungle? And I mean, come on, I'm an LPL caster. I'm completely siding with Gen.G.
I mean, we didn't expect anything else for you. Thank you so much for your expert insight, and we'll see you tonight, of course, for Worlds Cooldown.
Thanks.
No problem at all. Always awesome to be joined by, you know, our regional expert, because there's only so much that we can say. But do any of you have something to add on Gen.G and what we should look out for?
No, I think that he kind of hit the nail on the head. I think the biggest thing for me that he didn't mention was the fact that Zoom, the top laner, is considered right now the best top laner in the world. And going up against Noguri, this is going to be spicy.
Yeah, fantastic matchup. So let's talk a bit about DAMWON then. You might think, well, hey, when are we going to talk about that LCK first seed? Right now. And to people who may not have been following the LCK and remember, of course, DAMWON going out last year versus G2 in the quarterfinals, this is a different beast. They are still scrim gods. They are still individual gods, but they've diversified the way they approach games.
Yeah, and I just think this team is just smurfing so much. They were 34-5 in the regular split of summer, and Nuguri on his carries just looks so good, whether it's Jace, Camille, Renekton. Like, you play for this man and he'll carry, and I just think that it's always going to be impacted a lot by the jungle support. I think that Canyon and Barrel, I think we're going to see a lot of Nidalee in this series, especially with Kanavi in the series. Maybe first pick, first ban.
Series? It's only a game, I know. I'm sad for it too.
In this game, sorry, I wish it was a best of 5. And Pantheon perhaps as well, because of the roaming potential coming out here. But honestly, for me, it's just definitely the top side of the map. You've got Nuguri, and you've got Canyon, and on the other side, you've got Zoom, and you've got Kanavi. So.
And I think, like, expectations are high, naturally, for DAMWON. I think that last year they struggled against G2 in that best of 5, but they've been very vocal in many interviews about how they wanted to get back to Worlds. They want to be able to prove themselves, and they definitely want to get revenge against G2 Esports specifically. And I think that they have a difficult opponent ahead of them, but how can you not be excited? They have been incredibly dominant. They gained so many advantages in the early game, and like when we think of so many champions from the past, being dominant amongst your region, especially through the early game and having such strong solo laners, has been so successful for so many teams.
And I also think, you know, you're looking at the context in which these stats appear. It is in the context of the LCK, and I know the meta has changed, but the only team they're second to, if you look at all the stats for all the years in the LCK, is SKT in 2015. I know the meta has changed. I know a lot has changed, but they have the highest goal difference at 15 and 20 out of any team here at Worlds. I know it's hard to kind of quantify that and think how that will translate into the game, but they are simply suffocating. A cool tidbit is an interview that I heard with Jankos in a press conference, and he said to Larson, if you scrim DAMWON, maybe scrim him like 2 days and then take a mental break for a couple of days because you are going to get destroyed, Cadril. You know, it's hard to... We keep overselling them, but I don't really think it's overselling.
Yeah, maybe it's a bit. Maybe we're overhyping them a little bit, but you have to look at them as they're obviously the best LCK team. And if you look at them and the other two teams, DRX and Gen.G, there's just such a big gap between them. I think that's the most important thing to factor in here. You're looking at a team which is just, it struggled last year at Worlds. Yeah, they got to quarterfinals. They did struggle a little bit in spring, but in summer, I think it's their meta, it's their split, and honestly, they're looking like one of the strongest teams of the tournament.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and I think that players in particular that we're looking at are Showmaker and Noguri, two of the big solo laners. Of course, like, they do have stars across the board, but these are the two players that we really want to highlight largely because Showmaker is still considered one of the best mid laners in the world. And Noguri, I think, in the final specifically had a really standout performance. I think that when you look at how DAMWON approach the game, these are two of the players that your lips are often falling on top.
Yeah, and if you look at DAMWON overall, especially these two players, 4 of their players out of had the highest KD of the top 10 players in the LCK. And you can just see it on the stats here. I mean, Nuguri and Showmaker are a little bit different from each other. Nuguri's going to stomp the lane, he's going to have his jungler up there, he's going to take your tower, he's going to be in your face. Whereas Showmaker, I think his laning phase is a lot slower. He does play the lane really well, but I think that he really shines in the team fights.
And I think the difference also with last year is that you were thinking these two are going to pop off and just carry the game, but they don't just do that. Yes, they still have the 1-3-1, but they have the team fights, they have the Baron, they have the objective stacking of the Drakes later on, and they have Ghosts now in the bot lane as well. I don't do this too often for the group stage because there's a lot of stompy games, but I need a prediction from you two. What a matchup. Who's going to take it and why?
Well, so for me, I'm actually on the side of DAMWON. I think that obviously both have looked very dominant, but I have a lot of faith in DAMWON to be able to come out clutch in best of 1. I think they'll have a strong draft coming into day 1, and so I'm excited for them today.
It's so hard to say because you look at JDG and they have, like Lyric said, they don't have any weaknesses. There's no one that you can target and shut down. But I'm going to favor DAMWON. I mean, they just look so freaking good.
I mean, TS found the weaknesses in the clutch,
True,
so
I guess, yeah.
I hope we get a game like that, like we saw those series in the finals in the LPL, and we could go on about these teams for hours, no doubt, but then I know you guys at home are going to get really, really mad. So for now, let's send it over to Quickshot and Ender to get us into this game.
Pog.
Thank you very much, Shox, Vedius, Lyric, and Kadril. Welcome to the World Championships Done Quick, brought to you by Quickshot and Ender. That's 3 very one-sided games.
Yeah.
We're about to jump into DAMWON Gaming taking on JDG. I want to talk about draft really quickly. From a meta perspective, in the first 3 games, I haven't seen drastic changes. I haven't really seen any surprises, but I want to single in, you're an exceptional jungler. We've got 2 of the best junglers in the planet.
Yeah.
What are you expecting from both of these players?
Honestly, like, obviously, there's so many good places to look in this game, but jungle for me, especially the meta of this tournament with these hard carry-oriented junglers, farm-oriented junglers, these 2 players are huge on their team in terms of getting these leads. So as soon as we get into draft, like, I'm looking at the Nidalees, the Lilias, even a Kindred for Kanavi as well. Like, these are the types of picks that they can absolutely take over games on.
I absolutely love the way Kadril had sort of phrased it for DAMWON. This is DAMWON's summer. This is DAMWON's meta. And this is so far the performance that we've seen from them all summer long. One of the most dominant teams coming out of the LCK. And now they're coming up against the 2nd seed from the LPL. Don't sleep on JDG. They are one of the best performing teams to come out of the LPL and very high expectations. And straight out the gate, the Ornn has been banned away. It was one of the holy trinity.
See,
from
this is why DAMWON are so good. They figured it out already. They don't even have a game on the world stage, and they already know Ornn is the most broken champion on the patch. I really like JDG taking away this Akali as well. Showmaker makes plays in the mid lane. The Akali, I think his Zoe may just be the best in the world. This man is incredibly talented out of the mid lane as well.
Let's take a look. What's going to be the next ban here? Waiting for a few more seconds to come through. I think all eyes, at least for the shoutcaster, there's Kanavi and Canyon. With Graves being removed from the pool, is definitely one of the high-performing junglers. And this is going to be the game that sets and resets expectations for 2 pre-tournament favorites. How do they match up after 3 games that have been so heavily one-sided? I'm hoping for a more competitive showing between these 2 respective teams. And taking their time here in the ban. Lucian finds himself in the ban pool from the red side.
We're just lucky we get to see both of them in the same group here, Trevor. Lucian ban, of course, is going to be removed from Showmaker here. Lucian plus AP jungler. The Evelyn is usually what we'll see paired up alongside that to completely try to take over games and dominate through the lane phase. So I think that is a smart ban. Also taking away the Renekton from Zoom. Vedius had a lot of high praise for Zoom on the desk. We know there's a lot of strength on these rosters. But now, with a Pantheon ban, we saw this earlier in the day, this is again going to be targeted towards the support position. Pantheon was slept on a little bit in playoffs, but now that we're in the group stage, I'm expecting to see so much more of this pick.
And of course, from the LCK, Pantheon support, one of the most prevalent picks, definitely utilizing his skill set exceptionally well. We'll see another Camille locked in. This one you can anticipate to land in Kanavi's hands. No priority yet on that jungle pick, but with only the Graves really removed from the pool, there's a number of options you could go.
Yeah, and the Ashe, of course, is a pick that's been so big in both of these regions. You dominate lane, you offer the engages later on. I think this is exactly what you want when Kanavi is your jungler, because you don't want to have to, you know, put Kanavi on something that can start off fights. You want him on one of those farming junglers. As I say that, though, we do have to give respect that he can play a wide array of different champions. Lee Sin was one of his most played throughout the year, but I would expect they go the route of the Lilia.
I mean, when I take a look through most played, you know, this Camille, 2nd most played throughout the regular season for Noggery, 7 games on that one. For Loken on the Ashe, most played champion throughout summer was the Ashe at 12 games, so a lot of comfort here. Lilia has already been locked in, so this already begins to shape how JDG are going to play throughout the draft.
The Canyon Nidalee for sure.
And the Canyon Nidalee for a response. These are the 2 picks we've now got in the jungle.
I love this. You know, Canyon Nidalee is such a strong champion for him. He loves to power clear through his camps, and there's some plays you can make up against the Lilia, especially when you have a Camille on the top lane and now locked in Showmaker's Twisted Fate in mid. These champions can set up for spears. They can also help her invade and roam around the map. This gives DAMWON a lot of ability to influence the map with a farming pick.
And you know how much I love my quick stats, and 9 games played, 0 losses for Canyon's Nidalee throughout summer and playoffs. 50% win rate. Showmaker's locked in the Twisted Fate, and we will see that Volibear matchup. So if I recall correctly, in one of the day we had the Camille into the Volibear, and I'm anticipating that to be the top lane.
Yeah, it didn't go great for solo, but there was a lot of jungle attention thrown up that way. I think Volibear is supposed to have the advantage in this matchup, and especially for Zoom trying to battle up against Nuguri. Volibear's trading pattern just so powerful with his W to sustain the damage you get off of that. It's a little bit more difficult for Camille to deal with that. She'll have to play a little bit on the back foot, but of course, Nuguri on the Camille can have so much influence in the team fights later on. That's one of the things that has impressed me so much in him, is not just the laning ability that he has, but also the flanks he can find and the influence he can find in those 5v5s.
So let's take a look now as the drafts are starting to shape up. For DAMWON, I already see a fair amount of side lane pressure, the ability to look for those picks. The Set, Kalista, Senna are the phase 2 bans. And over on the side of JDG with the Volibear, Ashe, Lilia, a little bit more maybe a death ball starting to build up, and we'll see what direction they go with these phase 2 picks.
Yeah, this is going to be a comp from DAMWON, I feel like, that really can try to take the game. And some of the plays I've seen from DAMWON, they are a very smart team. I know JDG get a lot of credit for being a very intelligent team, but DAMWON will sort of pull you to one area of the map, and then all of a sudden Twist Fate ports the other way, right? So you can bring them down into a dragon area, or you drop a Herald them in, then all of a sudden you're porting into top, and they make these very quick-paced moves. And with a draft like this, I've seen them do this before. I'm really excited to see how they can break it into the stage.
Now, the Thresh finds himself in the ban list. Set and Thresh, the final 2, so this means JDG will have the option to counter pick either their mid lane or support pick, as we're anticipating that Volibear to go to the top lane. Jace locked in into the TF mid.
All right, I like this. I mean, Jace is a pick that obviously always sees so much more play in the LPL than any other regions. We've had some great Jaces show up at Worlds. I remember like rookie Jace in the past has been absolutely terrifying. So Yagao on this champion, this is going to pair nicely with the Lilia, because you say you like a Lucian in mid next to an AP jungler. Well, Jace is going to accomplish that too. And with some of the synergy you have with this long range sleep from Lilia, the arrow from Ashe too, you can actually lock down and make a lot of this damage stick.
Oh my man, this is such an interesting combination. The counter is going to be the Jhin and the Leona. So again, long-range engage, non-committal if it doesn't land with that solar flare. The option to pick as well with the Jhin. Combine that with the long-range engage from TF Camille, and now there's going to be this counter pick or the option to run something into Leona down that bottom lane.
Look, DAMWON's comp is just built for Canyon to have these spears land every single time. Make sure you can get him to his first item and then pair alongside your teammates. And both teams work so well, junglers plus supports, and how they can roam around the map. Bot lane pressure is also going to be a big deal. Whenever you have these more farming-oriented jungle picks, it's about the supports. Those are the players that can really influence the rest of the map with roams towards mid. So I think Ashe Nautilus into the Jhin Leona too. Whoever can get out of that lane first and try to show up around mid is going to be a big deal.
Oh man, so bot moving first is going to be huge. I want to keep my eyes on that one. We're also going to have to follow Canyon on this Nidalee. Undefeated, coming into the World Championship at 9-0, coming up against Kanavi's Lilia. And for both of these teams, pre-tournament favorites. Everyone is looking at DAMWON Gaming. So many people are anticipating DAMWON Gaming to potentially make the run, to potentially be the world champion. But you cannot ignore the fact that JDG are incredibly strong.
You can't sleep on JDG, Trevor, because people are saying like, oh yeah, DAMWON versus Top Esports. And yes, Top are a fantastic team. They won the LPL. But let's not forget, in the finals in spring, JDG took that one in 5 games. They were denied, they were robbed of an opportunity to go to an international tournament in the form of MSI because that ended up getting canceled. And now, after again battling Top Esports to a full 5-game set in summer, they show up as their 2nd seed. But Top were always the brain, or were always the brawn. This team, JDG, is the brain. They're so intelligent and so fluid in their map movements. They're scary no matter how you look at it.
Especially because of how they execute, just like the old LPL memes. JDG have a high kill per minute. The difference to the old LPL teams is they do not concede as many deaths. They are still punishing and explosive, but it is clean in its execution. One quick summary on the side of DAMWON is they do not prioritize that first dragon. So we've talked a lot about the expectations, seeing that bot lane, whether it's going to move first, if it can be unlocked, we are going to be looking at Kanavi and Canyon, and I want to see who gets the early advantage here in Worlds.
Exactly, because there's even plays you can make at level 1 with both of these teams. A lot of time you'll see that Raptor invade, of course, but both these players love to speed run through their jungle. And when we look at, you know, deprioritizing objectives like the Dragon, well, why do you think that is for DAMWON? It's so Canyon can continue to farm, focus on things like the Herald, focus on things like the turret, because DAMWON are so stacked on paper that it is about just crushing through your lanes and building up a big advantage there.
Yeah, definitely the case. You can see the keystones on your screen right now. Kanavi running that Dark Harvest out of the jungle. We've got the Spellbook for Showmaker on his Twisted Fate, and the Flash Cleanse for Ghost's Gen. Definitely think that's going to be valuable. You think some of the hard CC that can come in from range, but a defensive start here, just the fan out, and Mao and Loken now making the first.
So right now, DAMWON are in their red side jungle, and you can see Kanavi pathing over. I think we are going to see a little bit of a late invade towards the red buff again. Lilia goes through the Raptor so quickly, so what you can do, even though they're walking over vision, is speedrun the Raptors, hit level 2, and then look for the fight. They know they're on vision, and I think that's the play.
All right, the Javelin Toss does connect onto Kanavi. Canyon has him back from Ghost and Barrel. There's Blooming Blows trying to clear out the Raptors the best possible. That's the flash engage level 1.5 minutes.
Nuggery's here.
Kanavi, 200 HP, running for his life. Lumao's locked up, locked down, and killed by DAMWON for first blood.
DAMWON read the play. Nuggery shows up in bot side, and now he's going to teleport into the top lane to make sure he doesn't miss anything. And you saw it the whole time. Even though JDG were fanned out at the start, Barrel was camping a bush. They put the ward down. They knew this play could be coming in, and that's how they bring down Nuggery to make sure they win the first blood.
What I love about their play, JDG say, I know where you're going to be. I know what you want to do. I have a counter. DAMWON go, I know you know.
Yeah.
And they have a counter to the counter.
And now look at the fallout from this play, because Canyon's going to be able to go up into Kanavi's red side jungle and take away all 3 of these camps potentially. He'll be counter jungling the Raptors, so that respawn will not come through very quickly. And then the response is, will DAMWON be able to stop Kanavi from that counter invade on the bot side of the map? We may even see Canyon forget about going for the Krugs on the top side, just so he can make it down there and make sure Kanavi gets nothing.
I mean, you talked about it in draft, and the DAMWON side is just get Kanavi ahead. Get Canyon ahead, correction. And that's already an early advantage to him. So let's track the movements and whether or not Kanavi can find his way back into the game. Instantly on the counter reply, I think, aware of the fact that Canyon walked over that ward in the Tri-Bush, so he'll be able to pick up the Bramble back. And so far, no support. Just keep a quick eye on the fact that Showmaker has no flash in the mid lane, if anything were to happen in the coming minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that may play a little bit into Canyon not wanting to sprint down towards the southern quadrant of the jungle, because one thing that did come in as a bit of a curveball in JDG's draft was this Jace spin. I think Jace offers so much power in any sort of 2 versus 2 around the mid lane early on, and Lilia in those early levels spamming out that Q can be a little bit more reliable, I think, than Nidalee, especially with no mana, because she did forsake her blue buff for so long. Still, though, it is a massive win for Canyon, because Kanavi feels a little bit pressured, feels a little bit nervous to stay in that bot side jungle, so will only take the red buff, and that means Canyon did trade up 2 camps.
Yeah, he absolutely did. See him picking up a Scuttle Crab on your screen, making his way down bottom lane. Loken and Lamau, plus 8 CS already shoved that wave in very, very aggressively. I think they got to wave first. They did pressure with the level 2 advantage, so Ghost and Barrel had to back away. And one of the big things we want to keep an eye on is whether or not Lamau can be unlocked from that lane. Yeah. And if he can, combo with Kanavi to maybe impact your Gal.
That's huge too, because some of the things that impressed me the most about JDG were how Lumao and Kanavi were able to pair up, not just like gank mid lane, but to invade the enemy jungle. And with Canyon out to an early advantage, that can be something we do need to track. Now, Canyon did tell us a bit of how he wants to path, but Kanavi is looking down towards the bottom side of the map. Barrel doesn't have flash or ignite, but I think it's just a Krug steal. What I wanted to point out was that Canyon counter-jungled both the Raptors and the Krugs on the opposite side of the map, so he's not looking to re-invade that, he is looking to set up in his bot side jungle, and that's where they're going to find Kanavi.
Look at this, Lumao and Loken coming to help out Kanavi. Krugs are being cancelled, that's the flash stun, Barrel's down, Barrel's dead! He's absolutely blown up underneath his own tower. Here comes support from Canyon and Showmaker. The pounce forward, Lamal's going low, continues to run away, and he's taken out by Ghost. Locked in places, Canyon gets caught out and taken out. That's another kill.
Here's Yugao.
2-2. Yugao coming in from behind. Accelerated shock blast. He's going to swap into the hammer form, but hasn't gone to the skies just yet. Finally engages, and Loken forced to run for his life. Defensive flashes, rooted in place by a deadly flourish once again. And Ghost is now under some threat from another teleport. Zoom arrives to the party.
This is just mad madness down in the bottom lane. I think Zoom gonna end up wasting his teleport there, not be able to use that to get into top side. Just a couple minions to make sure the play stops, but that play was just madness with Kanavi going for the turret dive. We pointed out Beryl didn't have the flash, so he was a sitting duck, but the big winner is Ghost with 3 kills. He got 2 out of the play and the first blood on top. That first back is gonna be juicy.
Absolutely huge advantage for DAMWON's bottom lane, but this is the initial play, flash over the wall from Lamau.
Yeah, and they do get this kill, but then there's some indecision because Yagao was sort of walking back and forth while Showmaker came all the way down here, so a good spear lands from Canyon. He also got his base off, so Red Smite comes through. The burn damage is going to help out a lot in that kill. He thinks he can get Kanavi, but Kanavi still has his flash, which means that Ghost will end up having to use his own to go ahead and get that dive off. But this was almost brutal because Showmaker had the gold card and the red buff on Ghost almost meant another kill.
And so we come out of that 700 gold advantage here to DAMWON. Hex flash over the wall for Lamau. He's going to hold on to the anchor, does not fire out the dredge line, but look north of the river. Kanavi waiting, and this is what we said. If that bottom lane is pressured, or if the back timing works out, Lamau will want to combo with Kanavi. Just a quick call out. Swifty boots and a BF sword at 6.5 minutes into that Jhin Nautilus lane. Currently boots, Vamp Scepter, and a longsword. So a very big disparity here in favor of Ghost.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on this mid lane right now too, with supports walking over. I almost want to see if Canyon and Beryl want to walk into the enemy jungle and put down some vision instead of just looking for this game. Yagao does not have his flash, which does make him a little bit more vulnerable, especially now that Beryl's own flash did come up. But against a little bit surprising here, Canyon going for this Drake very early.
Yeah, definitely non-traditional from what we've seen out of DAMWON Gaming, who have historically throughout the LCKs kind of foregone or given up that first dragon, prioritize the farm, get a little further ahead. In terms of first tower, they're actually 40 seconds quicker than the LCK average at securing the first tower. This game, though, has also gone against expectation. It has been very, very skirmish heavy already at 7 minutes in.
Yeah, I was almost wondering, like, does Canyon want to look for that invade and try to press the tempo a little bit more? But I think a Cloud Drake, rather, with a Twisted Fate ultimate that hasn't been used yet. Of course, we'll apply that CDR as soon as he uses that one, and this is how DAMWON want to unlock the map. So you sort of pinpoint where the flash is missing. Okay, bot lane doesn't have flashes. Nagri's teleport is going to be up in the next 45 seconds to a minute here. Can we set up a play around the bottom side of the map? Especially because Jhin and Leona offer you so much hard CC, and maybe even time that around a moment when you see Kanavi on the top side of the map with his own red buff respawning. These are the things that DAMWON is going to be thinking about, especially as now Canyon goes to that invade to take away the blue buff.
There's no flash for Loken, no flash for Lamau if that play comes out. Ender, a lot of power to be made. However, no teleport for Zoom, 50%, a little closer for Nagri.
Exactly, Nagri just walked in and put a ward on the red buff. So this is exactly what I was talking about, is you see Kanavi go for that red buff, Nagri has teleport, well, you can just dive that bottom lane. Those traps you can teleport to if you're Nagri. So this is, I mean, Kanavi is going to have to get down towards this bottom side because with that ward, they actually saw him pathing up, so Nagri should know that he's in the area.
And you can remember that Zoom teleported to that bottom lane skirmish. They ended up being a 3v3, 4v4 at one point. Didn't get anything for it. No kill, no assist. He is even on CS with a wave pushing towards him right now, and Nagri fully aware, not going to overextend, not going to be punished yet by Kanavi, who has hit level 6, same with Canyon. Let's take a look at any disparities, can't notice any for the time being. And for Zoom on this volley bear, he now will be at a teleport disadvantage. Nagri has just come up. Taking a look at the flashes, Loken is about, a third, 20% of the way until it is available again. So that window of opportunity is there. The wards, the traps, still available, but no real threat or pressure just yet from down.
Yeah, especially with Canyon pathing towards the top side. They're taking a bit more tempered of an approach, and maybe even Canyon wants to try to play for this Rift Herald, because right now, top lane's going well for him. Mid lane, Yagao has been able to build out a pretty decent CS advantage. But if you see Gen.G commit down towards bot side, Canyon can just sprint through these objectives on his own. And there he is.
There we go. So Canyon, 64, creeps thus far to the 50, even on gold, even on levels. I can't quite see the gold. He'll get his flash available in just a moment. And the tempo of the game has slowed down. After that level 1 invade, and then the bottom lane team fight, both teams have kind of handshook and started farming away.
Yeah, I think he's close enough on this that he's going to be able to take it down, but Kanavi walking through was almost a bit rough there, helping get mid lane push, but the smite does come down and Canyon will pick that one up. So now, what I'm really curious for, because I saw, I can't remember, it was a game earlier in the season, DAMWON literally played this comp with the Twisted Fate plus the Camille, and they get a Rift Herald, and that's asleep actually.
It absolutely is. The accelerated shock blast does a lot of damage, but Beryl's nearby, gets the Zenith, Kanavi is blown up.
boom! That's the support jungle we were talking about. Beryl pathing into the top side jungle, a little bit unexpected there. The TF ultimate does go down, but this is what DAMWON love to do. I mean, it's what JDG love to do. It's about getting inside the enemy jungle and playing for your junglers. That's such a focal point for both these squads.
I'm genuinely at a loss for words. The full combo from Nidalee with the javelin toss into the pounce takedown did so much damage, and Canyon's not done yet. Jumps onto Zoom, who's locked inside the baby cage. Defensive flash comes out. Now javelin toss, if it finds its target, there is some threat, but a big wave that can get pushed into the tower.
JDG doing a bit of damage control now, moving the rest of the team towards the top side, except for Loken. Big Spear connects onto Zoom, though. I'm not even sure they're going to be able to make this fight work.
All right, accelerated shock blast just to clear out the wave. That's a flash forward into the depth charge. That's a root connected onto Noguri. He's locked back by the depth charge, and now he continues to run for his life. Side steps away from the swirl seed, and Showmaker flash available. Locks down Lumao.
Look at the spear, big damage coming in, and Beryl is on the roam. Zoom is going to have his teleport up soon, but it might not be soon enough with Beryl on the way.
Solar Flare is available here for Beryl. There's a lot of long-range tools on the side of DAMWON, but they will be content with the tower, with the plates, with the Rift Herald being summoned, and a reminder that this was the DAMWON special coming out of the LCK. They have the fastest first tower by 40 seconds in comparison to every other team. And something that we were talking about the DAMWON players was their ability to accelerate the game, their willingness to jump into the faces of their opponents, and primarily it's been led by Canyon. A little bit different this time around, as it's Ghost has been the beneficiary of all of the kills today.
Yeah, he got a bunch of that down in the bottom lane, but now, I mean, DAMWON have just done such a good job from the level 1, I feel, throwing JDG off of their rhythm a bit, because one of the things that I think JDG is so good at is reacting on the fly to anything you throw their way. They're very fluid in their decision-making, but from the level 1, DAMWON getting the first blood, then counterattacking the bot lane, Canyon has had the lead in the jungle matchup. You can see that is a full level for him now, and on top of these objectives, it is just ballooning into more and more and more here for DAMWON.
Yeah, two dragons secured in 12 minutes, 2 more to go until the soul. JDG are starting to fall behind, and this is leaning towards the advantages of the 3 previous games we've seen. JDG, on the other hand, they do have a lot of pick tools in their arsenal. The Ashe, the Nautilus, long range from Kanavi on that Lilia, and now there's a threat of a dive onto Loki.
Difficulty is it's so hard for JDG to play through any side lanes because of the Camille plus Twist Fate combination, because Camille locks you down for long enough for the port to come in, and that is really, really tough to handle. Their best bet is more playing inside their jungle, playing around, hitting the TF as opposed to going opposite lanes, because Noguri is so slippy, you're not going to be able to catch him out. Double sleep.
Let's see what happens.
Look at the arrow.
That's a Zenith Blade in. The Ashe arrow connects onto Canyon at max range. That's a huge stun. Canyon's going to be able to escape for now. Showmaker goes golden thanks to looking at his watch. Flashes away, gets jumped on by Zoom, but there's not enough follow-up damage. Loken was not there in time. Lumao is the first to fall in the fight, and despite the volley slowing down Beryl, Canyon, who was tagged, stunned, and locked down first, can go to Cougar form. I'm waiting to see the initiation. A deadly flourish holds Loken in place, but look at the counter damage coming out of Yugao's Jace.
The setup was nice, right? The double sleep into the arrow from JDG, but not able to connect on the kill right there, especially with the healing coming through from Canyon. It's very hard to make this damage actually stick for JDG at this point in the game where, let's face it, you look down the board, the item's not necessarily there for them, especially with Zoom. Still not able to finish off the Trinity Force, and Yagao stacking up his Man Immune. So JDG, I like the idea of trying to maybe find these picks with 5 players running into it. But here we'll see what happens, because even Noguri's teleport comes in super, super late. The stun comes down, everything is landed onto Beryl, but the Aftershock combined with the fact that you can't actually go into that control ward makes it super, super hard. The stopwatch, of course, allows Noguri to get into this fight, and then, oh boy, this Jhin just opens up.
Yeah, absolutely safe way downtown. Canyon immediately jumps back into the fray, landing javelin off the javelin. I mean, Infinity Edge has been sitting for Ghost for a little while. 6 turret placed to 0, so 1,000 gold of that advantage just from the tower pressure. And despite the fact that Loken does have that Blade of the Ring completed, Blade of the Ring's king, he simply wasn't close enough to get any of the autos down, and we saw Zoom's ulti not missing landing, and it's a sidestep from the Solar Flare. Dredge Line will slow the follow-up, so for now, Loken and Lumao escape.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. DAMWON's comp isn't super ultimate reliant when it comes to scrapping and skirmishing. You know, they are if they want to make a big map play with that TF ulti, but everything else, Nidalee, Jhin, Camille, like they're all going to have really, really high value, even the TF gold cards, for going for these continued fights. So after JDG blow a lot of big cooldowns with the Ash Arrow, maybe the Lilia sleeve, DAMWON should be looking to capitalize off of those plays immediately in the next, 45 seconds to a minute.
Look at the total gold on the side of your screen. DAMWON can capitalize on a lot right now.
Ouch.
4 of their players lead the top 10 in the server. As is expected, again, 6 kills to 2, 2 dragons to 0, 1 tower to 0. It is a very sizable lead. The #1 seed coming out of the LCK has gone toe-to-toe the #2 seed from the LPL, and now it's going to be up to JDG to use some of these pick tools in their camp to try and do something. But remember, if Zoom commits to this fight on Nogri and if he chases him, Showmaker could have responded. I took a look, the Destiny is on cooldown, so maybe not this exact instant, but he was losing the fight before any backup came anyway.
Yeah, because I'm also like, how do you even punish Nogri? Because he's just going to be able to slip on out of there with the Rift Herald respawning. JDG are in the area, but Zoom is recalling, so I don't actually think they can commit to this fight. Maybe get mid lane priority, but it's going to be really hard if they do want to take this one. I think they're going to have to end up backing away. Actually, Zoom cancels his reset, so now they can come back into River.
Okay, Zoom is making his way in from the red buff. Javelin toss goes sideways. Blast cone over the wall. Zoom is at 50% HP. Destiny was used, the gate was not, and Herald secured, but the eye has not yet been picked up. That's a catch onto Beryl. Solar Flare buys some time. The volley, with the help of the shot blast, takes him out. There goes Nogri into the fight with the Hextech Ultimatum. It's a trade of supports, but there goes Zoom as well. The curtain is called, and Ghost is untouched, is 100% safe, and he's holding onto the trigger. Finally fires another shot, 2 for 1, and I didn't quite see if DAMWON picked up the eye.
Yeah, I think they were able to. JDG continue to force these fights, but they're never winning these fights. Again, the idea, the approach looks good. They're trying to split up DAMWON, but DAMWON are so good at buying time. It's very hard for JDG to actually get that lethal range right away. So the rest of the team is able to come in. Nogri on the flank, and now the Rift Herald placed as well to set up 20 seconds before the Mountain Drake spawns. We're looking at a 17.5-minute third Drake for DAMWON. It's insane.
It is crazy quick. The number of dragons that have been secured this early in our first 3 games of groups, the level of domination that we have seen from a team that gets ahead, they snowball that exceptionally well. And for JDG being down 6k gold, yes, they have some initiation tools, but man, it is looking scarier and scarier, because even if they're under the tower, the amount of long-range poke that can come down before you create the initiation from Leona and Camille, it is just an incredibly difficult situation for JDG to be in.
JDG are, again, running down here, I think, trying to look for a pick, because DAMWON weren't able to reset after picking up a lot of gold in the Herald and the mid lane turret, but I almost wish JDG were trying to respond on the opposite end of the map. They keep running towards DAMWON, even though they are behind, and now they will get some damage down on this mid lane turret. There isn't a ton of wave clear, but there is enough to keep this one alive, I feel.
All right, Beryl waiting in the wings. The ultimate available, as is the flash. JDG back away instantly, still unable to secure their first tower, and this is a replay of the initiation onto Beryl. They do get the kill, but it falls apart immediately after.
Yeah, I mean, they jump onto Beryl, and again, Aftershock buys in so much time. This flank, though, Nogri comes in from the side, they're able to burst down Lumao. Top laner also falls into play, and I mean, what are you going to do when Canyon can just heal, stopwatch, now he has his Zonias, and then heal again because it's back off of cooldown? That is just so insane.
Yeah, it really, really is. And Zoom on that volley bear is just not having a great game. The Zoom...
well, they're fighting bot lane, Trevor.
They absolutely are. Zoom is going to get taken out here. Hextech Ultimatum locked down under the tower. And that was the TF Camille.
Yes, this is what I've been talking about. I've been waiting for now. Canyon's going to solo kill Yagao in the top lane. The jungle gap has now become the Grand Canyon here for Canyon himself. He has the Zonias completed, and he's just solo killing soul laners. That's ridiculous.
Now, this is what we anticipated out of DAMWON Gaming. The brute force, the ability to just press your advantage. They pushed the towers, they pushed the dragons. They responded to JDG's invade, both at their red buff and again in the bottom lane, and this is the solo kill.
He thanks Showmaker for the vision on JJ. Just okay, I don't think I was on the ward. Gets and ends up getting killed. The red smite makes it super, super difficult. And now that the mid lane tower has fallen as well, all the jungle camps on the map belong to DAMWON, and this is where you're going to see the gap really start to get big. It's now 2 levels. between Canyon and Kanavi, and it's not really Kanavi's fault at this point because there's not much pressure on the map. It is very easy for him to just lose Gromp Camp, Krug Camp whenever these side lanes push forward.
And when you look across the levels, small advantage for Showmaker. 13 to 11 right now. I imagine Yagao will hit 12 soon. A dredge line from Lamau gets him to safety, which was good. But Ghost, by the way, rapid fire cannon picked up to complement the eye edge. Lichbane is with Showmaker for a couple of minutes. It's now an 8,000 gold lead with 2 minutes until Mountain Soul. And despite the flash into the Zenith Blade, Beryl finds his man. The curtain call with the help of Beryl's Ignite manages to find another. There is some damage coming back as at least there's a kill onto Beryl, but it simply does not matter. DAMWON Gaming ace JDG, and at 20 minutes and 40 seconds, start the barrel.
It is a complete statement of a game here from DAMWON. People came in to the group stage like DAMWON versus JDG, like these are potential tournament favorites. Maybe they meet again in the finals later down the road. DAMWON are saying, no, we're gonna take care of them in 20 minutes. This game is just over.
This is the opening game for DAMWON at the 2020 World Championship, and they are making a hell of a statement. After being invaded on at level 1, they bounce back, punch back, and I love the Zenith Blade catching Kanavi on the flash.
Yeah, I mean, it's just clean right there. Kanavi, not much to be done, and we're at a point where it's like, damn, wonder, top, you really 5 games? It took you 5 games to take care of these guys? Because honestly, DAMWON are putting on a clinic in this game right here from start to finish, from countering that level 1 invade, which again, I can't stress, was clean, to now we're at a point where Ghost is about to hit 3 items on this Jhin and just end this one.
I can't wait to see what the Chinese fans have to say about this performance thus far. But it is interesting because it is best of one. It's the opening game on opening day, right? So we still have many, many more games to play through. But DAMWON, with the exception of picking up an early dragon, are playing to expectation. Kanavi gets jumped on by the Hextech ultimatum. It's a fight on multiple fronts as Kanavi's already out. Loken goes down and Ghost is able to escape. Yagao to the skies, hammer down, manages to get a kill onto Ghost and picks up the shutdown. Yagao will lose his life as it's donated to Showmaker. 1, 2, 3, 4 for 1. 19 kills.
Kenyon's on the hunt, and he found the Nautilus.
He has indeed. He's going to be able to Hex Flash over the wall if I looked at that correctly. And Canyon, can he hunt down Lamau? He's chasing, looking for it. Can't find him yet. The Observer Vision toggle is fantastic.
Meanwhile, his team is just ending the game looking for 2 inhibitors here. I don't think the recall is going to come in soon enough for Lamau.
Canyon is chasing the KDA points. I love the emote spam.
Don't even use an ability, just auto-attack him to death.
Oh man, this is definitely the Grand Canyon difference. He's even enlisted the minions to help out.
No, this is an honorable. Don't get out of here, Nagari. Don't you dare. Okay, Ghost comes in for the kill steal. That is just disrespectful.
6, 1, and 8 for Ghost Jhin. 19 stacks on Showmaker's Magi's. This is the Mountain Soul at 23.5 minutes. An inhibitor taken in the mid lane. Stop me when I've said too much here.
No, you can keep going.
A gigantic advantage and lead. And what a great performance from DAMWON to start their Worlds run. You know, they did come in as one of the pre-tournament favorites, and they're showing the world why.
Yeah, I mean, we knew this team was phenomenal in the early game, and they're definitely proving it here one more time. They're also a great team fight team. Like, that's one of the things that maybe gets slept on a bit. I do think they deserve credit for, but the scrappiness in the nature of this competition as well means that Nagari can go help out on the bottom side of the fight, instantly hookshot over towards the top, and get more and more kills. This is the last stand for JDG.
Yes, indeed. The Asherah was thrown out. Beryl is caught in place, but look at that heal. Canyon helping out as well, and Beryl literally walks away. 5 members of JDG hammering down, and he does not care. That's Zoom dead, Loken dead, Lamau dead. Who's next? It will be Yagao, and finally Kanavi. He gets caught out. Can he get Canyon? And yes, he does. That's 1 for 5. The triple kill secured by Showmaker. The Nexus turret will fall, and DAMWON Gaming obliterate JDG to start their Worlds run.
DAMWON Gaming. You know, this team was an exciting team when they came in last year to the World Championship. They were bringing a new style. They were trying to play the early game, and they made it all the way to a quarterfinals, Trevor. And it turns out, if you make a key roster change in the bot lane, if you give them an entire year, they will become the best team in the LCK and the fastest team the LCK has ever sent to Worlds, and Game 1 proved it.
Absolutely the case. Fantastic, fantastic performance. All I can say is, damn, son, that was a hell of a game. For JDG, on the other hand... I
was supposed to say, damn, Juan.
Yeah, I know, it's going that way, but I thought it was too obvious, you know, trying to play with it. For JDG, on the other hand, they definitely have to bounce back. I liked the attempt at the level 1. I liked the attempt at the invade, but DAMWON were ready for it. They responded, and they executed better to get themselves that early kill into Ghost Gym.
Yeah, and I do think that, you know, after this game, obviously things went really poorly for JDG early on. This is a team that will learn and will try to adapt. This is not something they're going to get fooled by again. Nope. Nagari, of course, came down bot, so it was a 5v4 for that level 1 fight, because this team, while they didn't get a lot of time to shine or prove it, this team is incredibly intelligent about the game and will be eagerly awaiting the rematch later down the road.
I cannot wait to see that, but also then how you see Rogue match up against either of these teams, right? They're in the same group. These are the two teams that are favored to get out, of course, and you cannot make grandiose assumptions after a single game, right? I really want to, and I have a history of doing it.
Don't do that, Trevor.
I'm not going to, and that's what I'm trying to say here, is that I'm not going to write JDG off just yet. I need to see how they recover, how they bounce back. First game on stage, first game at the World Championship, and just a quick reminder that for all 5 of these players, first international appearance as well, right? They were denied the opportunity at MSI, so not an excuse, it's context. And for DAMWON and for everyone else watching, every other team, every other country, and every other region, that's a statement. That is something to be scared of. Canyon got his Nidalee, still undefeated since summer began.
Yeah, that champion looking real strong in his hands. It was the first champion I looked at. I'm like, should they ban it? Well, maybe you need to start banning that in the future. Of course, I just think this team is just super exciting to sort of see how they track and evolve over the course of the tournament. Like I was talking about before, they exited a little bit earlier than it would have liked to last year, but this team has only gotten better and better and better. And now almost all of their players are saying, like, we're the best in the LCK in our roles. We're best in role. Could we be best in role in world? Well, that's what they're here to try and prove.
One of the most exciting teams to watch from the LCK, and I've got a slightly obscure thought. It's definitely a little too early, so apologies about this. But 4 games in a row, 4 very one-sided victories. You can't really draw conclusions, right?
Sure.
But is there anything that you can attribute to this? Anything that's tickling the back of your mind?
I mean, honestly, I think we have had some mismatches earlier. This is the first game that was like, this is going to be a really, really close game, and it went bad from level 1. I think DAMWON are an excellent team when it comes to closing out games, so hopefully they get closer later on, but so far it has been smooth sailing for one team, not so much for the other.
Definitely the case. Look, we're going to be stepping away as we go. MasterCard want to highlight the best fans the world has to offer, and that's you all. We're going to take a look at the MasterCard fans of the decade. Today we say hello to Kuzora Gervais from Australia, fan of the OPL and the LPL. Raise your koalas. She's been following League since 2015 when Kuzora and her husband Robert went to the OPL split final. In 2018, they traveled from Australia to attend Worlds in Korea and witness Invictus Gaming take home the Summoners Cup against Fnatic. We hope you have a great Worlds, and to everyone else as well. We'll be back for more action after the break. DAMWON are scary.
Yeah.
They are so scary.
Run away!
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete. Seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climber. Reach for the summit. Visions brave and wine falls steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead, beneath the dead. But do you know it? Or do you want it? And when the giants call, they ask you what you're worth. Do you know it? Win or die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it.
Welcome back to Worlds 2020, where we just saw DAMWON versus JDG, and I owe you all an apology. We had 3 stomps before that, and we honestly thought this was going to be a very closely contested game, but DAMWON said, no, not today. Wow, what an incredible game out of the LCK Summer Champions, and there is so much to discuss. I want to highlight the draft in specific, Cadril. We know the top side of DAMWON can be very, very destructive. We also know that specifically TF, Nidalee, and Camille is something that is feared by them. They got all 3 of those champions. Why are those 3 specifically so destructive in the hands of DAMWON?
They're very volatile champs, Nidalee and TF. I think that you can slot in the top lane champ, Renekton, Camille, Jace. They all kind of work, but mainly looking at the mid jungle. The thing is, it's double AP'd mid jungle, so obviously the 2v2s aren't really in your favor. But the whole idea is TF level 6 can roam really easily. You've got the stun for the Nidalee spear, and then you just move topside, and that's what they did. I think that this mid jungle combo has to be executed properly, because if you snowball, you can snowball really heavily. You can unlock the 1-3-1 really fast, so it's not very good to play Nidalee TF with a tank top. That's why you need a carry. And then it kind of unlocked Nuguri on the Camille, basically. So they went 1-3-1, they collapsed on every fight first, and they had the advantage. So I think that if you do play this mid jungle and you struggle in the early game and you fall behind against an Orianna and such, you're just out of it.
And I think when you contrast that to the draft that JDG did pick for themselves, one of the struggles that they were always going to have was how they would fare in the late game. The early game was the most important part for both of these compositions, because there was not going to be anyone that could deal with the Camille later on into the game. So there was high expectation for the Lilia, for Kanavi, to actually get the 2 solo laners ahead, and that is not what happened at all.
It isn't, of course, the spring season MVP in Canyon as well. You were commenting on him in the green room. You said this guy is just insane. But what was it specifically that happened in the early game that put the team, DAMWON, Canyon, and the team on the forefront?
Well, so it was this delayed invade. It's a very common play from Lilia, but notice that Noguri is already roaming down. The expectation coming from DAMWON that this play is going to happen. And this ends up being a 5 versus 4, which I don't think JDG was prepared for.
Yeah, this is a very common strat when you know the enemy team has a late invader. You saw it a lot when the enemy teams are running Ashe, Braum, Grave. Stuff like this can late invade with the Olaf. Lilia always going to go for your Raptors level 1. It's a very high chance he was ready to answer. And then this all translates into the bot lane. You can see Beryl had no flash, so JDG did get a little bit of an advantage from the level 1. They came back, they got the kill, but DAMWON just ready to collapse. Look at Showmaker instantly in position, and I just think DAMWON read them like a book almost. They knew Lilia was going to go with the invade. Nuguri didn't fully commit to the level 1, but he just sat around, waited. It happened eventually. He lost his TP, but I think in this fight you'll see later on now Zoom will TP back down, and then it kind of nullifies the TP disadvantage that he did have, because I think in this scenario he shouldn't really have TP'd as DAMWON backed off, but he did in the end.
And all these things just kind of led from one thing to another another, and I think it was a great representation of how DAMWON were able to snowball during the regular season, because the moment they get that slight edge, they just don't let go. And what could have been a very volatile early laning phase ended up just immediately in the hands of DAMWON just because of that level 1. So really good planning, really good response, which ultimately led to a massive start.
And I think that's the strength of their comp. They have so many ways to start a fight, right? They have the Nautilus engage and they have the Camille, and if you have a winning 1-3-1 and you're in the mid-game with that much of a gold lead, you can basically take any fight you want, and you saw they were the ones always engaging first. Yes, JDG did one engage on the red Raptor entrance, but I think Beryl just bought so much time, they collapsed, and then they always won the fight.
We don't have that much time left, and there's a couple of things that I just want to get out there. First up, you mentioned it, Beryl here behind me on the Leona. We know other things like the Pantheon are also very destructive. He is first in damage for supports in the LCK, and we saw why. He just goes in on any pick, but especially on this Leona.
And I think that what made things so good for DAMWON was the combination between Beryl and Canyon during the early to mid-game transition. Largely because JDG in LPL fashion wanted to try and force a lot of fights, but it was this duo that was able to turn around a lot of them back in their favor. And it was like this final team fight that around Baron that really kind of cemented the game in favor of DAMWON. And I think we'll get to see some of the highlights from these two in combination as well.
That we will. We're also going to crown a Oppo player of the game, and that is Canyon in this one. Kadril, as a jungler yourself, what is it that's so fascinating about this jungler for you?
I just think their jungle support champs are so strong, and Canyon, I'm so curious how the comps work, because it feels like Beryl's always there to help him, whether it's on an invade, whether it's to cover him. You saw in this fight he's with Beryl already. There was a fight on the exact same spot where they killed Kanavi like level 5, level 6. I just feel like I'm just so curious how the communication works. Is Beryl calling Canyon? Is Canyon calling Beryl? I would suppose Canyon is the one making the shots, saying, I'm going for this invade. Beryl's always ready to respond. And when you have laners like that who are so committed to helping you get ahead because you're such a reliable carry and they trust you, then it's unstoppable.
We have to go to the interview. I'd love to also know what JDG takes away from this, but we'll talk about that tomorrow. But for more on DAMWON's win now, let's check in with Lar and Nagari. Don't know why I rolled the R.
And thank you very much, Shox. Lar here from the interview studio here in Berlin. DAMWON won rather convincingly, and thank you very much, Nogori, for joining me. This was one of the most anticipated matchup here at Worlds, and it looked rather easy from you guys. So did you expect to beat JDG like that?
네, 우선은 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 엄청난 경기력으로 승리를 가져오셨는데 사실 담원 대 징동전이 제일 기대를 많이 받는 경기 중에 하나였음에도 굉장히 쉽게 승리를 가져간 것 같은데 이런 경기 양상을 좀 예상하셨나요?
일단 시작 전까지도 좀 상대가 일단 좀 초반에 좀 만약에 저희가 정글 쪽에서 좀 강하게 들어온다거나 좀 그런 플레이가 좀 많이 염두가 됐었거든요. 그리고 좀 경기 이전 뱀픽 회의 단계 때도 만만치 않은 상대라고 생각을 했고, 근데 이제 인게임에서 좀 1레벨 인베를 통해서 저희가 좀 이득을 보고 시작하는 그림이어가지고 조금 더 이렇게 경기 양상이 더 편해진 것 같아요.
So even before the game, when we were going through the draft, we were aware that Gen.G Gaming is definitely a really strong opponent, and we were aware of the fact that they go really hard in the jungle in the very early phase of the game. But well, for today's game, I think the level 1 invade went actually really well for our side, letting us to go ahead. So we were able to play a little bit more comfortably.
Yeah, jungle is definitely something to mention. A lot of people talked about Canyon here this game. What did you think about his performance?
네, 오늘 정말 정글에 대해서 말을 하지 않을 수가 없는데 오늘 캐년 선수의 경기력에 정말 눈이 부셨습니다. 오늘 어떻게 활약했다고 생각하시나요?
일단 저 처음에 이제 인베 때 이득을 보고 이제 그러니까 그냥 좀 그냥 아무것도 가만히만 있어도 이제 계속 이득을 보는 게 되게 탑라인 입장에서 되게 편하고 제일 좋은 정글인 것 같아요.
Yeah, with the level 1 invade for as a top laner, I was not doing anything special, but we were keep getting ahead. So yeah, that was the best part.
Yeah, he did an amazing job. But now, looking at DAMWON, you definitely look strong. But how much stronger do you feel compared to last year when you were at Worlds?
그러면 이제 담원 정말 강해 보이는데요. 이번 롤드컵에서 정말 어느 정도로 강하다고 생각하시나요?
저희가 약간 기대를 좀 그러니까 많이 받는 것 같아서 그 부분 되게 좀 기분이 좋은 것 같지만 저희가 이제 아직도 좀 보완해야 할 부분이 많고 그리고 저희 내부 이제 그 대회 때는 좀 잘 보이지 않지만 저희 내부 스스로 좀 부족한 점이 아직 많다고 생각해서 그 부분을 좀 많이 계속 디테일을 좀 다듬어야 될 것 같습니다.
Well, so I think we still have a lot of room to improve, and sometimes it doesn't really show on competitive games, but we all still have a lot of bumps on the road, so we have to get rid of those. So I think there are a lot of rooms to improve, to be honest.
Wow, that's actually very scary and interesting to hear. But Nogori 감사합니다 for the interview, and Jason, as always, thank you for the translation. And we're going to take a short break now, and we'll come back for the second LPL versus LCK clash, Gen.G versus LGD. Stay tuned, guys.
언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여 I'm troubling you running it I'm so cold When I move that way you gon' be so blown I'm the realest in the game Said I'm on fire with the blade You're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa So keep your eyes on me now 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야 We so tough Let's get it show you out Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. We go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. 난 멈추지 않아 Oh, oh, we go hard Oh, oh, we pop stars Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down They could try, but we gonna wear the crown You could go another round, 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 round Wish you luck,
Welcome back to Day 1 of Groups, where I'm thrilled to jump into Game 5 alongside Endo, where Gen.G from the LCK try to continue keeping Koreans proud and happy as they're facing off against the LPL's LGD. Stick around, because immediately after this game, TSM take on Fnatic. Let's turn our attention straight to the draft here. Endo, right out the gate, Ornn is banned away. This will be our first look at Gen.G, and of course LGD after a small break after qualifying through play-ins.
Yeah, and LGD took a little bit to warm up into play-ins, I think is a very mild way of putting it. Of course, in the best of fives, they took care of business very quickly, so I am curious to see what form they show up in here today. We saw Peanut especially change up his pool a bit, went back to the Kindred, which was a big comfort pick for him, and LGD in general cleaned up their play a whole lot since the early days of playing.
It definitely was a surprising start to the group stage, having to win a tiebreaker to even advance to the knockouts. But as you mentioned, in the knockouts, very dominant performance. Turn our attention to Gen.G as it's their debut on the world stage for 2020. All eyes, I think, on Ruler. This is a bot laner that I've seen touted as the best bot laner by several. And listen, I want to see what he can do.
Yeah.
Got himself a real mid laner this time round, and we need to see how Gen.G will perform. Of course, the
man's already won world championship.
Yes, exactly.
Trevor. He is absolutely on form coming into this tournament. Both Lucian left open. That, of course, is going to be the instant lock here for Gen.G. And with Lilia Nidalee banned away, you're expecting to see this again paired with an Evelyn in the jungle for Clip.
All right, with the Nidalee, Lilia, Graves removed from the jungle pool, Kalista from bot, as well as the Twisted Fate removed. Remember, Shia had some very good performances on that TF mid. Now, we've seen LGD throughout the play-in stage, and if there were things to be nervous of or excited for in terms of some of their picks, I know we were quite critical on Peanut overall, and yes, he popped off on the Kindred at the end of the knockouts. Where do you want to look for them? What are you hoping that they've learned from their performance in play-ins?
Well, I'm hoping, because even in some of the games they lost, they actually got out to a good start in their games. A lot of their mistakes actually came when over-forcing team fights from an advantage state. So they kind of threw away some of their leads, and it was that sort of sloppiness that did end up being quite a problem for them. So I think tightening that up, making sure that they're not over-forcing these fights. And then also, the other man that I feel like I didn't get to see all of was Mark, because Mark was really touted as being an insane roaming support, always leaving his lane, always making an impact on the game. And I didn't think Mark played poorly. I just don't feel like he lived up to what I was expecting, and I'm really hoping to see more of that out of him today.
Going to be a difficult matchup into Ruler and Life in the bottom lane from Gen.G, as we can see the Gragas now locked in to complement the Lucian.
Yeah, so Gragas is a pivot away from the Evelyn, of course, and I do find this quite interesting that it comes in. It is the other AP jungler you can go for. Gives you some more options when it comes to his ultimate and the impact that can have later on in team fights, as well as, I would say, stronger early game gank setup without necessarily needing your team to have a lot of hard CC, or I'm thinking about the Nidalee right here, but of course, next to an Evelyn, like the early game level 3 plus ganks with a body slam are going to be really important.
Now, what are the odds that it is a support? Life did play it 3 times during the course of the regular season. I know the odds are incredibly low.
Oh, I know what Clid is doing. He knows Peanut's going to pick the Kindred, okay?
Knock him out.
Oh, and of course, this can also be bot lane Gragas. We do have to point out the flex options there. That's why we still see the Evelyn getting banned away, but I would say Evelyn probably struggles a little bit into the Kindred in terms of her ultimate. If she's playing around her teammate, if you're balling up against that Evelyn, that can be a little bit more difficult to deal with. Already, though, you have strong lane setup with a Lucian, with an Ashe to play around this Grux and try to take over the game.
The thing I do like about the laning side on LGD, Syndra plus Renekton plus Kindred, gives you a little bit of priority in lanes. Potentially, we need to see how the matchups play out. Of course, with that Lucian, be a little bit more challenging in the early levels. But one of the things that worked very, very well during play-ins, unlock the ability to push that wave in, back up your Kindred if you want to. Next 2 bans, Zoe, Kindred, Ezreal, and Jhin. So Kramer, where does he go to? With the Ashe already locked in, Kalista banned away, Twitch is probably too bold, right? Even though we did see it during the course of the play-in stage.
It's possible you could go for it here, but I think you're going to be struggling because of the range advantage that Ashe is going to have in the bottom lane. Kramer does like a lot of these longer range picks, and I wonder almost if he would go back to a Misfortune that he visited briefly in the play-in stage. I think against a Gragas that could be a little bit difficult because that ultimate can very easily counteract your own here. But usually Kramer for LGD is the guy that's sort of, you know, biding his time, farming it up, of getting into the later stages of the game to when he can unlock and be a huge menace in the team fight.
Now, what do you want this Gragas to go? Jungle or support? As I mentioned, Life has played it 3 times. The Volley Bear's locked in, expecting that top into the Renekton. And of course, with the set being locked in, you've still technically got flexes, right?
Yeah, they can do a lot. I mean, I think Gragas does have some nice interactions where he can sort of like body slam and interrupt a lot of the abilities coming through from the side of LGD, the Zenith Blade, and that, of course. I don't think we're allowed to lock this one in. Everyone, Samira is not enabled on the current patch, and neither is Yone for that matter. But
I feel
Mark's
like
playing games with us.
Administratively disabled at another time. And of course, with all those AD carries being banned away and talking about range and options, it will be the Senna that is locked in for Kramer. Senna, Leona, Kindred, Syndra, Renekton, and we'll find out where the shenanigans go for the flex picks on
Yeah, so I think you need to put the Gragas in jungle because he is going to be your main source of magic damage outside of, you know, some that Volibear can provide with the tankier build, but it really should be going into the jungle here. If you put it down to the support role, you're not getting enough gold to force a Renekton to ever itemize an MR item, and already Ninja Tobbies are going to be such an insane purchase for anyone over on the side of LGD, but luckily you have some incentives to go into the magic resist route because of the CC options in the Ashe.
Well, we jump straight into game here as Gen.G have fanned themselves out. We can see Ruler and Life slowly pushing forward just to spot out where Kramer is for now. But for Gen.G, as it is the debut to the stage, when we take a look at the team, another one of the faster, more aggressive teams coming out of LCK. I think as a league, as a region as a whole, comparative to previous years, it's sped up, a lot more tempo. But Gen.G, a little rough around the edges at times for the games I was watching. Still make a few small mistakes here and then. You can see an invade already going on early.
Yeah, there's always the one beacon of stability, which is going to be Ruler, especially when he's on a lane dominant champion like the Ashe, already walking in at level 1. Not going to be able to clear away the ward here, but that will, of course, spot out Peanut, and Peanut's sweeper, that'll come up in 1 minute and 30 seconds, which will reveal he is in the area. Now, with Gragas starting on the bottom side of the map, they are going to be mirroring pathing just a bit here, which does make it a little bit harder, I feel like, for Gragas to get a lot done, because while Gragas' ganks early on to the game can be quite strong, the CC and the range, he can hit you with that body slam flash. If there's ever a counter gank situation after he's burned all of his abilities, that's where Kindred can have a real nice time showing up.
Yeah, of course, we didn't get too much time to set some expectations for how you anticipate this one to play out. I love the interactions that we can see from that Gragas into the options for Kindred, Leona. I mean, Set as well with that showstopper can have some tools. Mark, if it decides to go in, and the ult available can get chucked right back out, and BDD dunking on Shea.
Yeah, it was a juicy press the attack proc right there. If you can get those 3 autos with the Lucian, it's going to be very nice, but Shea does trade back pretty decently in mid lane. He's also going to be rocking the Corrupting Potion with Teleport, so this is one of the best options I think you can take into Lucian early on, especially when he's going to be running Ignite. As you start with the 3 potions, you get 6 effectively when you do use that Teleport, and the extra burn damage helps you tag him on the way out like we saw, because you do outrange those auto attacks with a lot of those Cinder abilities, the balls you can toss out.
Exactly. Dark Sphere, Scatter the Weak, the whole works. If you look at the minimap, by the way, all 3 lanes for Gen.G shoving into LGD for now in the opening levels. Ruler and Life got a small bit of pressure unlocked for that level 2 push. We saw the trade from BDD in the mid lane. He's running the Ignite on that Lucian. Ruler with the Cleanse going to be very crucial for the amount of hard CC that is on the side of LGD, and Peanut may be able to dance arrows over the wall.
I wonder if he's trying to come in for a bot lane gank here, because they know Life is walking up into the river. He could pop over this wall on him, but he's now missed his window just a little bit as they realize Life did not in fact go in the area, and now he's actually shown on a ward.
Yeah, so a little bit of hesitation there and chose not to go in. Rascal gets a big trade of damage from Langxing's Renekton. The wave is pushing into him, and now Klid's showing up. Look at the bot move, Ruler and Life.
Ooh, can he get here for the smite?
The move, smite fight available. It looks like Peanut unable to secure that one. No, he did.
No, Peanut did grab that one.
That's it. So yeah, smite came down.
And that's really huge in this matchup too, because he stole that one away, and unluckily the Mark is going to spawn on the top river, but he was not supposed to be able to get that Scuttle Crab when mid lane from BDD is pushing in so substantially. Bot lane too took some nice trades early on, so had the pressure there as well. So good on Peanut to be able to trade at least a crab in the early stage and then get back into cycling through his jungle camps, but won't get so lucky that he finds the mark.
Yeah, Klid's going to immediately move to the north side river. Rascal is already backed, picked himself up. Orange ring to complement the shield. Filled up his pots, and Langxing has now come down to at least threaten some sort of engage. Zenith Blade will tag onto Ruler. Kramer's going to be very happy with the trade thus far, but how much damage does Mark take on the way out? Ignite ticking away. And Ruler losing out on this one. Good initiation from Mark, and he's a man that, Ender, you wanted to see some more from.
Yeah, the laning, I'm like, you know, Mark, that's fine. I've heard so much about his roaming, so when you take good trades like this, then on the reset, can you get back onto the map? Because with a giant wave in the bot side and Ruler being low, Life isn't allowed to reset here. He has to stick around and make sure no dive comes through, you know, Ruler can safely farm this up, which means that Mark is going to get about, you know, 15, 20 seconds bonus on the map where he could, in theory, look to make a play around that mid lane, and I think that could be a good area to attack when you have the Cinder to set you up with a stun as well.
Yeah, definitely the case. And as we look across the map, Langxing on their Renekton still slowly being pushed back in the lane. Down 10 CS. He does have a wave and a half in front of him, but Rascal seems to have domination for the time being. Consistently pushing the wave in, consistently pushing Langxing back. BDD able to avoid Scatter the Weak from Xie. And this was the roam you talked about. Mark being unlocked. If you look at the minimap, Kramer's now back in lane. Ruler and Life, they bought in their resets.
Yeah, there wasn't a good enough, the lane wasn't in a good enough state to actually look for a gank there, especially with Peanut trying to go back to base too. So instead, we'll just buy Xie an extra recall. He already used the TP to get back in the lane. Now he's gonna be like, go back to base, make sure he chucks those potions one more time. And now top side, big trade from Langxing.
Yeah, once again, a lot of damage. Rascal has really been bullying the lane for the time being. Peanut will be able to arrive just in time. Flash is available to him if there's any follow-up threat. So Langxing loses the flash in the solo 1v1, falls back to his tower, and Klid's coming up. There is a potential dive here.
Yeah, and this is one of the great things about the Volibears. He trades so well in the early game, already 15 CS up, and now they're going to try to deny the wave. Langxing has teleport, but not enough HP to actually stick around underneath the tower.
Peanut's going to be so late here. Klid threatened the body slam. Flash stepping forward, but look at the number of minions that are consistently being denied. That's going to be another wave going. This is nearly 20 CS advantage in favor of Rascal, and BDD with the culling unlocked. He's low on mana though, so we can't continue the trade into Xie.
Yeah, trading with Lucian is kind of tough in lane without your blue buff if you want to trade really aggressively, especially on, you know, the recall when the enemy mid gets lost chapter. Things can get a little bit difficult for you, especially if you don't have a good purchase before then. He's still trying to play very aggro because, again, I think that just a farming map state is a win for LGD early on when you have Lucian plus Gragas around this middle lane. That's why BG is going so hard here, using the ultimate to try and get full priority in mid, so that there could be a potential blue invade. I was thinking just the Scuttle Crab, but with how Gen.G want to play this, they might be able to walk in.
Ruler's level 5. There's no culling available for BDD, and he'll start off the Crab. But if you look at the minimap, Ruler and Life already, they were moving into the river. There is a very good ward just behind the red buff here for LGD. No teleport available though. Langxing's on cooldown, Xie's on cooldown. And they aren't being pushed back ever so slightly. It's a small advantage. That's the flash engage into Kramer. He's already used the cleanse, starting to step back and run away. Mark's got the flash available if he needs to. Support coming in from both Peanut and Klid as Ruler's very, very low. He's holding on to the flash as the volley will slow down Peanut. Defensive flash away. And there's no first blood secure.
Look at this. There's a teleport from Rascal in, coming behind Xie. He might want to turn this tower off or convert it into a bot lane dive.
Oh man, he is looking for that bottom lane. Full retreat coming out. Peanut's been able to back away. Flashes available.
They know though. They must have seen this because Peanut is sticking around. They're looking to counter this one out.
Can they make it work though? Kramer gets jumped on, dunked on, and the sky is split. He stays alive a few seconds longer. Ruler's escaping for now, and the tower dive has worked. The next target is going to be Mark. Rascal is tagging everything up. Flashes away. Does not find the CC. Gen.G get one and then get out.
Yeah, Rascal had a lot of the reliable damage there, so picking up the turret aggro, wasn't able to fully commit. Peanut even looking for Ruler right there, who still had flash. But that was a crazy fight down on the bottom side of the map because Rascal definitely wanted to capitalize off of this play, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Gen.G want to take this early mid game by storm, especially once they start unlocking their ultimates on the Ashe and on the Gragas, and now they're able to get a flash down in bot lane. Peanut, Langxing also both missing flashes. The next few minutes, they're going to try to break it open.
The one thing to point out, despite the 1,000 gold lead that the team has accrued, that lane being left by Rascal has allowed Langxing time to farm up. Yeah. We'll see if that becomes impactful, but Rascal, again, he's so farmed right now.
Yeah, he is. I think there was a Samsung emote there from Ruler as well. Nice little shout out from him. Good flash remark to get away from this, but again, Rascal tanking up the tower, won't be able to reply. And now Life is moving back onto the map with the Rift Herald spawning up, but this is going to be a mid lane gank because right now Klid is going back to base. This is very unexpected for Xie.
Okay, Life is able to look for setup here. Let's see what happens. So the Hex Flash over the wall, manages to get the chomp down. Very good stun from Xie, as he was able to avoid any further follow-up. Peanut is in range, got Lamb's Respite available if he needs to. And the rest of LGD making their move up as well.
Yeah, but now because Life is actually pathing back towards the bottom side of the map, the duo from LGD are just coming up here for Rift Herald. This might be a hard one to fight. Level 6 has come through from Kramer as well as Peanut. But it looks like Gen.G are going to try to match this one. Klid has Predator to get into the river.
Yeah, the entirety of Gen.G making their way up. Ruler's the only one stuck in the bottom lane.
Can't fight this.
They're simply split up too far. Mark can go into the Zenith play. Body slam, flash, barrel, already caught out. She is going low. The massive Lamb's Respite buys enough time for Shie to stay alive. Dawning Shadow is rattling across the team, and somehow Gen.G have done it. The barrel's come through. Here comes Rascal. The Sky Splitters come down. Shie is in trouble. Dash forward from BDD. Caught up by the Zenith play. Body slam interrupts the engage from Lungxing, and that's Life going down. Lungxing and the rest of LGD trying to turn it back around. Rascal going low. He's down. He's dead. LGD win the fight.
Gen.G are crazy. They're going for the 4 versus 5, and it was so close to almost working, but it's LGD. As soon as Longxing showed up into the fight, that was just too much for them to deal with. Ruler is yelling at Gubs like, what's going on up there, people? I'm just trying to farm it up, but LGD strike back.
It was so good for Gen.G right at the beginning, until LGD made it in. 2 kills secured for Peanut, 1 for Lungxing. But I think for LGD and viewers and fans at home, having Peanut get the kills is hugely pivotal for how this team has found some.
Yeah, and this fight starts off right. They try to pick off Shie because even though you look at the map and it's technically a 4v5, the Volibear has first rotation down here. But the problem is all these ultimates to stall out and to buy time. The Ash Arrow does hit onto Kramer right there, but it doesn't cancel out the ultimate or anything like that. And, I mean, again, it looks okay for Gen.G, but there's no man on BDD, no HP onto Life, and then inside of 4 people, the sustain Longxing is getting out of his Q. Like, it's insane. You cannot kill this man inside of 4 people without the DPS of their second AD carry there.
I absolutely love the fact that Klid was able to get the body slam interrupt into Lungxing's slice and dice. It delayed the inevitable just by a touch. But the chaos in that team fight, the madness of all the melee champions, when they stack on top of one another, it is just crazy to follow. LGD are still behind, down 700 gold. The Rift Herald was eventually secured by Klid, and Rascal, with the Ninja Tabby and the Kindle Gem coming up against the Black Cleaver, continues to bully Lungxing.
You know, it's interesting you're pointing out all these melee champions because I'm realizing now LGD have 2 range champions that scale infinitely in terms of range. Kindred can get that, Senna of course can get that too, and that could be really hard later in the game, especially when Grug is trying to catch people out. Set as well. They're just trying to buy some pressure out of bot. I think they're going to try to convert this one into an early dragon, or with the Rift Herald, just place it down for some plates.
Yeah, Rift Herald's plate gank.
Oh,
Flare
TP behind.
Down. Ruler's going to be able to escape. Insta-cleanse, by the way, which was beautiful. Ultimate is for Shie. He fires it on Ruler, but he cannot get the damage. Klid is there to body block and save his bot laner's life. Committing to the play, saving the tower, losing their mid lane.
The Cinder flank TP goes horribly, horribly wrong right there. Gen.G say thank you very much. And they get so many plates off of this play. The Herald in the bot lane almost destroys the tower. BDD is also freely farming in mid. And they're going to walk over Vision. They can't really go into Dragon now. As the way they were pathing it looked like they were going to try to head off Shie at the pass and make sure he couldn't even get towards that mid lane tower, because even Rascal now is moving down from the top side of the map. Ruler in trouble.
Predator was procced. Klid's going to be inside the pit. Ruler's got flash available to him, but he's going to get rooted up, and this should be a dead bot laner. 0-1-2 for Gen.G's Ruler, and this will mean Life and Klid, they back away from the Dragon Pit. They've lost their bot laner. He was flanked, surrounded, and killed.
Yeah, Shie has to be careful here farming out mid lane because Gen.G clearly cannot fight of the dragon, but they could try to jump on him in mid lane. That's why he's literally just hugging his tower right now. This is a good responsive play from him, not to fall victim there.
2,000 gold lead so far for Gen.G. Dragon number 1 goes the way of LGD. I want to point out that Ruler is plus 20 CS in the bottom lane, BDD plus 10 in the mid lane, and Rascal had a lead in the top lane, but it was given up when he teleported down for those kills. I still think net positive overall, but we're setting ourselves up for another skirmish-heavy team fight mid-game, and this is the closest game we've seen all day long.
Yeah, it's been a bloody one, back and forth just a bit here as Life is setting up around mid, but I don't think it's going to work out. And when you say, you know, it's going to be a very scrappy game, I totally agree with you. And one of the biggest learnings I took from really studying the LPL and watching a lot of the plays is even after a team loses a fight in the LPL, they will always try to punish, whether that's respawning, teleporting behind on someone that's pushing a side lane, or they're setting up 3 people around bot lane. Ruler thinks he has 3 people in the area because they're in river, but LGD were able to slither through that denial of vision and find that pick. And that's something that we will continue to see over this game if the first 15 minutes are any indication.
And it's a lot of fun when you consider that until COVID impacted the VCS, Gen.G were going to have to qualify through play-ins. We lost the VCS teams, so Gen.G as the third representative from LCK was able to be automatically promoted to the group stage. And this is the first shot that we're seeing at them. They still have an advantage over LGD, the 4th seed from the LPL. They are ahead, but it is definitely not as sizable as we've seen, and now Shie is going to be the next target. There's a lot to see how...
They want to dive this tower. Peanut is close, but you have to look out because the chain CC between the Ashe and everything else is so massive. Here we go!
Yep, that's a...
Just like I was talking about.
Yep, definitely.
Peanut's ult is good, but he can't cast it when he's CC'd.
It felt like Peanut knew that was happening, or like there was the possibility. He was kind of like really tentatively moving forward. Still just got dunked on, and it's cleared that's the beneficiary. 100% kill participation. 3-0-2 on that Gragas, and that was what? 2nd rotation? So early pickup, it's working out in favor here for Gen.G.
Yeah, and it gives you like the validation of why didn't they go for something like the Evelyn, which a lot of people think is strong. Well, Mark jumps onto Clid, but the follow-up isn't here.
Yeah, I was waiting for the damage. I heard the excitement build up, and I'm like, there's no one to hit him yet. In actual fact, Mark is losing this fight. He initiated onto Clid.
Oh, no.
Takes the barrel in a couple autos. He's forced back. Look at the bottom lane.
Exactly. Every time LGD are forcing something, Gen.G are like, okay, but we're farming here. And it's BDD always farming. He's up 30 CS now. Some of those minions are going to be denied to the tower, and he's going to get a free reset in that bottom side of the map. So things are going very well for Gen.G. You can already see the gold lead is starting to stack and to build here as BDD will be working on that Infinity Edge. On those 2 items for Lucian with 50% crit chance, like he packs a serious punch.
Gen.G as their playstyle from the LCK has been very objective focused. They have not been able to pick up a dragon yet. Within the LCK, they actually have the fastest Dragon Soul time. But the reason I say the objective point is, as there's some pressure in the top lane, multiple LGD members show, BDD, without teleport, confident enough with the vision they have and the awareness of LGD to push all the way to the inner turret. It's just, it's heads-up play. It's understanding of how to press the advantage. The next Rift Herald is going to be secured again in favor of Gen.G, and they can use this to knock over another tower.
Yeah, Gen.G have already shown that they can set up really good picks inside the enemy jungle. So the mid lane tower is low. I would like to see them use it around that area because you can already see they have the deep vision to set up for those picks later on. We already saw Clid, Ruler standing inside the enemy jungle to knock that one down and to find the kill onto Peanut. Now Life and Rascal do have to be careful. I really like how Life is playing this. He's hiding in the fog of war to make sure that this dive can't come through.
Exceptional vision, awareness, and understanding as Peanut steps forward. I don't know if he did see him or not. If you look at vision, by the way, a number of Gen.G wards in the northern half of the map. Peanut's going to get jumped on. Rascal's doing so much damage. Lamb's Respite will buy enough time for Lungxing to arrive. The slam dunk Sky Splitter! Beautifully done from Gen.G, but here comes Mark. Dawning Shadow will buy some time. The Solar Flare won't find a target. Shie obliterates Ruler this time round. Revenge for the failed attempt.
And the dive is still coming through. Clid, though, waiting. He has ultimate.
Does indeed. Can he knock someone under the tower? Here comes Shie. Scatter the Weak will not find the stun that it wants. And LGD will find themselves at least a kill. Some pressure on this tower, but BDD unchecked in the mid lane against Kramer.
Yeah, Gen.G using a really good, just using Fog 4 really, really well right there. But again, it's Ruler getting punished. The poor guy is just trying to farm it up. Shie hits him with the one shot. LGD still going to win out with that turret in the bottom lane, but Gen.G able to find that mid lane tower even without using Rift Herald. And again, the control vision they have on the top side of the map already makes it so hard, and we'll be able to deny Peanut a lot of camps. And if you can slow down the Kindred and just extend this mid game for you, it's going to look really good for Gen.G.
So I know for the perspective of that Kindred and LG, they also want to slow things down. Give Kindred and Senna time to farm, pick up some items along with Shie. But how do they dig themselves out of this gap? I mean, Gen.G are only going to get their first dragon, so Soul, less of a threat. I imagine Baron will become a scary possibility here that LG don't want to concede. But how do they bring themselves back into this game? They're down 3K.
Well, I think they have been going a little bit hard in some of these areas, and against their better judgment here, I do like Shie. He's quite powerful. Can pack the one shot here onto BDD, but there's MR.
Yep, high skill
It's not a one shot.
Not enough to pick up the kill. Dark Sphere was summoned, and Shie
teleport behind.
Chase. TP coming down. BDD has already used his flash. Lungxing, slice, dice, Blade of the Room King, and Cole the Meek for a kill. It did need a teleport, so teleport disadvantage. I didn't see where Rascal TP'd though. I
believe he just TP'd up in the top lane, yeah.
And LGD are going to use this time, so they find a pick. And this is good for the comeback potential.
Yeah, they're playing to the opposite side of, again, where Gen.G have been able to set up all of their vision. There's no objectives on the map either, so LGD just sort of want to dodge around Gen.G for the time being. The gap isn't gigantic for them necessarily, but when you look at the items and you compare, almost 2 finished for BDD. Cinder will take a reset now and we'll be able to find that Luden's Echo no problem, but it wasn't the ideal position for them to fight on, like in any sort of 5 versus 5. And I think the other thing for LGD is you're either looking to play around picks with your Cinder, or you're looking to play back in fights with your Senna and your Kindred and force the enemy team to overcommit into you. The damage is insane onto BDD, but of course he's going to be rocking a lot of MR, both in runes, and he has the null magic mantle in this fight, so the TP comes through, and Langxing says thank you very much.
Yeah, and of course Langxing silently building up power. Blade of the Ruin King got himself the Black Cleaver, picked up as well. And those Mercury Treads, matching up against the building of the Frozen Fist and the Black Cleaver from Ross.
So I did want to check in for everyone at home that's always wondering, like, what are the Senna stacks, what are the Kindred stacks? I just got the news, 2 stacks on Peanuts. That is no bonus whatsoever, and there are 37 on Kramer. So very close to hitting that second breakpoint. Of course, every 20 is when you get that bonus 25 range.
We'll keep you updated as we can on that. But in terms of the itemization, by the way, breakpoints, Essence Reaver Infinity Edge for BDD, coming up against Seeker's Omgod and Luden's Echo from Xie. So definitely very, very good position for BDD, and with the help of the Rift Herald in the mid lane, Gen.G are going to siege this one down. There is the potential for a skirmish, but there's so much information for Gen.G. Look at the control wards all the way up through LGD's jungle. So the Herald will get the boop, drop the tower to what, 5%? And Gen.G starts to back away. Life gets jumped on, but that's the delivery of Mark. Solar Flare comes down, and it is a complete waste. With ultimates thrown, nothing gains.
Yeah, not much gain there, but I do like the attempt with Rascal not having teleport stranded in that bottom lane. LGD are grouping up and trying to force with a numbers advantage, and that's exactly when they should be trying to take advantage of that. They also reclaim some vision, some territory on the map. But I think Gen.G, for the time being, are probably going to try to transition a lot of their topside vision down towards the bottom side. With Infernal Drake coming up in 2 minutes, there's a Scuttle Crab down there as well. As soon as these topside camps do go down, maybe they get back to base to refresh those control wards, they are going to look to extend that and set up inside the LGD jungle. Now, because we're on Infernal Rift, it's a little bit harder, I feel like, to control the enemy jungle completely, because with the brush down, with the walls down, like one ward can see a lot of the entrances into your jungle. If you're on LGD side, to try and stay safe down there, and you can't get camped in as many places.
This is where I start to get a little bit nervous for LGD. Setting up, controlling vision, playing around the objective smartly. Those were some of the biggest critical points we had from their play-in's performance. I said this when we were prepping for the game. I can see Kramer inting at a dragon fight to cost the lead for LGD in what was a 5 versus 4. So I need to see how LGD played. They're in a 2,000 gold deficit, which is less and less meaningful as we're getting 2 items completed, as we're moving later into the game. But you can't deny the fact they are still down. They are behind. It has been Gen.G that has thrown and landed more punches early on. And it is Gen.G that are starting to contest some vision here in the river for Infernal, which spawns in 50 seconds.
Yeah, they need to own their jungle first and then potentially capitalize off of that. Cooldowns to keep in mind here. Langxing, no teleport, so he's just going to try and break that top lane tower, or without any vision, not actually fully commit to that. He'll just let the minions do the trick before walking down here. And no one from Gen.G is responding to that top lane wave, so all that's going to be lost as Ruler barely dodges the Scout of the Week.
Oh, I clenched for Ruler on that one. The stun was so close. Culling will do a lot of damage. That. The engage comes in from Life. That's a showstopper of note. Mark is able to throw out the Solar Flare, but it is Life that is lost. Now Rascal continues the chase. The Sky Splitter comes up, as well as the follow-up by damage, and Rascal's blown up by Xie. All of the pressure onto LGD costs Gen.G.
It's a 2-for-1 trade right there in favor of LGD, but can they get back into the river? Xie, no ultimate, so all these ultimates are down except for Peanuts. The engage options not necessarily there. They're going to trade the Drake for the mid lane turret. LGD are going to accept that one. They need the gold. They're going to bring it back to even.
Absolutely the case. 2 dragons to 1. This will be 4 towers to 3. What is Clid thinking? He's starting to make his way back. Rascal's up in 15 seconds with teleport, and the rest of it starting to
Gen.G are pinging the ward inside the jungle they placed far earlier on. They need 10 seconds, and then Rascal can get in here and party.
LGD are trying to run away. Lamb's Respite is available, and they're starting to split. Remember, the Fire Rift means there's less walls to pincer move people in. Gen.G, how frisky are they feeling? They're sticking around inside the pit. Mark goes all the way forward, caught by the body slam, the barrel roll. That's a two-man stun from Shea. By some time, Mark stays alive thanks to the help of Peanut. Lamb's respite keeps him up. The teleport was not committed from Rascal, but the Baron might just be.
Do Gen.G want to start this one up? They have double marksman. They do get through this very quickly, and Rascal on top of this Volibear. He didn't have to use the teleport. He just walks into this, and now Mark won't have a way to get back onto the map.
No, he absolutely will not.
He's still here.
Staying inside the pit. He needs to body slam over the wall, and he does. Shie's got a lot of Dark Spears on the wall. Ghost Gold and Solar Flare. Not going to find the target.
Oh!
The Zenith Blade does! Mark goes all the way in, but where's the follow-up damage? Nobody did just yet until Mark gets blown up. Now Lung Xing is being hammered away on two carries. The barrel locks him against the wall, and Rascal can't find a follow-up. Mark loses his life, but stops the Baron.
Oh, just a crazy, crazy game here, Trevor. Gen.G baiting in LGD, and yet they only get one kill this game. Very, very close after LGT took some good fights, but this is the teleport we were waiting for. Rascal is coming in.
He absolutely is. Sidesteps the stun on all fours, and Shie gets set up for the dunk down by Rascal. Do they reinitiate the Baron?
It's okay, Trevor. Shie pressed his counterplay button, so life is going to fall in the fight as well. It's a 4 versus 4, but support for mid laner is still worth it for Gen.G. Peanut doesn't have his ult, so he can't pop over the wall and stop the Baron from going down, and Gen.G are looking once again for Lung Xing.
The culling is starting to tick away. Lung Xing's going low. Zenith Blade finds Klid. Dawning Shadow as well. That's the kill into Klid. No smite for a follow-up Baron. BDD is using the passive fantastically, dashing in and out. So Shie and Mark are down. They managed to get themselves cleared in life from a little bit earlier.
It's just 1 for 1, 1 for 1, 1 for 1 every single fight. These teams just locked into it here, and now we've reached a point because everyone is showing their cards, right? It's not about setting up vision anymore and then advancing into the enemy territory. It's just see hero, kill hero, and that's given LGD a much better chance in terms of turning these fights around. Mark was able to pick off Klid right there at the back and does cost his life. The weakness of Leona, no great escape there without the stone plate completed, or now has the stone plate, of course, but wasn't able to pop it there.
Go in and win, or die. Those are the only two options that you have on a Leona. While we were watching the replay, Lung Xing was killed just outside the inner mid turret. He was pushing down. It looked like BDD and Ruler were able to catch him out, so he's considered his first death of the game. 11 kills to 10. This is the most competitive game we've had all day long, which I'm very happy to see. 2 minutes until the next Infernal Drake. It is still not a Dragon Soul point, but you can feel the amount of pressure and the gravity that is being applied by this Baron. Both teams being sucked in, and they're contesting the neutral objective.
And there's a big wave building in that bottom lane. Shie is the only player on LGD with teleport, so no one's actually going to go down there, picked it up. Now Lung Xing starts pathing that way, but Gen.G have that wave in mind. They were pinging it out. They were thinking maybe we can move over towards the Baron. But again, because we've just had so many repeated fights, Gen.G's deep vision has now been lost. They have not been able to advance that, so that's the first step here, is try and get control over the enemy jungle. But again, on Infernal map, like, you're going to see all the movements of your opponent, so going for these picks is so much more challenging.
It really, really is, and it's going to be even more challenging to secure this objective. Both teams shown a willingness to scrap and fight. We're nearly 30 minutes in, and we've seen, what, 3-4 rounds of Baron battles? But with the Infernal Drake up next, I wonder if someone's going to be able to sneak that away, as Rascal's got his third item completed and still continues to be such a nuisance in the side of LGD.
Ruler's sitting on a ward right here that he doesn't know about for the time being. He did finish 3 items, though, so Ruler has entered the server, got picked off a couple of times while his team was making plays earlier in the game, but now that we have entered the team fights, 3 items on the Ashe will be a huge focal point for Gen.G in terms of keeping him alive, making sure Lung Xing or Mark can't dive onto him. But Gen.G are, again, owners of the river here, fighting over the mid wave. They want to push that forward, and the arrow does not connect.
Sidestep, Kramer and Shia saw that one coming, had more than enough time to react, both of whom still had flash available as well, if it was even a possibility. Important to note, Peanut's the only one, along with Mark, correction, on the side of LGD that do not have their flash. And LGD, they're committing to this
Gen.G are on this flank. Watch life come around the corner here with the showstopper.
Lung Xing's got the opportunity to get behind Gen.G.
It's a double flank.
Good stun being landed there by Shie. The Infernal's been pulled outside the pit by Gen.G, and now we've got ourselves the tops battling on the left-hand side, and the rest of the teams in the river.
LGD still fighting over this dragon down to 2,000 HP. Mark goes in.
It's going to reset. Remember, Lamb's Respite can buy some time. Scout of the Week will be able to stun it. Stolen! Gen.G managed to pick it up. They find themselves the follow-up as now all of a sudden Langxing is trying to escape. That root will land onto Rascal. Mark commits. The solar flare's already been used. That's a flash forward from Langxing. He's wrecking the double AD backline. Defensive flash away from Ruler, but it will cost him his life.
No, Ruler stayed alive. He was able to sustain off of the back end of that, and now they're going to be able to move into the Baron potentially. They had the lifesteal, so not going to do that with the big wave building up into the bottom lane. That was crucial, though, Ruler being able to get over that wall, buy the space between him and Langxing.
Langxing flashed in, put as much damage down as he could, was taken out. Rascal, despite the man that was initiated on, he walked out. The Stoneplate did so much for him, and now Gen.G are one dragon away from the Soul with a double AD call.
Oh, the ultimate there with the double smites coming down. Clid gets that kill, but in these team fights, while it has been, both teams have so much initiation options. Double marksman on both teams means kiting back and keeping your backline alive is the most critical at all stages. Ruler did not have his cleanse in that fight, but he did pop up in time to get over that wall and get the trade down. It is about keeping your backline alive, and that will always win you the team fight after the initial burst goes down.
Oh, but you can feel LGD's willingness to throw down. They just weren't able to stick the damage. Mark on this Leona has had some moments that are good, but he was one of the players we talked about in terms of the pre-tournament expectations, not necessarily living up to them in play-ins, and he hasn't been able to find the solar flares to help LGD out in these fights. It is difficult, don't get me wrong. Getting through Gragas, Volibear, Set, I acknowledge that. But it's a reason LGD are still 3,000 gold down. And now we once again go back to the Baron dance.
They're hiding in the brush, looking for the pick.
Yeah, Mark's gonna get caught out. Yeah, this should just be an easy kill. How much can Mark do? Solar Flare not even used just yet, stays alive. A few seconds, a peanut forced to flash. That could be pivotal if the Baron gets started.
Yeah, not having that one is gonna be a big deal. I think Gen.G are gonna want to start this up. Langxing is on the rotation, and again, Gen.G don't have their side wave set up, so they're gonna fan out and pick that up. We've been in this situation before where Mark goes down, and it is just not enough to convert into a Baron at this point in the game.
No, it really isn't. And you've also got to respect the fact that inside the pits, with the Kindred ultimate, with the multi-man stun available from Xie Syndra, there's a lot more at risk on the side of Gen.G. But they've got themselves 2.5 minutes to the Soul. They've still got the threat around Baron. It has felt as though they have had superior vision for the most part. It has been challenged, it's been contested. But every time Gen.G's just one small step ahead of LGD. And we're building up to a climactic team fight, is what it is feeling like here around either
really
the
does.
Soul
Maybe a couple of them still,
yes.
Trevor, because these team fights for the last 10 minutes have not been decisive. And that's a really big deal because, again, neither team, you see like in the last fight, Langxing fully commit to the backline. LGD realize either he gets the kill and we can continue, or he's going to go down and we have to back it up. So neither team has fully thrown themselves into a team fight just yet. And that means that when they finally do, it's going to be absolutely crazy. The key thing to look at, though, is when these backliners do not have flash. So Ruler lost his in the last fight. Langxing doesn't have his. That's a bit of a bummer there for LGD. But Peanut was forced to burn his flash, too, and he doesn't have a QSS.
Now, at this stage in the game, as a Kindred at 32 minutes, how many stacks do you think you should have?
See,
what would be acceptable?
It's really hard because pro play is very different from solo queue. Solo queue, you're going to be farming a whole lot more. And I actually just sent out a little bit of a message to try and check in on that. I think that it's going to be 3 stacks on the Kindred, so he has yet to actually get that range bonus.
That also indicates just how defensive, how pushed back LGD have been throughout the course of this game. You know, it's been Gen.G in control. For the center, by the way, Kramer, sitting at 74 or 75 stacks at this point in time, so very close to that 80 mark. And Ender set me up. A minute to go to Infernal. It looks like Gen.G are trying to push a wave out here, and LGD, they don't want to concede river control.
Yeah, Gen.G are always going to fight for the wave in mid lane first and force a couple members of LGD to go back. I like this approach where you cut through the jungle, but you have to take control of that bush at the north end of your screen here. If you can own that, then you can stop LGD from coming into their jungle. But if you can't, then they have free reign because that area is completely opened up with the walls burning down.
It's a 4,000 gold lead. It's a 4-item complete Ash for Ruler. Sitting for 3.5 for Kramer, and you can see the control. Rascal will once again go toe-to-toe with Mark. Life waiting to deliver someone to the back line. Rascal takes a little burst of damage, and there's no commitment. 18 seconds, this is Soul for Gen.G if they pick it up.
Both teams have wards to spot out their flank, so Longxing can't get around the corner again. Look at the...
That solar flare was fantastic, but the Zenith Blade did not find its target. So the initiation comes out. Ashara right between the updates. Goal for Gen.G, and the Dragon is now live. We're once again going to be battling. Gigantic burst of damage onto BDD. Where's the follow-up? The Zenith Blade found by Mark, but there's no follow-up damage. Enough disengage from Clid, and Life will sacrifice himself to save the rest of the team.
So the CA gets another stun on the back end of the fight. Mark finding BDD there was absolutely critical. LGD are going to prevent the Infernal Soul from going the way of Gen.G. Again, though, a single player falls in another incredibly intense moment here in this game.
14 kills, 13 kills to 11, 24 total thus far. That was the 80th stack picked up for Kramer, by the way, on that Senna. And now with 10 seconds left to go, LGD are looking to hunt down Rascal. Clid saving Gen.G, I feel, with that explosive cast. It knocked so many members of LGD away. And how bold are LGD feeling? The Dragon's Soul timer has been reset. 4.5 minutes. Strap yourselves in, because this is going to be a long one.
All right, I want to see how Mark finds this one, because so much damage went on to BDD. The Flash E, it does follow through, and they don't finish off BDD. There was a big cast from Clid that knocked away the backline from LGD, and if Mark had ultimate, he's going to be able to finish off BDD on his own, and maybe then LGD can force a little bit harder. But it is worth noting that outside of Leona's engage options, and then, you know, a flank from Renekton, it's hard to extend the fight after, because Gen.G can simply walk away. They can get out of a lot of the range that LGD have.
And when you look at the tools they have, you know, from the Gragas, the Ashe, there's a lot of like peel options. Like you said, keep range, keep peel back, keep distance, and your double AD comp can keep winning. However small that might be at this stage.
What is this? People are in a side lane? Rascal and Longxing are down bot side. It's crazy. They have teleports if they want to get into this, but this is what I've been waiting for Gen.G to do, is take control of an area of the jungle. With Baron buff being the only realistic objective on the map, they have full vision there, but LGD have done this for the last 20 minutes. They've just dodged where Gen.G are powerful when they don't have to play for an objective, and that's how they're taking control of bot side.
Oh, Rascal's going to get caught out. Will be able to survive long enough to hop over the wall. And the high skill button didn't find its target. Blastcone pushed away. The rest of Gen.G now trying to pull LGD towards them.
Yeah, and Rascal can use his teleport once he gets home to find a flank onto this. But this Baron's going down so quickly, it's going to go down.
They're going to be here too late, too little, too late. Solar Flare comes out. Can LGD win the fight? They need to get rid of multiple Baron buffs. Longxing's diving forward into both ADs. He's got himself one. He's looking for another. It is at the cost of Peanut's life, who didn't even get the Lamb's respite down. Rascal TP's in, only to be sent right back to the fountain.
LGD destroyed Gen.G right there. Longxing, an absolute beast on the flank, tears apart the Gen.G backline, and they're going to be able to push for so much here, Trevor.
30-second death timers for multiple members, 40 for a few more, and LGD with a 4-man stack will continue to push. It is against the Baron Impart minions that will slow them down ever so slightly, but this should be an inhibitor.
Yeah, it's just set here. He's not going to be able to clear it from range unless he throws his body into it, gets the showstopper down to clear away those minions. 20 seconds away from BDD, 10 on Clid. Clid shows up with ultimate. That should be enough to stop this game from ending right here, but LGD way back in it.
This is such a turn of events. LGD punishing Gen.G inside the pit, and this was the initiation after the Baron.
Yeah, Mark is able to find Clid inside the pit, but watch Longxing. The home guards flying on in here. BDD tries to get out, but 1 versus 2 is able to win this one. Peanut helps him out for a second and trades his life there, but when you get split up, when your backline doesn't have the peel, because Rascal and Clid were in the front, they weren't able to help him out. That is so deadly against Gen.G.
And Longxing, he's been trying to jump onto that backline multiple times. This time makes it stick. Just before the gold graph popped up, Peanut was on the player cam, and he was only describable as ecstatic. Bouncing around in his chair, gigantic smile on his face, because the super minions in the mid lane against a minute and 10 seconds of Baron on life only is going to allow LGD some additional time on the Rift. But I think it's crucial to point out, this will be Dragon number 3 for LGD. We're still a few minutes away from Baron spawning, so we're still in for a long one.
Yeah, we are. Ruler, by the way, just finished 6 items, so 75% crit chance on that one, has the Mortal Reminder too. BDD also finished that. So they're itemizing to deal with Renekton. Renekton is the problem for Gen.G, which is crazy to think in the team fight phase, because he doesn't have Flash or TP. Finding that flank is so insanely hard. A fight around this Drake, even though Gen.G just lost the last one, should look good for them here.
Yeah, Langxing's got the Randian Zoman, GA, Blade of the Ruined King, and that Black Cleaver. Rapid Fire Cannon was picked up by Peanut, who is level 16. I didn't quite see him getting blown up, but he wasn't able to get the ultimate down during the previous fight. And LGD, they've been pushed back. They do not have control of the river.
Exactly. So because Langxing doesn't have a flash and there's QSS options on the backline from Gen.G, it falls on Mark to find the engage or Xie with the Scout of the Week. Langxing can follow up, but he can't carry it on his own like he did in the last team fight.
Dragon's inside the pit. Mark's got that solar flare. Where will he fire the target? Langxing stepping all the way forward. Gets tagged by the volley, and Gen.G respecting the AoE initiation tools. They start to back out, and I've seen this before.
And Klid steal it again, Trevor. That's the question here. LGD are piled up as 5 ready to go for it, but it's going down low.
That's the engagement. Mark manages to find his man. Dawning Shadow goes down. The Dragon is picked up by LGD. That's the third, but can they win the follow-up fight? Life with a gigantic shield. Stays alive long enough to run away. Gen.G are destroying LGD. The double 80 carries are not under enough threat.
Oh, Xie!
Blown up. BDD killed by the high skill button. Defensive flash away from Xie as Langxing has to run for his life. It does look like Kramer has been able to escape for now, but at the cost of 4 of his teammates.
It's so critical. Peanut found the smite on the Drake right there to prevent the Infernal from going over. Is he still in this bush? Kramer sticks around!
So much damage on the Clip, but he won't be able to pick up the kill. He roots down Ruler. The super minions pouring into the base. This will buy some time. And Kramer, if he can keep Gen.G busy, this is good for them.
I mean, life is coming around here. How long can they wait before killing Kramer? They are going to finish him off, and Ruler gets the ace. But now Kramer going to be desynced from the rest of his team 50 seconds before he gets back onto the map. Should give Gen.G the ability to control the map.
Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, welcome to Worlds Groups. Finally, a crazy competitive game, and the back and forth has been non-stop.
But it's huge here. Again, no flash on Langxing. Also gets slammed against the wall with the ulti coming out from Klid. The backline from Gen.G cannot be touched. All this damage trying to go into life. He is able to escape. Like, how is that even possible? And Ruler gets to free fire. Langxing will get kited out permanently, and it's only Xie with the press of a single button that can take out one of those marksmen.
But it is very crucial to see if Xie can get in range, he can insta-gib one of the ADs. Good luck getting in range, that's your challenge. But if you are with the Death Cap, the Ludens, the Void Staff, he's able to do so. 3 dragons apiece, 3,000 gold difference, 3 minutes to Infernal and 1 to Baron. We're not done yet.
So I really like this. This is a smart adaptation from Ruler because he was sitting on a Mortal Reminder for most of the game, but because BDD finished his own, he's like, we don't need 2 sources of anti-heal. He upgraded that to a Lord Dominic's Regard, so we'll give him more damage here, and BDD can try to cut through the healing. It's important to note, though, in that last fight, we were tracking summoners. Ruler used his flash to finish off a kill, and Langxing's has now returned. No flash on BDD, so the cleanses are still there, but LGD can try to burn that to allow Langxing to get into the backline.
I mean, it literally comes down to, can he find his man? Can Langxing get to BDD and Ruler or Xie? And if they can't, Gen.G win the fight. Like, it feels like it's that simple, but they do have to deal with the waves being pushed in. Side lane's a little bit neglected this game, I feel.
Yeah, it's Volibear versus Renekton. This game's always going to be about those team fights. Forget the sides, even if you have teleport. And now with Baron buff spawning, it's important here, there's not really vision for Gen.G. No teleport flanks for either side to be able to work with, but Rascal is sticking around in the bot lane.
And can you possibly lean one direction or the other for the team fights? I mean, is this...
I think Gen.G. I like the backline from Gen.G. If they can kite out Langxing, it's looking good. And Ruler is so insanely strong full build.
Can Baron go down before the fight breaks out? No.
Langxing on the flank.
We have arrived. Langxing's got the teleport available, doesn't even need it. Putting some pressure onto Ruler. BDD will make his way into the pit, and Baron is now reset.
But Langxing just wasted his ult so early, and now he has to use his flash to escape. It's a disaster for LGD. The one card they had left in their hands when it came came to forcing these fights from the side. Longxing now lost both his ult and his flash.
Yeah, this is definitely not the cleanest game we've seen, but it is very entertaining. Pushing through the darkness, LGD stacking up as 4. They get themselves a control ward inside the pit. 3,000 HP.
Oh,
Gen.G gets it! Gen.G secures the Baron, and Peanut forced to flash out for his life. 5 Baron buffs, they get out alive.
Klid, Steel Eyes right there, is able to lock down the smite. Peanut was trying to get over the wall because he can use his ultimate to stop the Baron buff from falling, but he was too late. That's what I was saying. He missed his window to be able to stall that one out and bait a smite out of Klid. It could have been his to take.
It was not, and now with a minute until the Infernal Soul, no flash for Longxing. Dominus will not be available. I think it should be by the time the fight is on the cards. But all game long, for 44 minutes, Gen.G have been one step ahead of LGD. They have had more advantages. And yes, LGD have fought back real hard. But it has been LGD that have maintained the advantage, maintained the lead. And now they need to close this one out. They've got Baron for another 2 minutes. They can put some pressure on this Infernal Soul, and with the double AD comp, that's going to be huge.
Yeah, it's Gen.G in full control, and LGD trying to push through mid. There is a wave they can play with. Klid does take some damage. How much can they get here?
A lot of damage coming out. Longxing finds the stun, goes golden. The showstopper comes out from life. Lands respond by some time. Fantastic barrel from Klid. Peanut's able to escape, and Xie is now running. Mark manages to find a stun, but it's BDD that gets the first of the fight. Now Mark is locked down, stunned. Xie gets one back on life, but it may not matter. Sky Splitter comes out as one of the follow-up damage from BDD, and now Kramer running for his life.
Yeah, Kramer gonna get double flashed on. He can't escape from this. Meanwhile, Klid is taking the Dragon Soul in the bot lane. LGD are trying to get back to base, and Kramer does buy some time. Longxing canceled the recall, and now the TP comes in.
GA is gonna try chase. GA is available. That's a stun onto Rascal. Longxing's gonna be able to cull the meat. The focus right now is Rascal, then they'll turn their attention.
Wait a second, Ruler's here.
Ruler's arrived to the fight, and Rascal survives.
And now Gen.G can just push down mid lane. The teleport was used. There's no one left to try and clear away the minion waves. There's an Infernal Soul on Gen.G. They have the inhibitor, they have the Baron buff, they're pushing for the win.
They absolutely are. Ruler will be untouched, undefended. He manages to finish this game out. Here comes Xie, pushing forward, gets the stun. Cleanse comes out, Nexus down. Gen.G finally take down LGD.
The best game of groups, Trevor. That was ridiculous. For 30 minutes, we saw 1-for-0 fights, 1-for-1 fights. Both teams very evenly matched in that regard. But at the end of the day, it was the backline for Gen.G that prevailed. We're used to this by now. BDD and Ruler, full build on him, was able to keep this one a win for Gen.G.
It's the first game of the group stage that was competitive. It was not clean, okay? It was not impressive. However, it does give us a lot to talk about, a lot to think about. This scaling, fighting around objectives, gameplay style, watching how Longxing was still able to find an impact despite being in a deficit, that is a good sign. Watching BDD and Ruler still maintain some modicum of control in the chaos of those later game fights, but it will give us a lot to analyze.
Yeah. It was set up to be sort of wild in the fights if it was close on gold, because you have like both teams had like 2 or 3 players that wanted to stay completely in the back lines and then 2 that wanted to dive all the way in. So it was always a battle of can you actually make the damage stick in the back end of it. And you know, it was Ruler to come out on top there with Gen.G. Really impressive performance by him multiple times there to kite out Longxing.
Yeah, absolutely the case. I mean, that Ashe was, he didn't get an advantage very early on, but as the team fights played out, really, really good positioning. I was really happy that after we started talking about Mark, and myself was a little critical, he managed to find some really strong engages. That Zenith blade onto BDD just behind blue buff.
Oh, that was sick.
I think Klid follows it up with the Gragas barrel. Like, what I really like about this is you can see the execution of the draft and how it plays out. The Gragas has a counter to Kindred, expecting that for Peanut, and it worked.
Yeah, and we saw that in the later fights especially, knocking them out, like people living on just slivers of HP. It was a really, really intense game. I hope we get some more like that, Trevor, because that was a banger.
We have one more game to go before we get to it. Check out Gen.G's Mercedes drive to victory. It was the Drake fight 40 minutes in. We need to see which one this is first.
Yeah, so this is one I believe that Peanut lands the smite
Yes,
on
there we
right
go.
here. So it wasn't the game ender, but a huge pickup right there from Life. Drops him down. Jump bear slap. You happy with that one, Trevor?
Good shout out to the graphics team.
A little shout out to one of your calls back in the day here. But this fight was a good one for Gen.G. And you saw how Ruler was able to kite it out when LGD can't actually get that dive off, and when the summoners weren't up on Long Xing, the backline had pretty free reign here for Gen.G.
I mean, Volibear's ultimate, the Stormbringer, perfectly describes this game. It was a storm of team fights over and over and over, and I still don't know exactly how I feel about Gen.G overall coming into it. I expected LGD to be a little rough around the edges after seeing them play. I think I expect a slightly cleaner performance, but it's game one. I'm not trying to.
Yeah. Don't try too much off of game one. I think it was madness. We got dragged down into the madness, and we can appreciate
We
the
love
bloodbath.
it. We love it. I hope you enjoyed it as well. We're stepping away, but as we go, let's check out the comms from Legacy in game 2 versus LGD, and our sounds of the game presented by Bose. Oh, it's an old game. Right, right. That makes a lot of sense.
Liquid last still. Well, I'm tanking still dragon.
Oh, I got hit. Justin's gonna be mine.
Need can't smite.
Double flank. No, don't finish.
It's 3k.
Okay, go.
I can't stop.
Caston's tagged.
Monkers, can anyone finish with me or no? Okay, I just have to sleep this guy.
He's done. He's dead.
I'm out of the fight. I can't smite.
I think just flip it. Go. Doesn't matter. Look back. Yes.
Ezreal's gonna get attacked.
Actually, doesn't matter. Camille.
Go to Tagger.
I'm still damaging.
I can
You
hear
guys kill. Get out.
Ezreal's big target.
I flash up.
Maybe we can still win. If this guy gets stunned, he can go one shot.
Ezreal no E.
Nice.
We one shot.
I don't think he has flash.
He might.
Okay, doesn't matter. Nice.
Nice, guys.
You guys Baron or no?
Oh, it's Smurf.
tried. Many European AD carries have even tried, yet very few have been able to thwart him. So I think that it's very impressive to see that both still such long-standing AD carries once again meeting on the international stage.
Yes, central to their team. So let's talk about how these teams like to play. And I think maybe many people, if they don't follow the LCS, thinks, well, you know, I know this story. Bjergsen and TSM, it's Bjergsen and 4 wards, and that's it. But that's no longer the case. What can you tell me about how TSM likes to play and win games nowadays?
Well, they're very, very strong in the best of 5s. They got the pocket picks from mid especially. They got the Zilli and the TF. They got the Nidalee as well. And the thing I noticed about TSM is they're quite a slow team. Very, very slow, in fact. I think they win most of their games from either looking for these 1-2-1 comps with Broken Blade on the Lucian or the Jace or the Camille, something like this, or they just win in teamfights straight up with Bjergsen on the Mage. The only thing that I'm unsure about is whether Broken Blade can pull out these picks, like basically copying Nuguri with the Jace, sorry, with the Lucian. Can they pull it off? That's kind of my question for TSM.
And I think on the contrast, when we look at how Fnatic approach the game, they're very much driven towards their heavy jungle carry style. When you look at recent performances in Selfmade, they've been putting him in positions to basically 1v9 the game, and the Evelyn was the best example of that. He was picking champions that he could just run away with the game on, and the team would do everything in their power to funnel resources into him and allow him to snowball.
And famously, if you didn't catch that in the LEC split, Fnatic was struggling to find their identity, and then all of a sudden in the playoffs, they came out swinging and even beat G2 with a Selfmade that was on a carry jungler. And we asked them, and they said it was really simple. Actually just put Selfmade on a carry. But, you know, with the meta evolving, we don't know how that's all going to play out here. I also want to talk a bit more about Bjergsen because he is the star of that team together with Doublelift. And the man is just so incredibly versatile. He had 51 bans against him in playoffs.
Yeah.
You just can't ban him out, and he has become so much more versatile than he has the last couple of years.
You can always ban him out, but he's always going to have a pick, whether it's LeBlanc, a supportive mid laner, a mage, anything of the sort. Bjergsen kind of has it up his sleeve. Late game carry, early game carry, anything you need, basically, and it all comes down to the mid jungle for me. I think Selfmade, Nemesis versus Bjergsen and FLICKR. FLICKR obviously one of the youngest players in Worlds right now, alongside Carrier, so he's definitely gonna have to step up for his first Worlds, I think. Bjergsen obviously is a great player to have by your side in that situation, but like you were saying, the meta right now is so favored to carry jungles. It's so favored to supportive tops, supportive supports that can help you, maybe even supportive mids at times. So it's the mid jungle which I'm looking at here.
Yeah, I'm hearing you giving the favor a bit to Fnatic just because of that jungle in specific and the mid jungle synergy.
I would say so, mainly because of the jungle style meta. But I would give TSM the favorable in sort of the draft department. I think they have way more picks they can pull out, especially in the solo lanes. And if Bjergsen can get his hands on something like the Zillion or the TF, I think he might be able to carry away the game.
And I think this is what's really interesting, because while many would probably give the advantage to Selfmade in the jungle, I think that it's fair to say that based on Nemesis's split, it would be quite easy to make the argument that Bjergsen feels like the stronger laner in this 1 versus 1, and it's very much going to matter about who comes out on top. And when we look at the draft, when we look at the meta, I think that Nemesis is actually in a comfortable position. Twisted Fate is rising in prominence once again. Lucian is a very comfortable and powerful pick for him, and I think that Cassio actually has a lot of value that isn't being fully utilized yet, that is actually one of his go-to picks from back in the day. So I think that the meta is going to be, or the draft approach is going to be very interesting, and we'll get to see how both teams have prepared and leveled up. Because remember, it's been a whole month since we've seen either of these teams play. They've been scrimming, practicing, prepping, they've gone through quarantine. Like, the teams that we saw in finals are not the teams that we're going to see today, and so all we're really doing is guessing and standing, like picking players we want to watch, and I definitely think it's going to be an exciting one.
Well, Veris, it's all we can do. We can try and direct to where we think things are going to be important, but we never know, and that is the beauty of the World's group stage. Fantastic. Also, in the context of this group, what are these teams going to bring? It's time for a quick break. Get your snacks, and then we'll be right back for our final game of the day: TSM versus Fnatic. Yes.
Let's go!
It's really important for us to beat Fnatic to make it out of our group. I feel like if we lose to them, it'll put us on a pretty bad start because Gen.G is probably better than them, and if we can't even beat Fnatic, we have a low chance of making it out. So it's really important for us.
So I would say it's very important for us to beat TSM in the first game. Not necessarily because it's TSM, but I have been here before. When you win your first game, everything else feels much easier. Opening with a win would be very big for us, but obviously they're a good team, so we need to come in with our A game.
moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force will block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah. Shutting it down. Been in the ground and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing. Go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 넣은 날로 모든 배 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no. We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. 'Cause not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You should quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on recline. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run out of time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna
Welcome back to Worlds 2020 as Ender and I are about to take you into draft for Giants of European and North American League of Legends. It is TSM taking on Fnatic. And before we get into the draft, the analyst desk was talking about the fact that these teams, we've not seen them for a month. And we don't know how they've adapted and how they've changed. But the one thing we do know is from what we saw throughout summer, for Fnatic, for Selfmade, for the way they drafted for him, this meta's looking like it could be positive.
Yeah, no, Fnatic basically spent every other week changing their draft strategy entirely, and they tried to lock onto the carry junglers early on with like the Soraka in the bot lane to support, and that didn't necessarily work perfectly for them, but I do think once playoffs hit, they just yoinked a draft over from the LPL. They're like, we want the Lucian, we want the Ashe, and we want the Evelynn. And the Evelynn was the big one, and we're seeing a lot of these same styles of champions, and that's why I think Selfmade's going to be very comfortable.
One of the things that I really like about that is from week to week, they had these streaks of performance and draft. Fnatic at Worlds from week to week. There's something there. Now,
yeah, people call them an inconsistent team. I think they're a streaky team.
I like that word. I really like that word. Just turn our attention to TSM as we do have a moment or two before draft. And one of the things I find very interesting, and I want you to validate for me or tell me if I'm wrong.
Sure.
We saw Team Liquid in play-ins, and they performed exceptional. They played very, very well. When we saw TSM in the North American playoffs, other than their first series where they went 0-3, every other series was 5 games. So I'm going to presume, by transitive properties, that the 3 North American teams fairly competitive, right? Seeing how TSM were able to battle. This is a game where now I get to test that theory and see how good does TSM North America's #1 seed stack up.
Exactly, because I think when you see the top end be very close over in the LCS, and then Team Liquid came out and really performed well, like very clean gameplay. I'm excited to see what TSM can bring us today. I was going to see maybe we get the Jungle Shen or the River Shen. They actually are going to ban it away themselves here, which is a little fun.
Yeah, definitely the case, and denying that option to their opponents today. Fnatic, the second seed coming out of Europe in the LEC. Gangplank and Shen both targeted towards Bwipo. We know Bwipo as a Gangplank player. Definitely his most played champion professional.
Do I hear the horn?
Ever.
Do I hear the horn?
Horn for Broken Blade. It has been the first ban on blue side for both of our previous games. When we also look to the jungle pool, a number of champions open and available. So Selfmade and Speaker have got the pick of the litter, really.
Yeah, the hard thing is with Lucian open, I don't know if TSM can not take that here, and you give the Lucian plus, of course, Evelyn combination over to Fnatic. They are going to go for the Nidalee themselves, and I think that this is important for Spica to prove himself on here, because if you just watch the finals, you're like, is Spica a tank one trick? Like, all he was playing was the Set and the Shen, but Nidalee was actually one of his most played champions during the regular split. He plays a lot of this, and the LCS played a lot of these carry picks.
I really like that River Shen. We talked a lot about it and how it really worked in terms of the matchup. But that surprise card of River Shen is no longer a surprise. The world has seen it. We're aware of it. Huge shout out to Bwipo beard, by the way. That is badass, and I have a little bit of masculine jealousy as I can't grow a beard. The Lucian is locked in. We would anticipate the Evelyn at this stage is something we've seen a lot. Ooh. But obviously, as the jungle pool's not contested, you can lock in the support you really prefer.
Yeah, interesting to see them jump that direction already. This is making me think maybe Fnatic have something else up their sleeve, because I would have assumed with Ornn making it through and already so many bans focused at top lane that Bwipo would want to pick that up either as the second pick or the third pick here. And, of course, Camille is another one of those strong top laners that can answer into it. But Fnatic already, if you have an Evelyn plus a Rakan, we already talked about the Rakan plus Twitch combo where you can get that stealthy extra dash forward with your E there. Does work off of the Evelyn. And I think every European fan would want to see a self-made Evelyn come through because he looked so good on that champion.
Yeah, he really, really did. And when I looked at the regular season on that Camille pick, Broken Blade did not play it during the regular season at all. Bjergsen has locked in the Syndra. Classic. Comfort. I mean, most played again, and there is the Evelyn a little later down the line.
Yeah, I mean, the Syndra is an important pick here for Bjergsen, because we actually saw it in the same exact matchup last game, which was the Syndra into the Lucian mid lane. Well, I don't think it's a winning lane early on into the game. Her range, she can clear through waves pretty easily. You should not be falling behind in that match. We talked about some of the things you can do with Teleport and Corrupting Potion, of course, as an answer into it, and against a lot of squishy targets on the opposite side. When you already see a Rakan, if he's dashing into you, your burst damage is going to be absolutely insane. So some of the pick options TSM have with the burst of a Nidalee plus a Syndra plus a Camille are looking strong off the board.
Explosive kills. Similarly, if you are able to find any of that burst damage from Evo for Rakan, well, you're not instantly blown up. A lot of squishy members. So what will the front line be? I mentioned that Broken Blade didn't play Camille during the regular season, but they played almost as many games in the playoffs because of all those 5-game series. I think actually even a little bit more. 3 games on the Camille undefeated, and straight out the gate, Leona is banned, followed by the Twitch.
Yeah, maybe a Nautilus ban here from Fnatic as well as another champion that would pair very nicely with a lot of the options that TSM do have already, and does tend to give Rakan a little bit of trouble down in that bottom lane. You know, the more I'm looking at some of the options TSM have, like the Camille in the top lane especially, if you remember in LEC, this was Hylissang's biggest nemesis when he was playing these squishier support champions, and that champ with the ultimate can also lock down an Evelyn very easily. So I'm actually looking at Broken Blade a bit too on that pick to have an influence in this game.
Now, instead of the Nautilus, it will be a Lulu ban away from the side of Fnatic, targeting TSM, targeting Biofrost. We need to see what Doublelift is going to run, and there's so many matchups that you can talk about here. Reckless versus Doublelift is going to be hard.
I mean, I know the last time we saw TSM at Worlds was 2017, but to ban Ardent supports is a little bit crazy here, I think, from Fnatic. Of course, Lulu can have a good matchup into the Rakan, just instantly polymorph him when he jumps in there. The Ornn ban does come through, which will mean... I mean, I'm wondering what Bwipo does end up going for in the top side of the map, because one thing Fnatic like to do with the Evelyn is get a lot of winning lanes, but it can be hard to get a hard winning lane up against that Camille. But the LPL special, of course, the Volibear top gets lost.
So the first thing I am noticing, this is game 6 of day 1 of groups after play-ins is concluded. I think the Camille Volibear matchup is something we've seen a number of times today. I think the priority on those picks significantly higher than what I recall from the aggregate, the overall picture of play-ins, but the rest of the picks and bans thus far has remained pretty much the same.
It was something we saw a lot in the regular season of the LPL and LCK, especially going towards playoffs, were these two matchups up there. But it is going to be the double lift Senna next to an All-Star. I think this is going to give TSM a very strong backline here next to the Syndra, so a lot of range they have to work with, and of course can turn on that hard engage, and that's something that's really important to have when you have a lot of ranged backliners. Having someone that can lead that Camille into a fight, help her get those flanks off, and assassinate the double marksman backline.
Yeah, it's going to work out in their favor. A number of squishy champions, if they do manage to get caught up by the CC, it will be problematic. Some long range there being locked in now for Reckless. He's going to secure the Jhin to round out the team composition. So let's zoom out and look at what Fnatic and TSM have put together.
Yeah, okay, so the first thing is that I do feel like there's a little bit of pressure on Spica inside the jungle. One of the things that can be really problematic is you just allow an Evelynn to scale up very late into the game. So anything Spica can do to delay that fact is always going to be good. But in classic Fnatic form, when they have this Evelynn, they're trying to draft a lot of strong lanes that can play around and assist the Evelynn. That's where the Lucian is going to be really, really impactful. So if they want to try and break that mid lane matchup, maybe we see some Biofrost roams towards mid lane. TSM playing through mid to shut down Nemesis, who has been a problem point for Fnatic this year, and open up the map to shut down the Evelynn further.
Has absolutely been a problem point, and he's going up against TSM's strongest player, strongest member, most storied player in Bjergsen. Nemesis versus Bjergsen could be one of those pivotal matchups, but I think it is crucial to point out that when Selfmade does get a comfort pick, he does perform at a higher level. And for the first North America versus Europe matchup in the group stage, obviously the coach is walking off stage and Mithy with very big smiles, but the players very focused, very serious. And in the pre-game video we saw, Doublelift was talking about how if we can't beat Fnatic, our odds of making it out the group are significantly lower. I believe that Gen.G are stronger than Fnatic. And after we just watched Gen.G and LGD, well, we may need to re-interview some of the players, right? Because that game was very, very combative.
Exactly, and that makes you think, is this like a group where all four teams have a legitimate shot to move on? Or are those two teams top-heavy? We'll have to see. This game will give us a very good read on how that does end up panning out here. Just doing the final checks, making sure all the players are ready to get into game. I think both teams got a lot of what they would like to have. Spica on the Nidalee, who can have an early game presence. The Syndra 2 for Bjergsen, classic pick for them. And then Selfmade, the big carry for Fnatic, being on that Evelynn that he worked so well in the LEC playoffs.
And this is where we get to see how does Selfmade perform in the international stage. How does he show up with a lot of fan support behind him coming out of Europe? But you cannot discount the impact that Spica has had for TSM and the North American LCS. TSM winning the summer split, 5-game series, every single one except for their first with a 0-3. It was a brutal run through the brackets. And this will be our first taste of NA versus EU in groups. So, Selfmade and Spica, where my eyes are going to be very, very early on. And I love that Santa skin riding into battle and early game shenanigans.
TSM trying to get this game off with a bit of a bang. Bjergsen actually going to force Nemesis to step back. And this allows TSM to path in through the brush. Selfmade will know what's going on as he does spot out Spica, but doesn't necessarily know the rest of the team is here. I think it's a safe bet for Fnatic. But I really like TSM invading the jungle from level 1 to try and disrupt Selfmade's level 1 plan.
Okay, where does he respond? Right now, the rest of Fnatic grouped up in a traditional death bush, as I believe they called dibs on that very early on in League of Legends, but they will not stick around too long. A number of TSM pings inside the red buff. Now, do Fnatic consider counter invade?
Fnatic have no vision of TSM, so they might think that TSM are still up in the top side jungle. And what's going to end up happening is there is going to be a fight at level 1, almost certainly. The big difference here is Nemesis will be grouped up with the rest of the team, but now, if Bjergsen is able to read this one out and get down into the river or into the jungle quickly, we could see an all-out brawl.
Okay, multiple members, 4-man stack from Fnatic. 1 minute 20, now they're going to make the move forward. The sweeper is popped, so they know they haven't been envisioned.
Oh, TSM are going to spot it super late, though. They don't know what's happening until right now.
Fnatic, they backed away too early. That's a flash already from Doublelift.
Whoa!
A lot of damage coming out as Biofrost gets chunked down. He's down to 200 HP, 100 HP, 50 HP. Flash forward, first blood, Reckless and Fnatic. They find it in the late invade.
Fnatic group up, they go in there, and Reckless gets that first blood. Major loss here for TSM. All they did was put a ward on the enemy red buff, and they didn't have any protective vision of their own. So Spica will be able to smite away the large raptor right here, but it's still a very big win for Selfmade at level 1.
Exceptionally well done. Kill secured there by Reckless as well. Let's look at summoner spells, flash and heals, as well as ignites used on every front except for Hylissang in that bottom lane. Nemesis is also flashless.
Yeah, this opens up some playmaking, but again, these junglers not the best at actually finding early plays. I think Nidalee would have a little bit more room to navigate that. Would like to point out the summer spell choices. Bifrost went for Phase Rush, which is not uncommon. We've been seeing it a lot more on the All-Star, but meant he didn't have the Aftershock for the extra durability at level 1. And now Speak at level 2 should be stronger than Nevelin, but there's a red buff for Selfmade.
Yeah, he's going to do a lot with those hate spikes. Clears out the chickens as best as he can. Smites on cooldown. It looks like they're from Selfmade. As Speaker will continue to auto-attack harass. Goes back into Cougar form. Trade of damage, and Speaker will be able to pick up the big chicken before you see Bjergsen already moving to the jungle.
Yeah, so one key difference we actually see in this mid lane matchup is compared to last game, Nemesis has teleport instead of ignite, so less early kill threat in any sort of all-in, but also because he helped on the invade, Bjergsen got priority in that lane. That's why Bjergsen was able to push out the middle lane and top lane too, going well for Broken Blade. So all that pressure is able to convert into a good counterattack here from Spica, able to get inside the enemy jungle. So while TSM did lose first blood, and that's going to be bad news for the bottom side of the map, the jungle has stabilized for them.
And as this wave is pushing under Double Lift and Bifrost's tower, Hylissang goes on for a big trade. We do have just a very brief moment. I just want to quickly paint a highlight on Double Lift and Reckless, two of the most storied names worldwide. Domestic titles, 8 for Double Lift, 4 for Reckless. Number of Worlds appearances, 7 and 6. Number of international games, 73 to 79. These are the two faces of League of Legends for their respective regions, and frankly, if you take history into account, likely for the teams as well.
Yeah, almost certainly. Two players that, if you don't know their names, you're probably watching Worlds for the first time, and you better learn their names very, very quickly here. Selfmade just hugging around this middle lane, making sure that Nemesis can push out the wave. Hylissang is in the area as well. A classic Fnatic play to try and help Nemesis reset this lane state. You can already see a big difference in this mid lane, and that is Bjergsen absolutely doing well in this matchup. While Selfmade can seal away the Raptors, Bjergsen already up in CS and should be able to take a free reset pretty soon.
Just a reminder, of course, Nemesis helped on that invade. He spent his flash as well, and Ender, as you've already pointed out, no TP, allows Bjergsen some freedom in that matchup. Keep in mind, Speaker also was challenging Selfmade. As the engage comes out here from Hylissang, he's got himself some boots. Biofrost is flashless, and he may just get taken down for the second time. Stepping into the tower, the Ignite picks it up for Hylissang and Fnatic.
Yeah, Hylissang waited the last possible second to drop that one. The heal was able to keep Bio alive for a while, but that's the punishment for not having the flash available. Another hit in that bottom lane. Biofrost is really getting bullied now.
Now, while that's going on, Bjergsen of 13 with 4 minions in front of Nemesis. Look at the top lane, plus 10 right now as Broken Blade has a second time shoved the wave into tower, pushed all the way into Fnatic's jungle, dropped himself a control ward, and is now starting to back away. Broken Blade is playing the vision game. Every time he gets to tower, he pushes into Fnatic's jungle.
And that's always going to be really important up against this Evelyn. What I want to see from TSM is coming off of Bjergsen's reset. He should be hitting level 6 pretty soon. He'll hit that before Nemesis in the mid lane with the Lost Chapter completed. We talked about that. That's really good for this laning phase, especially when Lucian is struggling to find those big items early. So take this level 6, and then can we convert it into a side lane here, especially with Bwipo playing very aggressively. Broken Blade has his jungler in the area.
All right, there is a potential for Selfmade to help out, but Speaky's coming in, got that blue buff available to him. And Bwipo down a little bit low. He does have flash. Making his way towards level 6, and Selfmade is still working on the Krugs.
Oh, level 6!
Level 6! Sky Splitter's available. Stormbringer, does he bring the noise?
Oh!
Yes, he does! The flash chop down! Flash base slap indeed from Bwipo, and Selfmade arrives just in time to dissuade a follow-up.
The most unlucky timing possible, and Bwipo is losing his mind. He's back at Worlds. He's filling himself after that one. That is a mental edge if I've ever seen it.
3 kills to 0, 1,000 gold up. And despite Speaker and Broken Blade looking to combo down Bwipo, we were not able to time it before he hit level 6.
Yeah, it was a little bit ambitious. I was wondering if maybe Broken Blade would like to base first and then TP in, because with the minion wave there, it's very hard to set up for Speaker to land a clean spear. And the level 6, there's the terror in TSM's eyes as they saw that come in. They knew that was going to be turned around on them almost instantly. The timing was just really tragic.
I mean, I got super nervous because I was literally setting it up. I'm like, I wonder how close he is to level 6, and then dinged it. I was like, yep, that's a problem. Let's look at the items really quickly because I'm seeing a cull there for Broken Blade in the top lane as well as Double Lift. And I lost that question.
Yeah, because he tries to bounce it off the wall, but as you said, level 6 pops on in, even gets the shield from the E there as well. And you get so much bonus HP when you pop that ulti, but they're going to try and punish him.
They absolutely will. The stun comes out as well. Hextech ultimatum. Bjergsen's now tanking the tower, and Broken Blade with precision protocol. They get the kill. They deny a huge wave, and that's fantastic.
What was I saying, Trevor? Bjergsen level 6. They're able to come up into that top lane and punish the ultless Whippo. He's like, yeah, okay, guys, yeah, I got punished 2v1. Can't do it twice in a row. But that's 2 turret plates on top of it, so immediately stabilizes the top 1v1.
And if anybody didn't quite follow the lip reading that was going on there from Ender, anytime a play involves Whippo, please do look at the player cams. He's one of the most emotive players around. Speaker, on the other hand, dead serious and focused. He's 42 farm, moving towards level 6, not the biggest of spikes on the Nidalee, as Selfmade has just unlocked the last caress. And the game is now dead even as far as gold is concerned.
Exactly. So level 6 from Selfmade, and Hylissang, I thought he was going to take a reset, but this is a classic Hylissang maneuver. Most supports you will see take the reset there and then pair up with their jungle, attack somewhere on the map. But what he wants to do is stay down in bot side and make sure TSM cannot fully reset this minion wave. So he'll sacrifice himself a bit, he'll sacrifice his impact on the map, so they can make sure this 2v2 and the lane state is completely optimal for Reckless.
Right, a little bit of a ping there on the ward. Selfmade walked over, doesn't have the time to go for it because Nemesis, Selfmade, and Whippo are setting themselves up for a dive. Speaker and Bjergsen are aware, and they're starting the roam already.
TSM know exactly what's going on here, but they're not going to be able to react in time. So this entire wave, or at least a lot of it at the front, is going to be denied. Broken Blade now feels comfortable with his team showing up in the passive to be able to trade into that and pick up a lot of those minions.
That's actually huge. He managed to pick up a lot of the last hits, didn't lose the experience, maintains an advantage in the lane, and has got 54 stacks on that Cole left. Tiamat already picked up while Speaker started the Heralds.
Yeah, Speaker's going to be able to find this one, and again, we see the rotation here from Bjergsen and from Biofrost to come on up. This is going to be the trade from TSM. So because Fnatic were trying to, I believe, freeze that bottom lane, you could see they had a big item advantage. It was only the Cull on Double Lift because Reckless was able to go back to base for free while Hylissang stuck around. Double Lift had to get out of the lane. Bio said, hey, it's okay, guys. We're going to drop some CS in the bot side so I can walk up top lane and make sure we get that Herald. And the offset of gold by dropping that Herald, likely in the top lane, continuing to funnel Broken Blade a bit, is going to be a big win for them.
And as you've already alluded to, Hylissang has a little bit of a problem with Camille, historically anyway. So if Broken Blade can be the beneficiary and start to accelerate ahead, it is one of the very big win conditions here for TSM. The Cloud Drake will be secured at 9.5 minutes. And just as a super aside, if we have a moment, throughout the course of today, the average first Dragon was taken at 7 minutes 58. So this is a little slower. In comparison to play-ins, that was at 8:57. That's a minute faster. The interesting one for me, the Dragon Soul average timer was 24 minutes, and in play-ins at 30.
TSM are trying to drop the Herald and then look for the dive, but Hylissang is immediately pathing topside, and Nemesis is also here to try and respond. But this tower is going to go down very, very low.
They will get the boop, take away at least 2 of those plates. Broken Blade, again, the recipient, he's going to be very, very happy with the plates being secured, and Whippo's tower continues to be chipped away. Nemesis was making his way up top. If a dive had happened, he and Hylissang with those mobility boots is now starting to roam around and let the impact him.
So this is something you'll notice a lot with Fnatic, is when Selfmade is on these farming-oriented junglers, it will be Hylissang roaming or Nemesis roaming, trying to bail out lanes of bad positions, like when the Herald goes down there, it's Hylissang to help him out. Selfmade is not about wasting time in the jungle. As a matter of fact, you can already see a 20 CS advantage while Spica, was taking a Herald, trying some top lane plays. Selfmade was continuing to farm up here so that he can hit his item spike, so he can hit level 6 and then unlock his full terror on the map.
And conversely, Bjergsen's advantage from level 1 continues to balloon. It's nearly 20 CS as he's just picked up the wave under the tower. While there is a man immune completed here for Nemesis on that Lucian, Bjergsen has been able to maintain a lot of control in this lane. He teleported top at level 6. He's going to push the wave forward, and Nemesis will be a little bit late to the party, so he'll lose out on a few extra CS. Bjergsen will be able to pick up...
Oh, Bjergsen didn't actually get the plate money from that. He had to land 1 auto attack, so a bit unfortunate from on that one, but as you were saying, doing very well in this matchup. Just a little bit off from completing that Ludens.
Full fight. Whippo is really willing to exchange. Ninja Tab I picked up, plus the Sheen and the Ruby Crystal. Volley Bear trade pattern into Camille is very favorable early on.
Oh, Selfmade steps over a trap right there. Well, that's some counterplay to the invisibility from Selfmade, and that was right at a window where I think Selfmade was trying to team up. Hello!
Hello, flashy indeed. Dawning Shadow comes up. That keeps Broken Blade up. I think he would have got taken down had the ultimate landed. Flashes exchanged. Broken Blade holds on to his ultimate.
Yeah, Bwipo's creating so much pressure around the top side of the map. Suika is constantly having to jump up there, so good on Doublelift for not falling behind in CS, and Fnatic haven't been able to punish that. Even with the level 6, though, looking for the 2v2 will be some damage, because now that Selfmade has passed 6, Evelynn is one of the best tower diving champions in the game. The problem is, it's really hard to punish an All-Star post 6 and a Senna 2 with her heals and all that underneath the tower.
We're 12 minutes into the game, 1 kill to 3, even on gold. Mr. Frierson, and the second dragon will be spawning in 2 minutes' time. It will leave us with either an ocean or a mountain soul, and that will definitely add some spiciness if we're competing over the ocean soul. And for the time being, this is still just in the extended laning phase. There's a number of plates going down, but no tower secured yet.
TSM setting up around mid. They're just trying to clear out all the vision. So all the work Fnatic just put in by grouping up around mid, because they were the first ones there, well, and they didn't stick around. TSM going to be able to knock that down. That'll mean Fnatic have to replace those control wards leading into the dragon. I think Selfmade might be a little bit frustrated, walking over the trap down there in the bot side jungle, because the play for Fnatic to make is him teaming up with Hylissang and either invading jungle to pick off Spica or try to attack around mid. But Bjergsen has been ungankable in mid lane, has not given any windows over in which Fnatic can actually punish him. When he knows he doesn't have pressure on mid lane, he's stepping back, and Fnatic just wander around through the river.
I absolutely love watching the minimap, but you see the pressure coming up from Fnatic. Bjergsen's already backing away.
Selfmade's top, though.
Look at Broken Blade. No flash available. Bwipo, no ultimate available. Selfmade's making his way in. It may just be a matter of time. Good hook shot, step forward, precision protocol, Hextech ultimatum on the last QS comes out! Broken Blade with the outplay! He doesn't care if Selfmade's the baddest. He manages to win in the 1v2.
That was disgusting right there. Gets the full true damage proc, locks Selfmade in the ultimate. His ultimate isn't going to be able to escape from that one. And now TSM, what can they do on the bottom side of the map? Because, I don't actually think they know that Hylissang is down here inside the alcove. They don't know he's alcove gaming for the time being. For a second, it looked like they were just going to take over completely. Or do they? Or do they, Trevor?
No ways, no ways, no ways. Hylissang, the vision is out. He's tagged, he's caught, he's ganked, and he is dead. 3 kills secured for TSM. Broken Blade with an insane outplay, and then followed up by TSM being aware, sensing. I really hope we can get some comms on that one. They catch Hilly out.
And it's right before the Infernal Drake spawns as well. So Fnatic slow everything down. TSM are going to get this one for themselves in a matchup that was going poorly, because Broken Blade had been beaten in so many trades leading up into that 1 versus 2 against Bwipo. He just isolated this squishy Evelynn and turned that one around. So a lot of momentum now for TSM. We were talking about a little bit before. Fnatic can be a bit of a streaky team. They can be a bit emotional. Definitely don't want to drop that down.
Oh, I hope we get a slow-mo on this. I'm not sure if we will, but Broken Blade, after he lands the hook shot into precision protocol, melts Selfmade.
Yeah, well, it gets so much burst damage down there, and then, whoop, the full Q. There's a whole lot of damage to the Sheen proc on top, so just very well done by him to be able to turn that around. Yeah, they all thought it was over, and then the second he turns around, thinking, that's possible? Yeah, it is. TSM get a couple of kills.
And we all thought that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Like, you and I.
That was my reaction too.
We were super mellow, thinking that Selfmade had an easy kill. But it's 2 kills, 2 deaths for Broken Blade. He's still got 10 or 11 CS to pick up before the cull pays off. Doublelift has finished his. And it's a small gold lead for TSM. We've crested the 15-minute mark, and after 4 very one-sided games, we now have the second of the day. That is very close and very competitive. The fact that Broken Blade is starting to get ahead and that he's already pulled off this combo makes me nervous for Fnatic. They've got a number of very squishy champions, and if Broken Blade can get that damage down, he can obliterate them.
Broken Blade's not safe yet because he's still losing the 1v1. He has the damage to take down an Evelynn, so when he groups up, that'll be a big deal, but Bwipo just taking chunks out of him here. He's also going to be itemizing pretty aggressively there with the Sheen in the 1 versus 1 matchup. Broken Blade has now ticked up to level 11, but in the 1v1, you still have to favor Bwipo.
Yeah, for the time being. At what point do you think that changes? 2 items, 3 items, or Camille can start?
It depends on the route he goes, because right now you see Broken Blade is sort of all over the place. He's going to cash in a Cole very soon, but the 1v1 really not good for him, so should be looking at the Trinity Force before that looks a little bit better, but the team is on the way.
First tower secured there.
Yeah, because right now the bot lane for TSM is running up, but I don't think Broken Blade can stall enough time and keep Whippo locked down enough. But this tower should be falling soon, and then they can convert it into the Rift Herald on top. So there could be this big cascade effect where you take top lane tower for free, that turns into a Rift Herald, then mid lane turret as well. And you see Bjergsen was pathing bot, now he's pathing up here. We could have a fight on our hands.
Oh, Selfmade's looking for Speaker.
Whoa!
Lost Caress, hates Spike, and with the help of Nemesis, Speaker gets obliterated. Now there's pressure in the mid lane. So all of a sudden, TSM's potential plan of Rift Herald is thwarted.
Yeah, really good pick from Selfmade there, finding Speaker inside the jungle. Nemesis also had to use his flash though. So now Selfmade and Nemesis both pretty vulnerable to any of the engage options that TSM are going to be throwing their way. And I think Selfmade just going to try and take a reset off of this one. Fnatic aren't going to try and pick up the Herald themselves.
I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but the producers and the observers just gave me a ping that Nemesis flashed over Bjergsen's stun.
Yes,
Thank you for catching that one, as they were telling me you were saying it. Should have just trusted Ender production. So Fnatic maintain control once again. 700 gold, it's nearly insignificant at this amount, but even without Rift Herald, TSM are going to start pressuring this tower. No real response just yet from Fnatic. Hylissang is threatening and engage, but Reckless doesn't really have a lot of support, and the second tower for TSM is easily secured.
Yeah, you know you don't need a Rift Herald to knock down the mid lane tower if the enemy team doesn't really have wave clear, and unless Nemesis is there with the culling, that one's not going to be very easy to defend. Now Selfmade, level 11, so much damage on his ultimate, and is looking for Broken Blade, but he lost this last time.
How much burst damage can Selfmade put out? The control ward is taken down. Nemesis, no flash, a little bit further away, so they look like they're going to be focusing the tower. TSM currently on the Herald, and it doesn't look like Fnatic want to contest.
Yeah, TSM don't really have anything better to do than to pick up this Herald right now. Like, all the topside camps are going to be down. Selfmade is going to be saying in comms, like, hey guys, it's fine. Like, I get so much gold off of 3 camps that are up and available in the bottom side of the map. So Selfmade will continue to sprint ahead, while Spica, with the focus on these early game objectives, is going to try and share the love a bit to his team.
Well, Biofrost and Spica will be under some threat if they stick around. Double lift still all the way forward.
I've seen this before.
If we have indeed. Spica's aware of it. Drops down a ward, will get some vision for a brief second, and the minions will get cleared out. Important to note, 20 CS difference between Whippo and Broken Blade, but they've both got their Trinity forces. Tiamat and Vam Scepter picked up, and the rest of Fnatic start to peel away. You can feel the tension as both teams are kind of cross-mapping one another, playing safety in numbers, and they've traded towers.
But the thing is, 40 seconds before this Drake, Fnatic just did a huge sweeping pass inside the TSM jungle. So they have all these wards that Whippo can look to either flank off of or just navigate inside the enemy jungle. If you just guarantee that Selfmade isn't walking over pinks, he can also do very similar things. So in the inventories of TSM, they don't really have any sweepers. You know, Biofrost can use his, but it's already on cooldown, and I think maybe Spica has one in the jungle, but that's a Rift Herald, so he can't actually use that. The control wards are what they have, but there are some clever wards that should not be spotted.
10 seconds to go until this Mountain Drake spawns. 20 minutes is on the clock, and TSM fully grouped in the bottom lane.
TSM are just going to drop the Herald in the bot lane, so they're going to trade bot lane tower for mid lane. But Fnatic may be able to use this a little bit more because Bjergsen's the only player in mid. So he's under a little bit of threat. TSM are now going to be able to trade this for the bot side. But because Bjergsen is so far away from the rest of the team, it's really hard for them to be able to force on this dragon. Bjergsen's going to go back to base and try to teleport in.
Yeah, he's going to be able to TP, the ability to just, you know, swing around from TSM. Broken Blade will usher the Rift Herald in towards the inner turret. It will be able to get the charge off before Whippo takes it out. Bjergsen also is able to hold on to his teleport, so TSM pick up an uncontested second Drake. They managed to get themselves the bottom tower and a lot of damage on the inner, but remember, they did lose their mid-outer turret, so we're still 3-3, and it is still dead even as far as the overall picture of the game is concerned.
TSM had the trump card of just dropping the Herald in bot side that Fnatic had to respond to, right? So Fnatic can't do too much given that situation, but again, trying to transition vision on the opposite side of the map. So they lose down on bot side because of the Herald, of course, but will be able to steal away a blue buff and place some wards of their own. And it's critical, as soon as these outer turrets start falling down, now every outer turret is off the board, the map belongs to Selfmade. Now, as long as he's not stepping around brush where there could be control wards to be able to spot him out, that makes the map a little bit more terrifying for TSM if they don't have a buddy around.
Yeah, definitely. Nemesis is going to be able to dash over the wall. And the question I'm going to ask, maybe it's a little bit unfair to like pigeonhole, but how do you like the two teams like scaling and how they're going to be able to play out these later game team fights? You've got the double ADs on the side of Fnatic, and slightly more traditional on the side of TSM. So do you favor one comp?
I think the comps interact like very interestingly because I would say that TSM have a lot going for them when it comes to like their backline and activating a Camille later on in these flanks. And I would say Syndra starts to take over against a Lucian in terms of what she can add to the team. But the difference is self-made in the jungle. I'm always going to believe a little bit more in an Evelynn scaling later on into the game, whereas Nidalee will convert into a bit of a heal bot. Offering that, of course, she will do damage, but will not have that same threat onto an enemy backline as an Evelynn would. So to me, it comes down to whether or not self-made can actually threaten the backline of Bjergsen and Doublelift, and with a lot of the protection they have, the healing on both the Nidalee and the Senna, that could be problematic for him if he's not able to get a little bit more on items under his belt.
When I look at the side lane, for the time being, Bwipo has been able to maintain and control Broken Blade, but as we now 22 minutes into the game, Broken Blade making his way to his second item. Is there anyone that can really catch him? I mean, the self-made gank, I suppose. If he's able to roam up with invisibility in 2v1, Broken Blade, maybe that's going to be the cleanest way.
I mean, the thing is that TSM can't really ever activate a side lane, A, because Bwipo's doing very well in the 1v1 for the time being, but B, the threat of self-made. Now they know he's up here.
All right, Banshee's veiled there, no correction, that's the Allure, not going to be able to follow up. Bjergsen's still got the Hourglass if he needs to, and Hylissang, playing on the edge of safety. Managed to escape the scatter the weak.
He's all right as long as Broken Blade isn't in the area. As soon as the Hextech Ultimatum is in the picture, that's when things can get a bit problematic for Hylissang. The game has slowed down because Fnatic feels like they have map control, and TSM aren't really grouping up to contest them and try to battle through the Riven, or the river, rather, no Riven in this game. And they're not really trying to place too much deep vision or aggressive vision of their own. And Fnatic, because again, I feel like they're trying to play a little bit more skirmish heavy, play around the power of the Evelynn in smaller fights where she can't get just tons of CC unloaded onto her. They're not really looking to take many chances outside of just pushing out these side waves.
Yeah, these itemizations continue to scale in. I mean, Broken Blade has just been thrift dropped the entire time. Now, Pickaxe added to the Warhammer. I've already mentioned the Hourglass, the Loon's Echo on the side of Bjergsen, Essence Reaver, Manamune for Nemesis, and Rapid Fire Cannon was picked up by Reckless along with that QSS. So the scaling continues to play out in terms of itemization. It's 1,000 gold advantage to Fnatic. And we may have a small sort of gentleman's agreement. A minute and a half till the Mountain Drake. It's going to be a little while before Baron is really hotly contested, I feel. And we may just see another setup around this, so around Vision. Defensive wards from TSM.
Oh, good pick.
Set up. Curtain Call, 1 and 2 will tag Biofrost. The third will hit him too, and so does the fourth.
That's a really sick combo though, because of course you need damage on the enemy for Jin's W to actually apply the CC. Here we gotta fight.
It's the engage. Biofrost trying to run for his life. Unbreakable Will is up, and inside the Hextech Ultimatum is Hylissang, countered by his Kryptonite Camille. Now Bwipo's in trouble, stunned up by Scatter the Weak. The ultimate is fired. He survives! Manages to escape with his life. The Age is doing so much work. It's 1,000 goal lead to Fnatic. And they managed to survive, but at the cost of Hylissang.
It is just that kill. Selfmade is looking for Spica. Oh, he can get so close to him here.
Dun. Reckless unable to connect.
That's the combo I'm talking about, though, because you don't expect the Jin W from super far range. It's not just a Rakan able to hop on to, an Evelynn as that sort of surprise attack, but also using that in conjunction with the Jin. So really clever combination. That being said, it still was the pick for TSM inside the jungle. Hylissang goes in. He gets a lot of CC down, but Fnatic can't really follow off. Nemesis and Reckless, they get 0 auto attacks down, maybe onto a Raptor camp, but they can't do much more than that. Bwipo pops the ult just for the HP to sustain through, but now we have a dragon fight. 5 seconds away, no flash on Doublelift or Spica. Almost all flashes up for Fnatic, but no ults ready for them right off the bat.
So few. Biofrost is on cooldown. Broken Blades will become available by time the fight breaks out, but we're not setting up for an instant engage right now.
Check this out. Hylissang is on the flank. His ultimate is up in about 10 seconds, and he has a flash. He placed that ward that TSM spotted out to say know what he's trying to do. Bjergsen should be okay.
Oh, I held my breath for that one. Javelin toss helping out Broken Blade, but here comes Bwipo on all fours. Ultimate is now available for him. Self-made Reckless, actually everybody. So fully armed for the power as far as that's concerned. Dragon's already secured by Fnatic. That was easy. TSM haven't found an opportunity to initiate, and that is one thing to call out. While Rakan is going to be able to fairly easily get the entrance into the quickness, you're looking at flanking options or a conditional stun by Scat of the Week, so not the strongest engage tools from TSM.
Yeah, it's interesting because a lot of times you would say Broken Blade loves to find flanks on this Camille, but he also would love to lock down Hylissang or Selfmade if they dive the backline. Now, Fnatic have started up the Baron, and TSM are late to this play, but they're going to be able to get here in time, you think? It's down to 4,000, maybe not.
Shadows coming up. Fnatic can just finish this one up before the fight even begins. Biofrost is inside the pit, but Fnatic, they got the Dragon, they got the Baron, and now Hylissang is trying to fly away. He's easily able to...
Oh, not again!
But he's locked inside the Hextech Ultimatum. This time, he has support and damage from the team, but the sacrificial bird to pick up the Baron, Fnatic will be happy with that.
It's the ultimate heist there from Fnatic to steal the Baron away from TSM. TSM just late on the reply. They're able to arrest one in Hylissang and maybe get a turret on the backside, but that's a big win for Fnatic.
I mean, how do they even do that? Just pushing through the river. Yeah. If I look at the vision, there's a number of control wards, so TSM just late to arrive, late to contest, and they will get at least one tower back, but it's simply not enough to balance it out.
Fnatic have insane single target damage. They just cut through that one very, very easily. And good news for TSM is that they don't have any inner turrets down, so it's going to be hard for Fnatic to try and threaten an inhibitor, I do feel, but this, again, will give them almost full map control, and playing through side lanes with an Evelynn, you're certainly going to be able to knock down some of these inner turrets playing around that Bear. The Bear, that's the one.
The thing about the Baron buff for Fnatic right now, it gives them the lead, but this is the first significant advantage either team has had in 27 minutes. There's been trades back and forth, and it's been relatively even thus far, but with the ability to pull ahead, there's a great visualization as the scale goes from 100 to 3,000.
Yeah, but again, I think that's only about like a 1,200 spike.
Yeah.
If you look at it up in the top right corner of your screen here. I think the bigger change for Fnatic is the ease they can push through these side lanes now. And you can see Selfmade stepping up forward to make sure they can get this wave all the way into the tower. But even with Nemesis recalling in the top lane, he may want to teleport in towards mid or just straight back into top to knock down these inner towers.
It seems to be the case for now. And Evelynn, as well as Lucian, two crucial picks for Fnatic. It's something that they've demonstrated and played in the LEC, something that we expected to be pivotal.
Selfmade just flashed over the wall!
That's it, he's dead. Goodbye, double lift. Fantastic from Selfmade, catching double lift out. I didn't even see it.
Selfmade, in the blink of an eye, eliminates the TSM AD carry, but Broken Blade is on the base. He's looking for the inhibitor, and is just now Bwipo able to recall back into this one. Fnatic, can they trade? Can they just kill him?
Bwipo's going to chase for this one. He's got himself the Death Dance and the Triforce and pushing all the way forward. The ulti will not find its target. And the tactical sweep from Broken Blade plus the hookshot gets him to safety. The base is open. Fnatic do not even open the base. Through this plexiglass window, I couldn't even see Selfmade flashing over the wall, but that is exactly what you've talked about in terms of the pick and the impact.
It's something I was watching for too, Trevor, because Selfmade's positioning, especially when they go for these sieges, all he's trying to do is pick people off in rotation. Because what Fnatic were doing was sort of rotating from mid to top, back to mid, and such. So he's hugging over this wall. The blue trinket spots out Doublelift, and is just an instant one-shot. Doublelift can't even react to his heal. He thinks he's safe. He's over this gigantic wall, but Selfmade knows the absolute limits of this champion. It's one he's played for a long time. This is not flavor of the month for Selfmade, and he deletes Doublelift.
So now TSM, while they were able to defend their base, they did expose the inhibitor in the bottom lane. They're down 2,500 gold. There's another Mountain Drake in a minute, and safety in numbers.
Yes.
Nobody is alone right now as they move through their own jungle, because the threat of Selfmade cannot be underestimated.
So remember, Fnatic didn't get a big gold lead off of the Baron play. They got a couple thousand gold, and that's going to be good for them. But the big win is taking that mid lane tier 2 tower, because you now have another entrance into the enemy jungle for Selfmade to play with. Because turrets give you true vision, it's going to be able to spot out Selfmade wherever he goes. Knocking those down, the one outside of the base, allow him more avenues to find a flank and find a pick like he just had on Doublelift.
Vision is going to be so important. You can see 2 sweepers, 3 sweepers for the time being with TSM, but as Fnatic return to the Rift, 10 seconds to the next Dragon, Infinity Edges, Rabadon's Death Caps secured for Fnatic. Important to point out that Bjergsen was able to pick up that Void Staff.
Wait a second, look at this. Fnatic are just pushing down mid lane, so 4 members of TSM are around this Drake for the time being, but this Drake is just going to go down unless Selfmade tries to go for a steal, but they're just going to try and go for the inhibitor themselves.
See it, open up the base. Inhibitor will be challenged here. Speaker left to finish off the Dragon with the help of Bjergsen. And with a double ADs, Fnatic melt through the inhib, and this will assure their map control for the next Baron.
This is really interesting because this is something Fnatic have very clearly been working on, is playing the map and knowing timers when and when the enemy team can't actually run around and get to you. Bjergsen did TP back to the base there.
Feeling the threat, feeling the pressure. TPing back, not available for the next siege, for the next pressure. Now, Fnatic are pushing into Fnatic play, so maybe it may not be as pivotal.
Yeah, but the reason why I think it's important is because this is not a look I've seen from Fnatic. You know, this was never a team that was going to like out-macro you or like out-mind game you and how they were going to play the map. And now that's a couple times where TSM are going to say, hey, we're on sole point here with the Drake, but they did end up losing their inhibitor and that tower there too, leading into this Baron buff. So we already saw how quickly Fnatic can cut through that one, and now they're not even going to be able to get pressure in a side lane. TSM won't be able to because, again, Bwipo could always have the support ready to go. But there are a lot of control wards around Broken Blade to try and keep him safe.
It's a very difficult situation to be in if you are TSM right now, because if you try to focus everything down on Selfmade, the Nemesis and Reckless will just be able to run through you and wreck you. If you ignore Bwipo, he can get to the backline and do a lot of damage. There's a lot of threats to deal with on the TSM side.
Sorcery Elixir completed for Selfmade, level 17. He's the highest level in the game, tied with Bwipo. Just been trying to clear through these camps as quickly as possible. And how does the flank happen? It's a pincer from Hillsing on the side.
That's it, the quickness into the knock-up. They managed to catch up.
Selfmade.
Selfmade's looking for Speak and double it, but safety in numbers, remember. He doesn't find the kill, and TSM escape with their lives. Here comes Broken Blade. He's found himself healing, but he hasn't found the kill. Not going to be able to do it, and Broken Blade goes down by Reckless's hand. TSM survived the initial engage, and they don't get the kill on the
And that
block.
should mean the Baron here for Fnatic. 4 players alive, but we're 45 seconds away from a potential teleport from TSM. It's a Fnatic Death Brush. Selfmade is going to try and come out here, push in the wave first so that TSM cannot push through mid, and then they'll head back to the Baron.
Very, very smart play here from Fnatic. 4,000 gold up, but I have to give credit to Speaker. He was able to hang back and help double lift out to survive.
TSM want into the river here, but this Baron's going down so fast.
There is the ultimate available here for Bjergsen. He needs to find a target. The Baron is a bit. Not going to be able to do it. Fnatic pick up the Baron. Now Bwipo's under some damage. His Speaker will get blown up. Flash over the wall from Selfmade. Hate Spike after Hate Spike. Hylissang pushing double lift backwards as Bjergsen will not be able to find a kill with the ultimate. Fnatic get the Baron, get themselves a kill, and get the hell out.
This is everything Fnatic need to try and press forward here. Teleport comes in from behind. They still want kills.
Here comes
double teleport.
Manages to jump into the air and chomp
Nemesis
on TSM. Nemesis, with the help of Selfmade, chase TSM through the jungle, and Fnatic will chase down Broken Blade, the last standing member of TSM, inside the base. It was a hard-fought fight, but one that Fnatic earned through macro plays. Fnatic take down TSM.
And Selfmade leading the charge as well. The amount of times he's able to get into the back line and snipe people out, combined with, as you said, yes, the intelligent play, rushing down the Baron, playing for the mid lane inhibitor, while TSM were preoccupied on the Dragon. They came in with a good plan and execute on it well.
Very competitive, close game, but I think you could clearly see the decision-making that unlocked the advantage, the lead, and then eventually the win from Fnatic. Bwipo standing tall on that matchup. Like, he was under pressure, but he managed to gain multiple advantages against Broken Blade. And Ender, you called it. The Sneak Baron, the map play, it's a different look from the regional play.
Yeah, and it was really hard for TSM because they did do pretty well in the laning phase, right? Like the outplay from Broken Blade in top lane, Bjergsen had a big lead in terms of CS over against Nemesis. But when it came down to the fights, under the threat of the level 17 Evelynn jumping into your backline, whenever Broken Blade tried to go in, there couldn't necessarily be that follow-up when they're trying to play back, when they're trying to disengage from that Evelynn. So having that pick be able to split up the fights entirely really made it hard for them in the 5v5s.
Yeah, definitely the case. And I put myself in a double of shoes, and I think to myself, where is the counterplay to that flash over the wall? It was disgusting.
Don't play AD carry. That's the counterplay.
It was disgusting, as was my use of definitely. It was such a crutch word today. I need to get rid of that. But I mean, fantastic, fantastic performance. I do like the fact that We saw some of the trends. We saw the picks. I think I was a little surprised to see both Nemesis and Selfmade on Lucian and Eve.
Yes.
I had expected those to be targeted. I expected those to be removed. And the Nidalee first pick, if I recall correctly, really did not have the impact I think it needed to.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Nidalee first pick does work into the Evelyn, but with like some of the shenanigans that went on, like they weren't able to convert it into more than that.
It's Selfmade's Evelyn.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the thing for me, is like champion v champion, agnostic of player, I'm on board. But then when you see the impact that Selfmade has had with this team that had the streaks, you know, it was the Lucian and the Eve that was Fnatic's good streak, if you think back to summer. Put ourselves in the perspectives of TSM. I think we saw some very good plays. I think Broken Blade and Speaker, plus the help of Bjergsen, you know, there was some options. They were able to get some map plays, but it was just one small step behind some crucial moments that allowed Fnatic to pull ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that if we look at this, because we will see this matchup again, I think probably we're going to see the Evelyn taken off the board, and then the entire dynamic of the game will change, because the amount of threat he was able to provide by being such high level in the game really did make it impossible for the backline. Like, Doublelift didn't get to play League of Legends. His support died at level 1 on the invade. Like, don't forget that. That went wrong. That was then punished another time, and then once he gets through the laning phase, then there's an Evelyn jumping on him, and that's just tragic to deal with.
I've got a slightly crazier thought now. If we zoom out, we've seen 3 groups playing today. This group was the most chaotic, most entertaining, definitely the most competitive. Again, don't answer this question, but how do you think TSM Fnatic are going to do coming up against Gen.G and LGD? Like, it is really, really interesting to see how that's worked out. We're not going to be able to discuss that because we need to talk about the Oppo player of the game. It was Selfmade on that Evelyn.
Oh, don't do him like this. Doublelift just wants a minion. Boom! Instant kill right there. And we'll see.
I actually feel dirty watching that. Do you know that? It was a fantastic play.
It's just Evelyn things, really, Trevor. Like, it's hard. Like, even in this fight, he's not necessarily flanking, but he does the damage, flashes over the wall. Doublelift can't really do much when he's just constantly being dove on. Like, this was not an easy game to backline for TSM.
What I really appreciated, though, Ender, that you were talking about, and for anyone that's playing Eve at home, when you saw multiple lanes being pushed, Selfmade was just waiting for the rotate. You highlighted, you said you were watching for it, and he managed to, you know, throw a fishing hook and catch Doublelift, hook, line, and sinker. But until you see that play happening, maybe you're worrying about a few other things. So you can't really be 100% ready for it.
Yeah, and I think TSM probably came in, they're like, we can beat this Evelyn thing. They realized, oh, maybe if you don't really take over the early game, it's going to be hard to deal with that a little bit later on. So to all teams out there watching, I've got a secret. Selfmade, Evelyn, it's very good. If you consider banning it, Fnatic will not look nearly so good.
And we've got a little bit of time, I think. No, we don't. We're stepping away after the break. Shox and Dash take a closer look at today's action. Don't go anywhere. We will. You shouldn't. You should stay. Stay. Don't go anywhere. Stay.
You can go if you want.
They turn my mic off. It's back. Stay. See you later.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete, seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
giants.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone after Fnatic versus TSM, where I'm joined by Dash, who will kick off World's Cooldown in just a few minutes. This is cool, Dash. Hello.
Hello from thousands of miles away. How you doing?
I mean, I'm good. We were not here to gloat, and also I'm sure people are saying, where are my analysts? Well, they'll be coming soon. They'll be joining you for World's Cooldown. But I did just want to get your thoughts on the day, and of course I have to start with the last game of the day. What did you think?
Naturally. I mean, I'm doing well. Worlds has begun its groups, so my spirits are still high, even in light of the result of the most recent game, Fnatic taking down TSM. I'm sure I'd be a little happier if either FlyQuest or TSM came away with the victory today, but I'm proud of the fights that each of them put up. It was a tall order, FlyQuest against Top Esports, of course, the favorite of the tournament. And then for TSM, honestly, with, you know, the intelligent level 1 invade out of Fnatic, setting them behind, I was actually pretty impressed at how the NA squad stacked up, at least in the macro game, really kept themselves in it. So if anything, I think it's just an indicator of how that group is very undecided between Gen.G, Fnatic, TSM, of course, and LGD. So that group really excites me based on the gameplay we saw today. What about you? What were your takeaways? Obviously, EU started pretty well with that victory here for Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, a victory for Fnatic, but as you say, I do believe that group is going to be pretty close. And as said, it was a hard one to play for TSM with the pressure coming out of that Evelyn, but they won't make that same mistake twice. And there were some very highlight performances out of Broken Blade, for instance. So, you know, it was the first day. There's always crazy things that happen, right? I mean, Rogue surprised me as well. They did very well, of course, against PSG. And you touched on FlyQuest, but Top just looked like, you know, with DAMWON, the strongest team that we've seen today.
Yeah, oh, without a doubt. In reference to that Top Esports game, and we already knew 369 was an incredible top laner, but to pull off the solo kill at level 4 and then to completely run over the game. Another one of the plays within that game that I absolutely loved was when he stopped Solo's Lantern attempt with a Hextech ultimatum on a different target. Just a really intelligent use of that spell mechanically, and again, it just gives more evidence as to why Top Esports is such a favorite. I love that you call out the win there for Rogue, though, because I think that's huge for an organization that is a first-timer at Worlds. While it maybe was an expected win against the caliber of opponent in PSG, I think it's really important to start groups off on the right foot, inject some confidence, you know, into those young players so that hopefully they can continue to roll it forward. And I will also call out, while I gave credit to 369 for being an incredible top laner, you know, Finn is the opposite picture in terms of the style of top laner playing the Malphite, but just as integral to his team's success today, I think, on that pick with a couple of key engages. So I love to see that too.
I mean, it's all about also covering up certain weaknesses you may have. You know, as a team, you need to evolve. You need to make it happen. And Finn showed that, you know, maybe you have to ban out that Malphite indeed. I have to say, Dash, I know it's crazy time zones for you, and you're taking over in a sec for cooldown, but you're so dapper, you're so chipper, you've got your notes, you've watched everything. How are you holding up over there?
I'm doing well. Look, the last couple days were rough because I had no League of Legends to watch. That's when these overnights are difficult, when you don't have, you know, the content to be invested in. But I got to be honest, hopping in the Discord with all of the casters who aren't working, you know, on the broadcast that day and getting to watch alongside them, you know, cheer for the great plays and share in the sorrow when our teams don't necessarily measure up is always very exciting. You know, so hey, high-level League of Legends and a sunset. I have not a sunset. Oh my goodness. Well, that tells you where my brain's at. A sunrise, rather, right to my left here. You know, what could be better than an early Saturday morning with some high-level League?
Exactly. So with that, thank you so much for doing this, because I think it also then creates a great, ending to the day, and we get to hear from a couple of more NA voices. So can you tell us what's in store for Worlds Cooldown? Who are your guests?
Absolutely. Today on the show, I'm going to have Raz, Azael, Mark Z, and then Lyric of the LPL will be joining us to break down a couple of those LPL-focused matchups. But really what this is 45 to 60 minutes of just a little bit more unbuttoned takes on the day, not going super deep on the analytical front, getting a little bit more of, maybe some of the emotional takes on each of the series. But we'll be hitting high-level beats and highlights from each of the 6 series of the day. We'll be previewing tomorrow's schedule, as well as talking about some top performers. Today in particular, we will be focusing in on that top lane, so talking a little bit about Finn, 369, and some of the others up there. But your one-stop shop for all things recap when it comes to the World Championship.
Fantastic. I'm going to go ahead and join the meeting with everyone to see what we want to do tomorrow on the desk. Now, I'm going to do just one more thing, and don't worry, this is not going to happen every time, but there's a little something we did in EU for PGL, which is just one thing that I wanted to do with you, is take a selfie, just because we can't be together in the same area with this situation, but then at least we have a little photo. Are you game?
I love it. Let's do it.
You just look straight ahead. Just look straight ahead. Love it. Okay, wonderful.
You tell me when it's taken, because I can't tell.
It's taken.
Okay.
Thank you for playing Baldash, and super excited to listen to Cooldown and see what you will be getting up to this World. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
No lag, no delay, no excuses. It lives in the tiny space between milliseconds and nanoseconds, between memes and legends, between tears and tears. And when margins that small make an impact this big, nothing less than the speed and dependability of the Cisco network will do.
Hello and welcome to Worlds Cooldown, presented by State Farm, your one-stop wrap-up for all things Worlds 2020. I'm Dash, joined by Raz, Azel, and Mark Z. Lyric will be hopping in with us a little bit later to break down some of the LPL matchups. But before we get to that, gents, how we doing day one of groups? It's in the books.
Man. Yeah, I think that Group C saved us from a day of absolute just people getting slammed. I actually really enjoyed those last two games a lot. The first four were very one-sided, and you know, especially the DAMWON and JDG one was unexpected to see it go that way.
Yeah, very much so. You mentioned total smashes through the couple first games of the day, rounded out with a couple close ones. Raz, coming to you. What are your big takeaways from day one here at the tournament? What are you looking at?
I feel like the last game kind of hit it home. It's right in front of you. They had top laners. I really enjoyed watching a lot of the top lane play. For me, Camille stands out like the most. It's particularly 369's Camille. He came out and just ran roughshod on solo, not only picking up the solo kill like you had mentioned, you know, talking to Shox a little earlier on, but he was able to bring in the pressure coming in from Karsa, and this is what I love to see from him watching domestic play, and then just be the sole carry for the team. And it kind of gives me hope for the tournament going forward, because like if we're going to be seeing a blind Renekton, he's the type of person to bring out the Quinn top lane, and I'd love to see Jax coming out of him. He is the pure quintessential carry top laner.
Yeah, I think that was an incredible performance out of him. 369. Obviously, there were 3 Camille's over the day, and we saw a couple Volibears into it as well, having different levels of success. So that's really interesting to see that being probably the premier matchup right now is Volley into Camille. And even though Broken Blade wasn't able to win on it, he still found some plays on the Camille, and you can see why it's so strong. Its laning phase isn't that bad. It can make solo kills happen, split push, and its team fighting is still respectable.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that, you know, his side lane success was limited by how amazing of a game Selfmade was having. Yeah. And that Selfmade was never revealing himself anywhere on the map, so it makes it so hard to play side lane. But it did feel like LPL is bleeding into all the rest of the regions, because Volibear top is so popular in the LPL. You know, these Black Cleaver Iceborne builds wasn't always what people were going for, but that is super standard in the LPL. And I think it was really cool to see, you know, you talked about 369, but I also felt like the Malphite for Finn, that is great for what Rogue needs from him. Not everyone has to be a 369, not everyone can be this guy. I think he's the best top laner in the world, but you still want to have versatility within your box, so to speak, right? I want to see Finn stay within the tank box, have Malphite, Sion, Maokai, Ornn, all those sorts of picks. You need some variety, but it doesn't have to be in play style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's the thing that strikes me about that top lane champion graphic, right, is that you have things all the way from a Camille to a Malphite or an Ornn, and any of them can find success here at the World Championship. And to me, that really paints you know, an exciting picture of the group stage where you're hoping each team does find their unique identity and their best way of winning. But to the point you made earlier, Azael, day one did have its fair share of one-sided games, so it does maybe appear that a few of these teams are honed in, a little bit more locked into what they need to be doing than some others.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first 3 at the top of the day were pretty one-sided on paper. The fourth one, I think, was the one that was most surprising, but definitely some teams really came out of the game, out of the gates swinging, and are looking pretty dominant already.
Let's go ahead and pull up our standings then. Get a mental picture of where each of our teams stand with 6 games behind us. Of course, that means that 3 of our groups have played 1 game across the board. So you take a look there at Group B, and you've got Rogue and DAMWON up at the top. DAMWON versus JD, of course, the 2 favorites in that group, but of course playing each other today. Gen.G, Fnatic pulling out wins in Group C, and then Top and DRX. So expected results in a lot of cases, as was mentioned here on the first day of play.
Yeah, for me, no real upsets. The one that I wanted to kind of zero in on was the fact that in Group B, Rogue coming in strong and JDG, like, of course, losing the game. But like for me, the takeaway was like the fashion in which it happened, right? Because I expected a more hard-fought game between Talon and Rogue, and I know we'll get into it. And I expected a more hard-fought game between JD and DAMWON. But the fact that those were the series that came out as stomps as well, is for me a pretty big takeaway.
Yeah, I mean, JDG definitely looked worse than I thought they would, but I think they'll bounce back. So I think Rogue fans take a screenshot and enjoy being in that position while you can.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I think, you know, Group B, Group D are two of the groups that have been looked at from pre-tournament expectations as fairly decided. It's that Group C that a lot of people are looking at as really having the opportunity to go any given way. But I think that's what's going to highlight there, that victory that we just saw from Fnatic over TSM. While it was a close one, I think, in the end, simply having that W, that one in the win column for Fnatic does wonders when you only have so many games to play in a group stage.
It really does. I mean, we've seen so many times in the past series come down to a tiebreaker, right? You know, these groups can be decided by one game at the very start. You know, this may be the difference between going forward or not, as has happened to TSM so many times in the past. You know, ending 3-3, losing a tiebreaker, Worlds is over. This could be the difference.
It definitely could. We'll get back to talking ourselves in just a moment, but before we do, let's hear from Lore, who caught up with Fnatic's top laner, Whippo.
Thank you very much, Dash. Lore here. This wraps up first day of group stage here, and I have Bwipo to talk about the first game, Fnatic versus TSM. Thank you, Bwipo, for joining me. We saw you giggle during the game, especially during the top lane plays, but how was it for you, this first game?
I mean, it was a roller coaster because the first time I got the 2v1 kill and I was like laughing my ass off. I thought it was hilarious. I was like, look at these guys trying to gank me. And then Syndra TP'd on my lane and then I died. I was like, okay, I'm going to keep laughing because I don't want to show them that I lost mental. And then my jungler got 2v1 killed in return. And then I was like, okay, there's no way I can keep my mental even if I stop laughing, the mental is already lost. So everything but that, I had a really fun game though.
It was a super fun game to watch, and I mean, you won rather convincingly, even if it was a lot of kill trading here. But I mean, last time we saw you was after summer finals. You spent 2 weeks in quarantine in China. So how did it go? We didn't hear much from you, except on social media.
Oh, it was like pretty good, honestly. I got to revise some of my gameplay. I got to experience some of the Chinese solo queue, Chinese picks, try to mimic their aggression. I mean, it does hit close to home for me, so all things considered, the quarantine was quite comfortable for me, and you know, I have my girlfriend to thank for that, and in general, it was just a great experience. I kept my sanity through the process, and eventually, well, hopefully, I'll keep performing like today.
I am glad you mentioned the girlfriend buff here, because that's something we heard about during quarantine. But okay, moving on to the game, we heard a lot that this meta favors Fnatic in the sense that you play a lot of picks that are playable right now. Do you agree here?
I think when it comes to a farming style, yeah, that makes sense. Like, you're farming junglers, you have the Evelyn, then Italy, the Graves. Selfmade loves those champions. And in general, I think we started like to pick this up at the start of summer playoffs. Yeah. So all things considered, the meta hasn't changed much since that time, and we've been trying to make it work since then. So it makes a lot of sense. Like the Lucian Eve, honestly, it's a bit surprising that it went through, given that this was our mainstay. Like, this is what we came onto the stage with our first farming jungler approach as soon as the set Volibear meta started to dwindle a little. So I think this was just like a comfort game for us. I don't think it was as clean as we could have made it, but all things considered, it was an alright game. I mean, we take those, right?
Yeah, we take those, and we'll see how TSM bounce back during the next game. But I mean, looking at the group, we heard that this one was the group of death. Do you still have the same feeling after seeing all the teams competing here today?
It's a group of death in the sense that anyone can make it out. Like, I don't think it's the group of death in the sense of like every game that you play is the last one, maybe. I think that a traditional sense of the group of death is when you have 3 really strong teams and then you have 1 very weak team, and the idea that if you lose the game against the weaker team for whatever reason, your tournament is over. Like, you have to beat the best teams twice in a row to come back after losing once to one of the weaker teams, and that is, in my idea, what the actual group of death is. But it still is a group of death in the idea that anyone can make it out. So it's up to your definition.
All right, well, we'll see how things develop in the next coming days. But Bwipo, thank you very much for the interview, and congrats on this first game against TSM.
Thank you very much.
And back to you, Dash.
Nice. Thank you so much, Lore. And Bwipo, one of my favorite players to watch from a personality standpoint, both on the Rift and off. I love the reference to a number of those plays up there in the top lane that went both directions. And it felt like Bwipo, and he even said it, he had the same reaction in both the positive and negative scenario, but mostly to protect his own sanity than anything.
Yeah, don't let it break your mental, especially plays like these. I know this one definitely took your heart, Azale.
Azale.
he stayed positive throughout it. I was ready to go next on this game about 30 seconds in after Biofrost.
This play almost saved it.
Yeah, I mean, this was amazing. I think Broken Blade playing, like this, plus the early roam top from Bjergsen. I mean, Bjergsen was nasty early in up 20 CS, made the roam top lane for the kill. But this game really was self-made difference. He stopped Broken Blade from being able to split because of the pressure he had. And TSM honestly missed out on so much farm, so many jungle camps because of the threat of self-made. I think it cannot be understated how far he was ahead in not only experience, but in pressure. Because he was denying TSM from going anywhere on the map.
Yeah. I think that's the biggest thing that stuck out to me. If you look at how many Drake setups that TSM had that revolved around them sneaking in through bot lane as opposed to trying to contest mid priority because they were so scared of self-mid. He had so much pressure on the game even before he started popping off, and he made that mistake, but it really didn't matter because the most important thing was getting his team ahead through vision control and objectives and all these kinds of things.
And that's what ultimately lost them Baron, right? Like when you're contesting from Dragon, from the bottom side of the map, like Fnatic ended up not only just taking a Dragon because they had control of that space and then control through mid, they cleared through mid. Like TSM didn't have the same urgency that was something that Fnatic could rush. Fnatic rushed Baron, got out of there like nearly scot-free. Like that's something where TSM's going to be pretty upset about, was that they couldn't get Camille ahead, or at least like snowball that lead because of the Evelyn's threat, but also just the fact that they were contesting opposite to Baron.
Yeah. I'd also say I was pretty disappointed that TSM gave over both the Lucian and the Evelyn. Like, yeah, the Lucian didn't really end up being a problem. Bjergsen won lane against it, but like those were the big picks for Fnatic in playoffs. And it's kind of funny because TSM even put out a video, their group draw reaction, and when Fnatic got picked, they showed these Fnatic highlights, and it's basically just self-made killing people on Eve. And Bjergsen's like, oh, haha, so we ban Evelyn against Fnatic. and it's like, come on, bro. You even
GP?
said it.
GP?
Like, where's the E ban?
I do think this game also had a lot of areas where both teams could clean up. Like, I think with the level 1 that we talked about with Biofrost, Hylissang made a couple mistakes as well. And I actually left this game feeling almost more confident for Fnatic because some of these things that went wrong for them, that their macro was already better. Like the fact that that's the harder thing to fix, I think, for a lot of teams, is like in the middle of a tournament being like, oh no, we just gave up Barons for free and Drakes and we had all these struggles. I think that's a lot harder to fix. I wonder how much that you can chalk up to Eve. But Fnatic was mostly in control of this game, and they had a couple areas I think that they could clean up, and I had them getting out of this group, and this was one. This was a day where it did not shake my predictions at all, and I'm still feeling pretty good about Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, I can echo the sentiment of like today not shaking my groups, everything lined up, but I would have more faith in TSM after this one, because I felt like a lot of the mistakes that they made early on in this game were like, to Zale's point, pretty egregious.
Biofrost was egregious. I mean, or a free first blood to Jhin, and then you're like, they like were winning lanes, like.
And on top of that, like Bjergsen, as you already had mentioned, was doing so damn well within the laning phase in a matchup that I've seen be difficult for the Syndra. And then Broken Blade just like went mad. He's like he took that game back into their control. So I think if they had come back with a better understanding of what they want to draft, and then like come in without that nerves, like I actually am now a little bit more nervous about my Fnatic getting out of group thing. But like they still took the win. But it makes us a more competitive group when it was honestly a group that carried today's games into entertainment.
Azale? And I mean, I think it just hammers home how close these teams are, right? The last two games really were exciting. I think Fnatic has a lot to be really happy about, and things that they can build on. I think TSM does, Gen.G does, LGD does. These are all, really competitive teams, and I'm just so excited to watch more Group C because it seems the most exciting group by far.
100% echo that statement. I mean, we heard from Whippo himself saying that he believes really anyone in this group is a contender, and that's, again, why we're putting such a big focus on who ultimately came away with the victories today, because they've already set themselves up so well. So self-made, putting the rest of the team on his back in this one. 1-0 is the start for Fnatic. TSM moves on to play Gen.G tomorrow. Fnatic will have LGD to face. But in the second game of the day, we did see DRX win in a commanding debut over the Unicorns of Love, one of our favorite teams from the play-ins. How do we feel about the showing here of DRX on the world stage, Raz?
Oh, hail Pyosik, man.
Yeah.
That guy was super impressive how he was able to track the enemy jungler. And on top of that, be able to hover through mid. You saw the play earlier on, what he was able to do. There was a lot of faith from Chovy to be able to lean towards him on that side of the map. I thought that this was a dominant game from the jungler.
The skill shot accuracy, too. They hit arrows on everyone. They were hitting spears from Pantheon. Nidalee spears were super accurate, chasing people through the jungle. Pyosik was the one who popped off the hardest. But, like, Pantheon, I think it was like they had 15 kills, and almost all of them were on their jungler and their support. I mean, you would not be able to tell that this was actually not a carry coming out of the bot lane. It was absolutely insane. So Kiera really popped off. Def was on point as well. It was just a top to bottom stomp.
I was going to say, there were 3 individuals that stood out to me today. 369 in the first game, Pyosik there in the second, and then Self-Made in the final game of the day. But the hard carry performance out of the jungler there for DRX is huge. But in his Worlds 2020 debut, it was Chovy who shows that he is the boss by making every second count, made possible, of course, by the Cisco network. Let's take a look.
Yeah, this was one of the first counter ganks that popped off, and it was, you know, Pyosik having a really nice play, but Chovy timing his shield, flashing the damage from Anana 6E to make sure he actually stayed alive in this, and that was huge, I think. So really, really impressive stuff to get out of there, and then land that haymaker to get the damage in, so Pyosik could actually reactive flash and change his target to get the first kill.
Yeah, that's one of those ones that can be so frustrating playing against Set, like how tanky he gets when he gets low, having all the extra regen, yeah, flashing the initial hit of that Q. But Chovy just a little bit too tanky, and Pyosik, I think, really did play incredibly well from this advantage, and we just saw kind of a skill gap in the players, it felt like, in this game, because I actually thought that UOL came in with pretty good preparation. I actually thought their draft was pretty solid. You know, they had a pretty nice matchup in mid lane against Chovy with this phase rush Orianna, who can kind of outscale and farm well with him. They had tools to actually dive and kill off the Ashe, so I felt like they set themselves up pretty well, but sometimes, you know, that's not enough, right? Draft is just one component. You have to be able to execute incredibly well on it to take down a team like DRX, and they weren't able to do that today.
And that play that was highlighted was, like, Chovy really needed that because the lane was working out so poorly for him. The wave was being held by No Man's for a good while, too. He was getting punished pretty extensively. And if that turned out poorly, then maybe we have another conversation. But, like, once again, Pyosik, really damn good job of being able to read the enemy jungles like Pat. Like, he knew that it was all going to come down to mid lane on that one.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't flash that first spell. He gets charmed and probably dies right then and there. First blood goes the other way. And so, again, every second does count in that regard. We are going to step away, though, for just a brief moment. On the other side, Lyric is going to join us, though, to break down JD Gaming versus DAMWON. There is more Worlds Cooldown after this. Welcome back to Worlds Cooldown, where we've kicked Mark Zimmerman off the desk, and for good reason. Trust me, it was for good reason. And that good reason is that we're bringing Lyric in to help break down the LPL matches of the evening. Lyric, how you doing, my friend?
Man, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on. Reunited with Raz and graced by a literal world champion, dude. What a great day.
Damn right. Damn right. It's a good day for us every day in North America because we get to spend it in the proximity of a literal world champion. So welcome to the club, my friend. But we brought you on here to talk about the LPL performances from day one. So I'm coming at you, straight away. JDG, DAMWON. These are two teams that were looked at as, possible tournament favorites. This, by some was considered a finals or a semifinal preview in terms of caliber. How'd you feel about the performance put up today by JDG?
Sadly, a bit disappointed. Wasn't too huge on what JDG ended up with out of draft. And then especially what we saw in level 1, it felt like JDG didn't really even get much of a chance to play the game against a team the caliber of DAMWON.
Yeah, honestly, to me, this spoke so much to preparation from the Korean team. I watch a tremendous amount of LPL like every year. I love to watch the region. And every time you see Lilia in the LPL, you will see these teams go for this level 1 invade. Not only was DAMWON completely ready for it with their bot and mid laner, they actually pulled their top laner down there to have a 5v4. That got them the first blood. They continued the punish on Kanavi by preventing him when he went for Krugs down in the bot lane, warding that out. On his Raptor spawn, they were there waiting for him again. They killed him again there. Like, this was so well prepared from DAMWON. And Kanavi is who most people had as the best jungler in the world coming into this tournament, and I think it is really amazing how DAMWON were able to pre-plan and shut him down completely, and that just speaks so much about their research of the LPL and what these teams like to do.
Yeah, and even taking a step back, because all of this was pretty centered around the early game being demolished for JDG's perspective, and I really love DAMWON's comp as the game goes on. And I have a lot of faith in this team to be able to play out a 1-3-1 effectively, at least at the very early game, use Twisted Fate to really bully the side lane. In this case, would be the Volibear. This is something that I want to see them utilize more and more going on in the tournament. I expect them to take actual bans on. I don't expect them to get Nidalee. I don't expect them to get maybe Twisted Fate. And I think DAMWON showcased what made them incredibly talented. I will say, though, now teams didn't get to see how well they can play out mid-game because of how much of a smash this was. So maybe another team lets something go through at least one more and they can take one more free win.
The crazy thing to me was the fact that these are DAMWON's bread and butter champions. Exactly. Camille, Twisted Fate, Nidalee. It made absolutely no sense to me that JDG let these through. And then it was even weirder that they were all-inning on Yagao, trying to smash in mid lane, which he had to blow Flash early, in these early skirmishes. So he has to play a bit safer under turret. He's not allowed to abuse his champion to the maximum potential, but that's not even JDG's style of play to begin with.
One thing that is really interesting to me, and I agree with you, it was pretty surprising to see some of these picks go over to DAMWON, and we were saying the same thing about the TSM Fnatic game, giving over Eve as well as Lucian. So what that says to me is that the scrim meta is different than what we were maybe seeing from these teams regionally. That perhaps TSM and JDG saw different things out of DAMWON and Fnatic in scrims, and are more worried about other champions, and that is kind of something that is pretty interesting, is the evolution throughout Worlds, and the difference between scrim performance and stage performance. Maybe teams need to trust a little bit more in what was shown on stage and not buy so much into the scrim hype.
Yeah, okay, so let me come back to you on this then, Lyric. What, if anything, is your major takeaway here? Is there concern for JDG within this group in dropping a game to DAMWON, or is there still plenty of confidence around an easy top 2 finish, as is expected in this Group B?
I don't think there's any really disheartening takeaway. I mean, DAMWON's still a world-class team, right? And I think even the inverse, had DAMWON given away in an early kill in the comps reversed, I think JDG probably could have shut it out just as clean. When you have the best teams in the world going head-to-head, right, it's going to be these very clean endings.
Well, we have JDG up against PSG tomorrow and DAMWON up against Rogue. So, again, looking for JDG to get it done. Raz, back to you. Any other final takeaways here on JDG before we hop on over to the other LPL matchup?
I'm excited to see more of what Zoom and Yagao have to offer, right? Because I know everyone's going to be focusing on Kanavi and how smart of a jungler he is. But when they actually get to the team fights they play for, Zoom is an insane top laner. Yagao is a great facilitator. These are the types of things you'll be able to see when they're on even footing with these teams.
Now, while the matchup we just talked about was definitely a little bit more of a, an expected high-level matchup, I'm particularly curious your thoughts here, Lyric, on Gen.G versus LGD because of the performance put forth by LGD in the play-ins. A very tumultuous group stage followed by 2 immediate 3-0 best-of-5s to make it into the group stage. And then here up against one of the LCK's top 3 teams. How'd you feel about this showing?
So this game was messy. Both teams made a ton of mistakes, but I'm actually super happy for LGD because after that performance in play-ins, I was absolutely terrified because even on a mechanical level in their playing group, they were playing absolutely horrible. We saw Xie playing a bit better today. Mark was stepping up. I think Long Xing in these team fights was an absolute monster, but Gen.G, I will say, was a slightly better team, and I think we saw a lot of LGD's problems from the whole year still just plague them.
One thing I was honestly really disappointed with, in this just on an individual level, was I felt Peanut super choked this game in the late game. Like, he was actually in a really strong position. This dragon fight that we just watched, not using his ultimate whatsoever. There was, another fight around mid lane where he tried to stay in range of the fight for his poke with his W, with like the Wolf W, which does almost nothing. DAMWON was full health, and then he dies to like one hit from a Lucian W, right? Like, he was just making mental errors, decisions that didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
And I felt like he was in a position to actually, win them some of these fights and potentially turn around the game.
Yeah, for me, with how the deficits were going early on in this game for LGD, I was pretty impressed with how LGD was able to pull it back, like Lyric was saying. I ain't gonna go as far as what Hysteric's saying, right? Like, I know you get to hear a whole lot of that, Lyric, back in China. So I'm gonna spare you on that front.
I want to echo, though, what Lyric said. I was really impressed by Mark in this game. Playing Leona, especially when you are in situations where the team ends up in a deficit, Leona can be one of those champions that ultimately is made to look really good or really bad. But him sticking to his guns in terms of what that champion is meant to do. Looking for the plays, exactly. Looking for the plays, left and right, to bring his team back in, and I appreciate that aggression on the world stage. Lyric, it was a tough day by all accounts for the LPL teams in terms of the win-loss record, but we have to acknowledge the caliber of opponents that they had to face here on day one. So, before I let you go, just your overall take here on the 3 LPL teams, or rather the 4 LPL teams. Don't mean to ignore Suning, who we haven't yet seen play, and their performance here at the top of group stage, and what you expect to see in the coming days.
I'd say I come out of today slightly more positive because after play-ins, I didn't expect LGD to be able to compete in this group, but seeing them compete with Gen.G today, seeing the Fnatic TSM game, I think this group is going to be super competitive. I think LGD still have a chance of getting out. We have no worries for top esports. They made their win look easy. Maybe it'll be a bit more competitive with DRX, but at the same time, they still look like potentially the best team in the tournament. And for the likes of JDG, I still have faith they'll get out, but Suning, I think, is the one that will surprise people tomorrow. They have so many young talents who've never been on the world stage before. Great mechanical players, great jungle support synergy, and I really hope fans, get a good taste of that tomorrow.
Yeah, a bit of an unknown quantity there in Group A. I hope they make it exciting, rather, when the games take place tomorrow. Lyric, thank you again so much for joining us. We'll hook up with you again a little later on in the group stages.
Yep, thanks for having me on, guys.
All righty, we're going to step away. On the other side, there's more Worlds Cool Down. Don't you worry. We'll be right back. Tomorrow we both have some Irish coffees. Welcome back to World's Cooldown presented by State Farm. Mark is back. I don't know why we let him back on the show. I think it's just because, you know what? It's because it would look weird if that box on that side was empty.
We need 4 people, and they were like, who is alive and can do this? And I was like, that's me. I was meant for this.
I check all those boxes.
I'm alive and I'm awake, and I did happen to actually watch the games.
Okay, all right. Well, since you watched the games, Mark, why don't you talk to me about that first game of the evening? The game that I almost conveniently wiped from my memory until the producers reminded me that it happened.
Fantastic. We were scrapping bot lane, almost got a kill on Knight, and then this happened in the top lane. Solo gets solo killed, burns his flash, doesn't even make 369 flash after him. Then he just kept getting obliterated. This was a doozy of a game and did not start the day off well for NA fans, but it did look fantastic for LPL fans. Like they were crushing all over the map, and you know, FlyQuest tried to fight hard in the beginning, but just kept getting mechanically outplayed in all these skirmishes. Knight living with no HP, it felt like constantly. It was just so hard, and especially this one was brutal to watch.
Oh my goodness, yeah. It could have been a little bit more competitive from FlyQuest side. For me, I was really impressed. I know we already talked about 369 pretty extensively, but like Karsa being on the right side of the map, being there for the top lane as well, so 369 can expand his lead. He got this much gold and pressure and experience all because of that jungle proximity difference.
How much?
That's a lot.
This much?
James there.
He got this much gold?
It's all because of the jungle proximity difference.
Okay.
He solo killed his opponent in a matchup he's supposed to lose in the early game. That's like...
It was an expansion, a slight expansion.
His Karsa's jungle proximity was, you can do it, 369.
Yeah. The proximity was on the comms, just telling him like, hey, good job, dude.
Yeah, he just drive by the lane to wave at him, say, hey, keep it up, bro. You're doing great.
The one positive I will say for FlyQuest is that, they were playing aggressively and proactively, even from behind. I like that they didn't just roll over and die and just like, all right, let's turtle and wait to lose the game, team. You know, they were constantly looking for plays. That, you know, they did get outplayed, but they had a lot of near misses that, you know, if they actually capitalized on, if they got a couple of those early kills, the game could have looked a lot closer. And let's be honest, this is a tournament favorite. People have them as probably the #1 team in the world. I do think the Power of Evil and while Turtle individually look good, Solo was a big question mark. But again, 369. Maybe the best top laner in the world. So, you know, not the worst for FlyQuest, but top obviously crushed them.
Raz? Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, I know that Freak mentioned it on cast actually, but like all of the picks that they had started playing there, a good amount of them except for like Karsa's Graves, were picks that they had like the least amount of play on in competitively. Like this was not even like them starting the tournament on comfort picks necessarily. It's just, it feels like the team is insanely confident in their individual play, and they're bringing on what was a very successful regular season and playoffs, you know, being champions and all that, to the first day of groups and then smashed with it. I love seeing this, and I want to see more of it. I'm never a fan of a team that like changes their identity from domestic play to international.
Yeah, and I think with how hard they smashed and how hard DRX smashed UL, I think it's setting up a really nice matchup for those two. And seeing if Piosik can repeat that performance. Chovy versus Knight is arguably the first and second best mid laners in the tournament going at it. So those two dominations really did set up a really hype matchup between the two.
Yeah, it does feel a bit like a top-heavy group. I think all the reasons you guys cited, though, is what makes Top Esports an even scarier team when we apply that context of the solo kill in the counter matchup. When we look at the fact that these are some of their least played champions, and then all of a sudden they're still dismantling the opposing team, makes you wonder when they do get everything they want, how much dirtier that result is going to look. And while Top Esports completely demolished their competition today, I think it should be noted that for a world's first-timer in Rogue as an organization, they had a stomp of a victory as well for themselves here over PSG.
Yeah, it started with bullying the mid laner that just got out of quarantine, by the way. Like, he just took one step out the door and instantly got railed. I just did not appreciate watching this as a viewer at least the first 5 minutes, because I wanted to see PSG at least fight. I wanted to see Tank play the game.
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing, too, was it was like a whole team hit job, you know? Like, Hansama and Vander are just there right at level 1, and then they go back at level 3. I think Hansama was actually level 2 on the second gank. It was a total obliteration, and this is so nice to see for Rogue. It was a squad that people were kind of just writing off with how dominant they were expecting, you know, JDG and DAMWON to be, and I don't think you should sleep on this team at all. They are so good. And, I mean, they have their different playstyle as well that we were kind of hitting on with Finn on the Malphite being pretty different from a lot of the other top laners, but it works for them. And I'm really excited to see what's going to happen when they actually go up against the expected favorites of the group.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was really, really cool because it wasn't just about attacking mid lane. It's about having this early game pick on your best player, Larson, and enabling him and putting him ahead. But, you know, PSG on the other side, it's tough because they are not even playing the same roster that they played in play-ins. They've had this back and forth change. You know, there's a lot of talk about, you know, are they going to be able to do as well with their main roster? Because it's a much higher level of competition than what they face in play-ins.
Yeah, Raz, I want to come to you.
Oh, go for it.
I want to come to you in just a moment, but I first want to hit on the point that Mark was making. You said don't sleep on this team. I'll tell you one person who is not sleeping on this team, and that will be Spawn. Spawn is all aboard the Rogue hype train. Right there. Right there. He tweeted it out. New tournament favorites in his book. So watch out. Finn Malphite. He's coming for you.
Oh, my God.
All right, Raz, take it away.
The level of seriousness that Spawn is exhibiting this now, I don't know about that one. That's what I'll have to look at that post with a magnifying glass. But I would say that the level of performance that I saw from Rogue was definitely much more than I would have expected. I thought that past that first 5 minutes where they were punishing Tank, the rest of the game, like mid-game, was really tight from this team. I thought they were playing exceptionally smart on the map. And if they were to show this level of play versus JD, I actually think that that's going to be really fun to watch, where I would have expected it to be an easy group for both JD and DAMWON. So like that's something that I want to see the most out of this group now, is a JD versus Rogue.
And the fact that it was so aggressive from early on when they were kind of the slow and steady team for a lot of the regular season in Europe. The fact that they've been able to flip their playstyle in playoffs, where they went from tank junglers to aggressive junglers, and they're continuing to just go deeper and deeper into the early aggression side of the game, and still maintaining that clean macro, like you're saying, to close the games out. I'm excited to see if they can keep this level up against the best competition in the world.
I think it'll be really interesting, but I'm going to reserve judgment until we see Finn go up against some of these other top laners, because Finn, I think, is one of the weaker top laners in the tournament, and he's going to have to go up against Zoom and Nuguri, who are, probably both in the top 3 as far as, top laners in the world in current performance. So I do think it's extremely difficult. And we talked about some of these players that are extremely flexible and can play all these different counter picks. Nuguri certainly fits into that bill, right? So if you try to blind pick something like a Malphite, maybe you're going up against a Cassio or a Ryze or a Vlad, and you're probably going to have a really bad time.
Well, you won't have to wait long because they play DAMWON tomorrow. So you get that Finn-Nuguri matchup in less than 24 hours, my friends. But in their World's debut win today, it was Rogue's top laner, Finn, who gives us our State Farm assist of the day. Flash ulting 3 members of PSG for the team fight victory. Let's take a look.
So I want to talk a little bit about the setup here, for PSG, and why I just don't like them even attempting this play in the first part. You can see that down in the bot lane, there was actually multiple waves crashing on their turret. And you have to remember that Rift Herald is essentially worth 320 gold on average, right? So if you are losing that much gold in minions, plus you are losing additional experience, which also has its own gold value, it becomes an extremely high risk, low reward play. And we can run this. We can also note that the Orianna has no flash, Graves has no flash, and there is a flash on Malphite. So Finn finds the beautiful engage. Rogue is there to follow up immediately. Multiple flashes in to follow to make sure they can grab those kills. So, PSG, I think that the problem here was even going for the play. Their setup was very poor, and it was a really, really low reward play, even if they made it happen. So kind of just disappointed with that from them, and it doesn't give me much confidence for PSG going forward in this group to even be able to take any games.
Yeah, and it's something that, I look forward to in main stage play, because you see the best teams in the world, and you're not going to be seeing plays like this. In play-ins, you'll see a lot of teams that are really devoid in understanding set plays around Rift Heralds, or at least understanding that when to not take those plays. when to be just trading on the side of the map if you're not going to be there on time, or if it's actually just better for you. Like if it's better for you to get the gold on towards your AD carry instead. So I'm really excited to see best teams in the world just deciding to trade sides of the map for their composition. Or like what, you know, in this specific play when you said, when it's just not even beneficial to take a bad fight for them, to just say, okay, we're just going to, we know we took the L on this one. We'll just keep ourselves in the game by taking an alternative route.
Yep. Love to see the trigger pull, though, by Finn in recognizing PSG caught out, not in a position they want to be on the map. 3-man Malphite ult brings home the victory. Now, before we call it a day, let's jump into our World's Honors for the day, where we give out a Feels Good award to those that deserve it. So, Raz, we're going to start with you. Who will you be honoring today, my friend?
He's had a tough run. And it was definitely a tough landing. I'm going to give it to Tank. Because
just
Tank,
after flaming him, here we go.
All right.
I wasn't even flaming him. I'm flaming the people who are trying to come and get
him for being so easy to flame. Comedic content for cooldown.
Oh my God.
Yeah, there it is. There it
Tank
is.
Tanked the blow. The guy came out of quarantine after wanting to play with his team for how long? He gets out there, and there's a specific strategy to just destroy him in the first 5 minutes of the game so he's not allowed to play. The guy gets tilt-proof from me.
Okay, so it's a tilt-proof honors. I'm glad we've honed in on exactly what the honors is. Mark, flipping over to you. Who are you going with?
I'm going with Pyosik. I thought he was incredible today. I mean, his Nidalee absolutely took over that game and dominated. And in particular, because of the amount of scrutiny I think he was under when people were talking about some of the problems DRX could have, there was a lot of attention paid to draft. And then probably the next most criticized was him and some of the issues that he's had in consistency. And so team made me feel really good about him, and DRX, maybe people like myself have been overstating some of the issues they might be coming into, and hopefully they can actually challenge top esports now, because otherwise I think a lot of people are looking at that group as a 6-0 for top.
Wow. Azael, and you?
For me, it's 369. I was so looking forward to seeing him play, you know, at Worlds. I do think that they are the best top focused team in the world when they actually are playing towards him. They play so incredibly well. They are able to pick counter picks. They're able to, you know, guard him and escort in waves whenever their top laner is in trouble. You'll see Knight actually like holding DP just to counter gank for top. You know, they play so well to the win conditions, and it was impressive to see that, you know, not only were they able to do that and get the jungle focus up top, but that he was able to actually win a 1v1 against Solo after Solo had purchased before he bought in a matchup he's supposed to lose in the early game. And that is just terrifying. Yeah. When that happens, you are so ready to go next on that game as a top laner, and Solo walked back, immediately died to a gank, and then he was for sure ready to go next at that point.
But that is also so much what excites me about watching not only this team, but this player in 369, because I think it was you, Raz, who was saying this is exactly the kind of guy who will pull out those picks like a Quinn top, whatever he needs to smash the victory if given, or the lane rather, if given the chance.
Yes, and that's what I want to see in main stage is the flexibility. Like when we're seeing stale first picks coming through constantly, it's because a team's not willing to give that time of day for their top lane. And I think like, yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot more of that coming out of 369 as the tournament goes on.
All right, well, today's Was Asleep, Didn't Watch. Mark is going to be giving us his 1-minute summary for our viewers that did not watch the games but are watching Cool Down right now. Good morning to you, and Mark, take it away.
Yeah, so if you have missed the games and missed the earlier portion of...
First of all, what are you doing? Go watch the games. But also, sorry, Mark, for interrupting.
It's my minute. Give it back.
I'm so sorry.
Yield it. All right. This was the day where the better team won easy. When Plains was so crazy, upsets all over the place, we were popping off. We must have swapped out the script writers because this was the team that was favored to win was going to win. And for 4 of them, it was also just complete slaughters. And I think for me, that was a little sad to see going in. But for the most part, top to bottom, if you look at who won the games, it was the team you would have expected to win. There's some closer ones like DAMWON versus JDG where you don't exactly know, but I think some people were favoring DAMWON. I was, and so that one expected. Gen.G over LGD, another contentious group, but still Gen.G was probably more favored in the public. And then same thing with Fnatic versus TSM. So I think totally went to chalk. I'm totally disappointed in the NA script writers, and I want something, or not NA, world script writers.
Yeah, whoa, Mark.
Oh,
whoa.
Success in Group A or something.
Okay, fair enough. I tell you what, on my honor, as soon as the show's over, I will go hunt down the play-in scriptwriter, and I'll make sure that they're on tomorrow's show for you.
Thank
all
you.
right? All right, yeah, perfect. Now, let's take a look at what's in store for us on tomorrow's show with our schedule. We got another 6 games coming your way. Machi versus Team Liquid, G2 Esports versus Suning. Our first look at Group A there, right at the top of the day. We follow that up with rehits of a couple of our other groups, Group B and Group C in Rogue versus DAMWON, PSG versus JD, and then of course Gen.G versus TSM, LGD versus Fnatic. So closing it out with the group that feels the least decided. But our first look at Group A tomorrow, that's where I want to get your opinions. Machi versus Team Liquid, G2 versus Suning. Azael, I'll come to you first.
I think these ones are going to be really, really exciting. We get the first look at Machi. Team Liquid, I think, was looking very polished in play-in, so they are going to be favored, in this. But if they want a chance at making some noise in this group, this is a game you have to win because G2 and Suning are the heavy favorites, and I think that is going to be the expected battle for first in that second matchup, which really should be very, very exciting. G2 is strong, but Suning, I think, is overlooked by many in the community because they don't have a lot of big names, and if you haven't watched the LPL, you might not realize just how good this team could be.
Raz, what is your take on that? Because I've been hearing this a lot from a number of analysts, Azael and others included, that Suning is one of the harder teams to pin down and what the expectation should be.
Yeah, I really enjoy Suning. I actually have them topping the group, while a lot of people can be wavering because they do have like young players coming out. People don't know who Bin is because, it's coming out like first international event. Same with Huanfeng. Same with Angel. So, like, it is a risky pick because they do not have the veterans that Team Liquid and G2 do across the board. Team Liquid, of course, still having a rookie AD carry, but, like, for the most part, they have that guidance being there multiple times. Suning does not, but Suning just has that level of play that is that discipline that they've shown throughout the regular season, throughout playoffs. They're a team that is incredibly smart and do it around an insane carry jungler in SOFM. So for me, I have Suning topping the group, and I really want to watch Suning versus G2 Esports because that is going to really set the tone.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take the other side. I think G2 should probably still be able to take this one. I think they're a very solid team, Suning. They actually, people might not remember Sword Art and these kinds of things. They're pretty good top to bottom, but so is G2, and I think G2 has that veteranship that you're talking about, and their macro is still really good. They're still one of the best macro teams in the world at finding creative opportunities in a meta that's pretty it's pretty prescriptive of like, okay, got to go fight these dragons, got to go figure out how you're going to fight these dragons. G2 is still good about finding side lane plays and stuff like that, and I think it could potentially throw a team like Suning for a loop where in the LPL, I think people are a little bit more down to just go to these fights, and so I'm excited to see how those two styles clash, but I'm going to G2.
It'll be really interesting, right? Because I think how Suning got a lot of their advantages in the LPL was SOFM and Bin really kind of tag teaming up and crushing top laners, and Wonder is rarely exploited. This is one of the best Western top laners ever in Wonder, and I also think that they should have an advantage with Caps in the mid lane, who has been so good internationally. Really, the only guy they kind of has consistently stumbled against is Rookie, and Angel is not him, right? Yeah. So I think that is fair to say. But I've got to say, talking about power rankings, I can flame some Vedius here, because Vedius was flaming me for putting G2 top of the group, and then he went around and posted his power rankings, and G2 was top of his group.
Well, now, hold on. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense there, Azael. Sounds like Vedius may have lied.
Copied some homework.
Yeah, maybe walked something back.
They were all ganging up on me. FLICKR retweeted saying that they should be top of the group. I was getting bullied. It was 2-on-1.
He was trying to have the unique opinion. He was trying to push you off your throne there. So good on you standing firm.
Yeah, they can't have you predicting the same thing and also looking smart, Azael. They got to try and convince you to go elsewhere. Raz, if anything, give me the case for Team Liquid. Now we're talking, talking it up to make me believe almost that it's going to be G2 Suning. So what would be the case for Team Liquid in this group?
I think one surprising thing about Team Liquid for me is I know that we sing the praises of Tactical being an incredibly strong AD carry that had like those solo performances. But on an international event, we even saw it during play-ins, Impact is insanely good. Jensen is a fantastic top lane, mid laner. And if they just come out and just have like strong team fights, they already have what to me is impressive understanding of macro. Like they already have like a great setup around objectives. And so a lot of the times when you go to these events, people usually try and pinpoint Impact, like the weakest side of the map, and it just doesn't happen. So for Team Liquid, it's your weak side to perform. And I have full faith that Core JJ and Jensen and Tactical will have fantastic games. I just want to be able to see Impact and Broxa more specifically have good games.
Well, they'll kick things off with Machi Esports tomorrow. That's the beginning of our second day of groups, but that is also the conclusion of our first. That's going to do it for us here. So on behalf of myself, the casters, the remote broadcast crews from all around the world and in every single language, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time for more Worlds. Good night. Good day. Whatever.